Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to please take your seats now. We're about to start with the session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Day 2 of the CII BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024. Please join me in welcoming our guest for today, Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and all the other dignitaries on the dais for this session.
The Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry of the Government of India, His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal ji. The Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supplies of the Government of Nepal, His Excellency Mr. Damodar Bhandari. The Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Commerce of the Government of Myanmar, His Excellency Mr. Min Min. The Deputy Minister of Commerce of the Kingdom of Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Suchat, Chamling. The Secretary General of BIMSTEC Secretariat, Mr. Indra Pandey. The Director General of the Department of Industry of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Employment of the Royal Government of Bhutan, Mr. Chimi Tshering. His Excellency, Her Excellency, the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to India, Excellency Mrs. Senaratne, the President of the CII, Mr. Sanjiv Puri, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and good morning. And on behalf of the Indian industry and CII, we welcome you back to this hall after a great grand start yesterday, and it's a privilege and honor to have with us the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of the Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, in our midst. Mr. Goyal has been leading our Indian Industries Connect globally in various parts of the world, and this type of engagement is something that he has contributed immensely to over the last decade by being on several areas with us overseas and in India, and given us many inputs on how we are able, as businesses, connect with each other. I'd like to really welcome you, Mr. Honorable Minister, for being with us once again today morning in spite of your schedule in the Parliament. Deeply appreciate your presence and this leadership that you keep giving to us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we had a great start yesterday, and we did look at how our businesses could collaborate, and the 100+ B2B meetings which have been set up between within this audience in this room over today and tomorrow would surely focus on many of the areas that are being discussed. And yesterday, just to capture, we did talk about that from India, we will look at engaging with our BIMSTEC countries deeply, and also look at business delegations in sectors which will spread across from agriculture to infrastructure construction, renewable energy, healthcare, tourism, and other few sectors that have come up for discussion. I'd like to only mention as we conclude this part of this 3-day event, that this will be institutionalized on a regular basis by us in India, as this is the first time that we are organizing this BIMSTEC Summit, but this would be first held in India once every year is what we wish to do, and second, we would also like to take it to the different parts of our BIMSTEC countries. With that, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, on and off the dais, once again, a warm welcome, and thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Mr. Sanjiv Puri, President, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his remarks, please.
Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. His Excellency, Mr. Damodar Bhandari, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, Government of Nepal. His Excellency, Mr. Min Min, Deputy Minister, Minister of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Myanmar. His Excellency, Mr. Stuart Shomkin, Deputy Minister of Commerce, Kingdom of Thailand. His Excellency, Mr. Indra Pandey, Secretary General, BIMSTEC Secretariat. Mr. Tshering, Director General, Department of Industry, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment, Royal Government of Bhutan. Excellency, Mrs. Shenuka, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to India, and my colleague from CII, Chandrajit. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The present geopolitical situation is indeed a unique opportunity for us in BIMSTEC to assume a larger part in global trade. Given our respective economic strengths, which are both complementary and supplementary, we can build much greater trade and investment engagement. And there is immense opportunity, and therefore this is an opportune time to be discussing this, because globally there are strong trends of energy transition, digital transformation, supply chain diversification. There are concerns on food and nutrition security, and there is a very strong resurgence of tourism, particularly in this region. So all these are strong trends which we can collectively participate and create enormous multiplier impacts. To do this, I believe it is essential to ensure the early operationalization of the BIMSTEC FTA, as it will alleviate trade barriers, enhance trade facilitation. It will give all member states a chance to leverage the unique strengths for greater value addition and jointly address global value chains. The proposed FTA will help align industrial corridors, which in turn will provide immense employment opportunities. BIMSTEC should aim to create an enabling environment for investment and ease of doing business. It is important for each member to offer other BIMSTEC partners a more supportive and conducive investment climate that will encourage closer economic relations. Let me specifically talk about a few areas given the opportunities that are emerging both in the region and globally. First is agriculture and food processing sector. Member nations should share best practices, technology, transfer, and joint research initiatives to improve crop yields and food security. And this is an area that assumes immense importance today in the context of the global climate emergency. We could work together to develop climate-resilient crops, improve supply chain logistics, and enhance value-added agriculture products. Further focus on agri-tech innovations and advanced irrigation techniques can significantly elevate agriculture productivity. Secondly, member states can work together towards debottlenecking supply chains using advancements in information and communication technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT. Digital technologies can also be used for facilitating trade and faster customs procedures. Thirdly, in the services sector, there exists huge potential to boost exports among the BIMSTEC members. Opportunities in tourism, transport services, IT, professional services can be propelled through sharing IT and digital service capabilities through common skill development initiatives. In this context, I could also add that the experience of India with the India digital stack in the transformative impact it has on the economy is one area that there could be collaboration, and this will also facilitate connectivity across the border. And lastly, the proposed BIMSTEC FTA is the key to fostering trade and investment in the region. Supporting this would be trade connectivity, industrial hub networks. A strategic framework should be developed to link our industries seamlessly for value chain integration. We look forward to the guidance of the Honorable Ministers, which will be key in driving the synergies in the BIMSTEC agreement. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. May I now invite Mr. Tshering, Director General, Department of Industry, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment, Royal Government of Bhutan, to address us, please.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to convey the warm greetings from the Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Employment of Bhutan. He conveys his sincere apologies and regrets for his inability to attend the summit due to prior commitments. Also, the Royal Government of Bhutan would like to express our deep appreciation and gratitude to the Confederation of Indian Industries, Government of India, BIMSTEC Secretariat for inviting us to this landmark event. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the broad aim of the summit to discuss the strategic integration of better trade and economic prospects and to create an open and favorable business ecosystem is indeed relevant and timely. Bhutan, as a small and trade-dependent country, is optimistic that the discourse at the summit will improve economic partnership and integration. Bhutan's economy has witnessed a remarkable shift from predominantly agrarian economy to more diverse and modernized economy. Strategic policies and investments, support and assistance of the development partners, especially the Government of India, have been instrumental in driving Bhutan's economic transformation, allowing the nation to leverage its strengths in sectors such as hydropower and tourism. Bhutan's economy is showing a sign of strong recovery with an expected GDP growth of 4.6%. Moving forward, Bhutan envisions a transformative journey towards becoming a high-income country within the next decade, driven by the commitment to foster robust economic growth and prosperity through innovation and sustainability. Bhutan aims to achieve GDP target of $5 billion in 2029 and further raise it to $10 billion in 2034. We are happy to share that Bhutan declared Gyelephu in southern Bhutan to be developed as special administrative region with a focus on mindfulness, sustainability, and harmony. The special administrative zone will be world's first mindfulness city with a unique setting where development and growth coexist in harmony with nature, human values, and mindfulness living. To achieve this vision and our goals, Bhutan believes that economic openness to trade and investment in infrastructure are important to enhance connectivity and facilitate seamless movement of goods and services. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Bhutan's trade remains highly concentrated in terms of its destination. India is our major trading partner, followed by Bangladesh. Bhutan's trade with these two major trading partners are facilitated by the existing bilateral trade agreements. In line with the commitment to expanding trade, partnerships, and strengthening economic ties, Bhutan is currently pursuing free trade agreement with the Kingdom of Thailand and a preferential trade agreement with Nepal. Bhutan's trade with other BIMSTEC members is limited. However, Bhutan remains positive of the opportunities for expansion of trade with other member countries through reduction in tariffs, harmonization of customs and trade procedures, mutual recognition of standards and certificate of origin, and other trade promotion initiatives under the BIMSTEC framework. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, BIMSTEC member countries agreed to establish the framework agreement on BIMSTEC free trade area with the goal to stimulate trade and investment in the region. Since the start of negotiations, Bhutan has participated actively in the meetings, discussions, initiatives taken within the domain of BIMSTEC framework. Bhutan has consistently strived to work towards fulfillment of its responsibilities, commitments, and obligations arising from the ongoing negotiations. We believe that framework agreement on BIMSTEC free trade area can serve as a valuable legal framework offering ready and predictable market access in the region. The framework agreement would also invariably promote healthy competition, leading to improved economic efficiency and enhanced production of premium goods and services. It would also, without doubt, offer opportunities to diversify products and build domestic productive capacity based on competition and comparative advantages. Bhutan firmly believes that the BIMSTEC free trade area can transform the region into a dynamic economic growth trajectory. Therefore, Bhutan is committed to strengthening regional cooperation within the BIMSTEC framework to create an open and favorable business ecosystem for shared prosperity and sustainable development of the region. Finally, I would like to once again thank the Confederation of Indian Industries, Government of India, and the BIMSTEC Secretariat for inviting us to the summit and for the excellent arrangements and generous hospitality extended to the Bhutanese delegation. Thank you, and Tashi Delek.
I now have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Shenuka Senaratne, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to India, to address us, please.
Honorable Ministers and representatives of the BIMSTEC member states, Secretary General of BIMSTEC, President and Director General of CII, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Permit me at the outset to congratulate the Government of India and the Confederation of Indian Industry for organizing this timely initiative of bringing us BIMSTEC members together for the Business Summit 2024. I convey the regrets of my minister's inability to be present here today due to work commitments back home. The topic before us today, why the early operationalization of the BIMSTEC Free Trade Agreement will inject fresh momentum to economic integration within the BIMSTEC region, is extremely apt for consideration at this juncture together with other relevant aspects in achieving the objectives of regional cooperation of our mandated geographical area. Asia's rich history and diverse cultures have long been interconnected through trade, diplomacy, and shared heritage. Our ancient maritime roots are testament to the long-standing bonds that unite us together. Sri Lanka, strategically located in the Indian Ocean, has been a significant part of these historical exchanges with BIMSTEC member states, contributing to and benefiting from the flow of goods, experiences, skills, and cultures. However, despite the geographical contiguity of the member states of BIMSTEC, it remains one of the least integrated regions. While the volume of intra-regional trade in comparison is insignificant at present, there is enormous scope for enhancing economic relations between the member countries. The regional trade among BIMSTEC countries has increased from US $4.8 billion to US $35.96 billion from the year 2000 to 2022 respectively. Over the years, the interdependence on regional trade has increased, but the optimal trade and investment potential of the region is yet to be harnessed. Sri Lanka is committed to working with BIMSTEC member states to enhance trade relations, investment opportunities, and economic integration. By leveraging each nation's strength and resources, we can collectively achieve sustainable growth and development in our region. Therefore, the establishment of a BIMSTEC Free Trade Agreement will undoubtedly pave the way for a more prosperous and resilient BIMSTEC area. Even though the Bangkok Declaration of 1997, through which BIMSTEC was established, identified that one of the grouping's major objectives is to create an enabling environment for rapid economic development in the region, it has been unable to finalize the Free Trade Agreement. The related framework agreement, which was signed in 2004, is one of the first legal instruments covering the areas of tariff liberalization and elimination of non-tariff barriers, trade in services, trade and investment, and trade facilitation. Since the establishment of the Trade Negotiation Committee in the same year, it has consistently met to negotiate these areas with the support of the working groups on the rules of origin, services, investment, customs cooperation and trade facilitation, and legal experts. Over the past 20 rounds of negotiations, much progress has been made in these sectors. While all member states have sensitivities and concerns spanning these areas, Sri Lanka is pleased to note that the negotiations have consistently engaged in a much-needed spirit of cooperation and compromise, working towards the common goal of establishing the FTA in our region. As of today, 21 meetings of the TNCs under BIMSTEC FTA have been held. BIMSTEC faces a combination of technical, political, and economic hurdles in its FTA negotiations. While the commitment by the member countries for an early conclusion remains intact, more sustained efforts are needed to overcome some of the obstacles to unlock the full potential of this important regional trading bloc. It is now time that member states begin to think out of the box and focus more concertedly on the issues of contention with a view to arriving at solutions. Believe directing attention on specific components of the envisaged vision framework could facilitate overcoming the challenges. In this context, prioritizing areas such as trade facilitation and mutual assistance on customs matters seem to have positively contributed towards a way forward to finalizing the arrangement. It may be recalled that at the second BIMSTEC Foreign Ministers Retreat held in July this year here in Delhi, specially emphasized the need for greater cooperation in trade and investment and urged the TNC and working group to move towards the early conclusion of the BIMSTEC FTA and expedite the finalization of the 4 constituent agreements. The convening of some working group meetings shortly on customs cooperation, trade facilitation, and rules of origin could lead to some finality on the related issues. The establishment of such a cooperative mechanism in the area of trade and investment in this dynamic regional bloc will create many opportunities for mutual benefit, economic growth, and regional development with the objective of improving the standard of living of all our peoples. In the meanwhile, BIMSTEC member states should seek to build on such existing trade agreements or conclude bilateral FTAs within the region in order to expand market access. With such initiatives, we can ensure business in the BIMSTEC region to flourish in a more interconnected environment. Sri Lanka is seeking to do just that. Having recently concluded a FTA with Thailand, which will be implemented in January 2025, ongoing negotiations with India on an economic and technology cooperation agreement, and progressing with Bangladesh for a PTA to culminate in an FTA. When it comes to trade and investment, the private sector is key. It is in this context that the BIMSTEC Business and Economic Fora were established to seek a better engagement with the private sector. It is in this context that this summit is important, and the Confederation of Indian Industry has set forth a laudable initiative by organizing this summit, which would serve this objective. Therefore, the support of the private sector in expediting the conclusion of a comprehensive BIMSTEC FTA is undoubtedly essential to expand trade and investment among the member states. After all, governments take the cue from the private sector in finalizing such economic cooperation arrangements. Therefore, it is time for the private sectors of the BIMSTEC to undertake a more proactive and constructive role in ensuring the early conclusion of the FTA, which will augur well for the region and beyond. Just as much as an FTA would forge greater economic cooperation, connectivity is an absolute prerequisite for effective regional market access. The basic premise of an efficient regional as well as global market is the smooth flow of goods, services, technology, and people across borders. The BIMSTEC Master Plan on Transport Connectivity funded by the ADB will enable the region to be better connected and better integrated. Equally important is the institutional and procedural aspects of connectivity related to rules and governance structures that regulate such cross-border movement. There is a higher impetus on how the member countries can work towards greater air transport connectivity, short sea shipping time, trilateral highway linkages already in existence between Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, and Thailand. More importantly, railway connectivity can redesign and reconfigure transportation in the region and have a major impact on member states in connecting to supply chains within the region. There is also a need for greater private sector participation in connectivity projects. Sri Lanka, being the only island nation in BIMSTEC, is well connected by both sea and air routes. Another critical aspect is energy connectivity, which is instrumental in accelerating economic growth in the BIMSTEC region. It has been recognized that linkages between energy endowment and economic development have led governments to develop ambitious strategies to escalate electricity access to the remotest parts of the region. The region has significant potential of untapped energy resources, especially environment-friendly hydropower and biomass, which is available in all the countries. Such resources can be coupled with cross-border integration of the electricity systems to enhance energy connectivity in the region. BIMSTEC is lagging behind other regions in sharing energy. Regional cooperation under the BIMSTEC framework would be helpful in sharing energy between the surplus areas and the deficit areas, which could be examined. The BIMSTEC region has demonstrated economic growth in the last decade. Regardless of this phenomenon, the region and each of the countries suffer from the suboptimal utilization of resources and insufficient investments in related sectors. This would be another aspect that the private sector could consider spearheading. I wish the BIMSTEC Business Summit all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. And now I invite His Excellency Mr. Min Min, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Myanmar, to address us, please.
Mr. Bai Paraskol, Honorable Ministers of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Excellency Ms. Morida Bhandari, Honorable Minister of Minister for Industry, Commerce and Supply, Government of the Nepal, Mr. Suchat Chamling, Deputy Minister, Minister of Commerce, Kingdom of Thailand, Mr. Tshering, Director General, Department of Industry, Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Employment, Royal Government of Bhutan, Ms. Shenuka Reddy, High Commissioner of the Sri Lanka to the India, Mr. Sanjiv Puri, President CCI, Mr. Chandraji Panjina, Director General CCI, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome each and everyone to BIMSTEC Summit. First of all, it is my honor to address this esteemed gathering on the topic of significant importance, the early internationalization of the BIMSTEC Free Trade Agreement. Given the diverse and strategic geographical location of its member states, BIMSTEC has immense potential to act as a bridge between South and Southeast Asia, fostering socio-economic cooperation and development in the region. However, the journey is not smooth always. Today, as the world economy is passing through economic and political uncertainties, the BIMSTEC countries are facing huge challenges in coping with those uncertainties. Turning crises into opportunities, what matters most is how the countries in BIMSTEC face those in order to provide a mutually rewarding, long-lasting effort. Regional integration is no longer an option, but an essential part of a national policy in this age of shared challenges such as trade, protectionism, climate issue, and energy security, among others. As you all aware, Myanmar is an agricultural-based country and mainly depends on the agriculture and livestock. In this regard, being a sector-driven cooperative organization, Myanmar has been responsible as a leading role in the agricultural and food security sector of BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC countries need to accelerate the work in order to complete the regional FTA. It is a high time that the needs for the regional FTA in hands of BIMSTEC members. In this context, I would like to highlight some potential outcomes of the early internationalization of BIMSTEC FTA, economic diversifications and growth and enhancing competitiveness. From the perspective of the investment attractions, a regional FTA will make the BIMSTEC region more attractive to foreign investors by providing a stable and predictable trade environment. This can lead to increased foreign direct investment, driving economic development and job creation. Regarding enhancing competitiveness, BIMSTEC as the regional FTA can expand economies of scales by removing trade barriers. Member countries can benefit from reduced protection costs and improved competitiveness, enabling local industries to compete more effectively in the global market. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from the perspective of the geographical stability, we can expect more regional cooperation because economic integration through the BIMSTEC FTA can strengthen political and diplomatic ties among member countries. This cooperation can lead to greater regional stability and collective security. Early internationalization of the BIMSTEC FTA will also contribute to the enhanced bargaining power in global trade negotiations. As a unified economics bloc, BIMSTEC can gather influence in the global trade negotiations. This collective bargaining power can ensure that the interests of the region are better responded on the international stage. Strengthening the BIMSTEC identity can foster a sense of community and shared destiny among the member states. We can also have a transformative impact on the region, such as economic dynamism, poverty reduction, and environmental sustainability. Regarding economic dynamism, we can expect GDP growth and job creation. Income growth and rural development are also significant for poverty reduction. Economic integration can lead to the higher income levels, particularly in developing countries. By providing access to larger markets and reducing trade barriers, the FTA can contribute to poverty reduction and improve socio-economic conditions. Environmental sustainability is also one of the positive impacts of this process. The FTA can promote environmentally sustainable trade practices by encouraging the adoption of green technologies and standards. Member countries can collaborate on environmental initiatives to ensure that economic growth does not come at the expense of the environment. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, call upon the histories of negotiations for the establishing of BIMSTEC Free Trade Area. Since 2024, we BIMSTEC members have been engaged in the negotiation, the 6 constituent protocols. Free trade agreements can deliver enhanced trade and investment opportunities that contribute to the economic growth of less developed economies. According to the European Central Bank report, the FTA can increase international trade by 54% within 10 years after the entry into force of its agreement. FTA promotes the rapid development of the global value chain by strengthening transactional economic cooperation. The world is becoming increasingly oriented toward global consumption and international production network using global value chains. Global value chain trades represented more than 50% of global trade before the global financial crisis. To fully realize of the benefits of the FTA, it is imperative to invest in infrastructure development, particularly in transportation and logistics. Enhanced connectivity will facilitate smoother trade flows and reduce transaction costs. In the digital age, developing digital infrastructure is equally important. Promoting digital trade and e-commerce can open up a new avenue for economic growth and integration. From the perspective of the inclusive growth, ensuring that SMEs benefit from the FTA is vital for the inclusive growth. Providing support and resources to SMEs can help them adapt to the new trade environment and take advantage of the opportunities presented by the FTAs. In conclusion, the early internationalization of BIMSTEC free trade agreements holds immense promises to the economic integration and development in the regions. By signing the FTAs, member countries can unlock new economic opportunities, enhance competitiveness, and foster regional stabilities and cooperations. It is imperative that we address the challenges and work collaboratively to realize the full potential of this transformation initiative. I assure you that Myanmar will continue actively participating in the BIMSTEC along with its fellow members. Let us move forward with the determination and vision, ensuring that the BIMSTEC FTA become a cornerstone of our collective journey toward a prosperous and dynamic future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Suchat Chamling, Deputy Minister of Commerce, Kingdom of Thailand, to address us. He will speak in Thai, but we have an interpreter for him.
Namaskar ท่านรัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงพาณิชย์และอุตสาหกรรมอินเดียท่านปิยุช โกยัสท่านรัฐมนตรีผู้ทรงเกียรติของประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC ผู้ร่วมงานและแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านก่อนอื่นผมขอบคุณสมาชิกสมาพันธ์อุตสาหกรรมอินเดียที่จัดงาน BIMSTEC Business Summit ขึ้นและเชิญผมมาพบกับท่านทั้งหลายในวันนี้และร่วมกล่าวปาฐกถาพิเศษในหัวข้อการบังคับใช้ความตกลงBIMSTEC FTA โดยเร็วจะเป็นแรงขับเคลื่อนและบูรณาการทางเศรษฐกิจให้กับภูมิภาค BIMSTEC ได้อย่างไร
Namaskar, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable BIMSTEC Minister, President of the CII, Mr. Sanjiv Puri, Director General of the CII, Minister Sandrajit Banjaji, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Confederation of Indian Industry or CII for organizing the BIMSTEC Business Summit and inviting me to meet you all and deliver a special address on the topic of why early operationalization of BIMSTEC FTA is going to add fresh momentum to economic integration.
ครับท่านผู้มีเกียรติครับสถานการณ์โลกปัจจุบันคาดเดาได้ยากขึ้นทั้งสถานการณ์ที่คาดการณ์ไม่ได้หลายประเทศการแข่งขันระหว่างประเทศของมหาอำนาจและปัจจัยเสี่ยงต่างๆทั้งการเกิดขึ้นของโรคระบาดใหม่ๆการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพภูมิอากาศเป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญและความก้าวหน้าอย่างก้าวกระโดดของเทคโนโลยีดิจิทัลล้วนส่งผลต่อเศรษฐกิจและห่วงโซ่อุปทานของโลกที่ทุกประเทศต่างต้องเผชิญ
The global situation has become increasingly unpredictable with ongoing conflict, heightened great power competition, and numerous emerging threats, including future outbreak of infectious disease, climate change, and rapid technological disruption. This factor has profound impact on the global economy and supply chains, posing challenges for all countries.
ครับท่ามกลางความไม่แน่นอนเช่นนี้ผมคิดว่ายังเต็มไปด้วยโอกาสสำหรับภูมิภาค BIMSTEC โดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งการขยายการค้าภายในภูมิภาคและการดึงดูดการลงทุนและเสริมสร้างห่วงโซ่อุปทานในภูมิภาคอ่าวเบงกอลเนื่องจาก BIMSTEC เป็นภูมิภาคที่มีเสถียรภาพและศักยภาพทางเศรษฐกิจอย่างมหาศาล BIMSTEC มีการตั้งทางเป็นที่ตั้งทางยุทธศาสตร์เชื่อมโยงอนุภูมิภาคเอเชียใต้และเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้เข้าด้วยกันมีประชากรมากถึง 1.8 พันล้านคนคิดเป็น122%ของประชากรโลกมีมูลค่าผลิตภัณฑ์มวลรวมในประเทศหรือ GDP ร่วมกัน 3.3 ล้านล้านดอลลาร์สหรัฐมีอัตราการเติบโตทางเศรษฐกิจต่อปีเฉลี่ย6.8 นอกจากนี้ BIMSTEC ยังเป็นตลาดที่มีกำลังซื้อเติบโตอย่างต่อเนื่องสมาชิกแต่ละประเทศมีทรัพยากรธรรมชาติที่อุดมสมบูรณ์มีทรัพยากรมนุษย์ที่สามารถเสริมสร้างทักษะได้อีกมากและเป็นแหล่งผลิตสินค้าและผลิตภัณฑ์ที่สำคัญต่างๆของโลกทั้งข้าวอาหารเครื่องเทศอัญมณีชาใบชายาเส้นใยธรรมชาติไหมเส้นใยสงเคราะห์สิ่งทอและเสื้อผ้าผลิตภัณฑ์เครื่องหนังและทรัพยากรทางทะเลรวมทั้งมีภาคบริการที่มีศักยภาพสูงเช่นการท่องเที่ยวบริการสุขภาพการศึกษาขนส่งและที่สำคัญคือพลังงานและเทคโนโลยีสารสนเทศซึ่งล้วนเป็นปัจจัยสำคัญในการเสริมสร้างความเจริญรุ่งเรืองร่วมกันในภูมิภาคอ่าวเบงกอลและนี่คือเหตุผลสำคัญที่ BIMSTEC จำเป็นต้องเร่งรัดสรุปผลการเจรจาเพื่อให้ BIMSTEC FTA มีผลใช้บังคับโดยเร็วช่วยขับเคลื่อนและต่อยอดศักยภาพทางเศรษฐกิจในแต่ละภูมิภาคอ่าวเบงกอลนี้
Excellency, despite the current global challenges, I believe there remain immense opportunity for BIMSTEC, especially in terms of intra-trade expansion, foreign investment extraction, strengthening regional supply chain in the Bay of Bengal region. This is because BIMSTEC is well positioned to advance in growth and influence the world. BIMSTEC has a strategic location bridging two vibrant regions of South Asia and Southeast Asia. We are home to 1.8 billion people, accounting around 22% of the world population, with collective GDP of $3.3 trillion and an average annual economic growth of 6.8%. Furthermore, BIMSTEC is a dynamic market with growing purchasing power. BIMSTEC member countries are endowed with the abundant natural resources and huge human resources. We are also home to the producer of important commodities such as high-quality rice, food, spices, gems, tea, natural fiber, jute, silk, synthetic fiber, textile apparels, leather products, and marine resources. Our region also has a rich potential in service sector such as tourism, healthcare, education, logistics, energy, and information technology. These are all essential factors that will contribute to our shared prosperity in the Bay of Bengal region. This is why this is important for BIMSTEC to expedite the conclusion of the BIMSTEC FTA negotiations and bring it into force to drive and enhance the regional true economic potential.
ครับในช่วงท่านผู้เกียรติครับในช่วง 27 ปีที่ผ่านมานะครับ BIMSTEC มีการพัฒนาความก้าวหน้าในด้านความร่วมมือและการบูรณาการระดับภูมิภาคต่างๆหลายประการโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งเมื่อปี 2565 ผู้นำประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC ได้มีการรับรองกฎบัตร BIMSTEC ซึ่งทำให้ BIMSTEC ก้าวไปสู่การเป็นกรอบความร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศอย่างเต็มตัวและมีความพร้อมที่ตอบสนองต่อความท้าทายของโลกปัจจุบันอย่างยิ่ง
Excellency, over the past 27 years, BIMSTEC has made substantial progress in the regional cooperation and integration. Notably, in 2022, BIMSTEC leader adopted the BIMSTEC Charter to formally institutionalize our grouping and make us more well-equipped to tackle the contemporary challenges.
ครับในด้านเศรษฐกิจเราไม่สามารถปฏิเสธได้ว่าการค้าคือเป็นรากฐานสำคัญของการบูรณาการทางเศรษฐกิจในภูมิภาคอ่าวเบงกอลซึ่งผมมีความยินดีนะครับที่ไทยได้มีความสัมพันธ์ทางเศรษฐกิจอันดีกับ BIMSTEC มาโดยตลอดในช่วง 5 ปีที่ผ่านมาตั้งแต่ปี 2562 ถึง 2566 การค้าระหว่างไทยกับประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC มีมูลค่าเฉลี่ย 23,000 ล้านดอลลาร์สหรัฐและในปี 2566 มีการค้าไทยระหว่าง BIMSTEC มีมูลค่า 25,000 ล้านดอลลาร์สหรัฐคิดเป็น 4.4% ของการค้าทั้งหมดของไทย
On the economic front, it is undeniable that trade is an essential building block for our economic integration. I'm pleased to share that the trade relation between Thailand and BIMSTEC has been cordially and successfully fostered throughout the years. Thailand trade with BIMSTEC member country for the past 5 years during 2019 to 2023, value about $23.2 billion on average. For 2023, trade between Thailand and BIMSTEC amount to $25.2 billion, accounting for 4.4% of our total trade.
เพื่อสร้างพลวัตทางการค้าภายในภูมิภาค BIMSTEC ให้เพิ่มมากขึ้นผมเห็นว่าBIMSTEC จะต้องส่งเสริมการมีส่วนร่วมของภาคเอกชนอำนวยความสะดวกด้านการค้าและการขนส่งและการเสริมสร้างการดำเนินการมาตรการที่โปร่งใสที่ไม่สร้างอุปสรรคต่อการค้าและการลงทุนระหว่างกันซึ่ง BIMSTEC FTA จะเป็นกลไกสำคัญที่ขับเคลื่อนปัจจัยดังกล่าวโดยนับตั้งแต่ปี 2517 ที่ BIMSTEC ได้เริ่มเจรจาจัดทำ BIMSTEC FTA ให้เป็น FTA กรอบกว้างครอบคลุมการค้าสินค้าการค้าบริการการลงทุนความร่วมมือด้านศุลกากรและอำนวยความสะดวกด้านการค้าและระงับข้อพิพาทโดยมีการประชุมเจรจาไปแล้ว 21 รอบในช่วงในไม่กี่ปีที่ผ่านมาการประชุมคณะทำงานเทคนิคเพื่อเจรจาประเด็นคงค้างอยู่หลายครั้งแต่จนปัจจุบันยังไม่สามารถสรุปผลได้จึงขอเรียกร้องให้ประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC ทุกประเทศทุ่มเทความพยายามอย่างเต็มที่เพื่อสรุปผลเจรจาให้ได้โดยเร็ว
To further enhance the dynamic of intra-trade in the BIMSTEC region, I believe BIMSTEC need to focus on fostering greater participation of the private sector, enhancing trade and transit facilitation, promoting implementation of transparent trade measures which do not barrier to trade and investment. This is the BIMSTEC FTA can do for us. Since 2004, BIMSTEC member country has been engaging in the negotiation of the BIMSTEC FTA. The BIMSTEC FTA is a comprehensive FTA comprising in trade in goods, trade in services, investment, custom cooperation, trade facilitation, and dispute settlement. So far, there has been 21 rounds of the BIMSTEC Trade Negotiating Committee, while several meetings of the technical working groups has been also held to try and finalize the BIMSTEC FTA negotiations. Therefore, I would like to call for all BIMSTEC member countries to redouble their effort to finalize the BIMSTEC FTA. The BIMSTEC FTA will be one of the largest FTA, and it will serve as the crucial catalyst for the regional economic integration, unlocking the full economic potential of the Bay of Bengal region, particularly during the times of the global economic certainty.
ครับผมเห็นว่าประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC มีเป้าหมายการพัฒนาทางเศรษฐกิจที่คล้ายคลึงกันสะท้อนจากนโยบายวิสัยทัศน์ทางเศรษฐกิจของหลายประเทศที่ตั้งเป้าพัฒนาก้าวไปสู่เป็นประเทศรายได้สูงใน 10 ถึง 20 ปีข้างหน้าซึ่ง BIMSTEC FTA จะช่วยให้เราบรรลุเป้าหมายวิสัยทัศน์ดังกล่าวได้ผ่านการเพิ่มพูนทางการค้าและการลงทุนภูมิภาคโดยลดอุปสรรคทางภาษีและไม่ใช่ภาษีการสร้างระเบียบการค้าร่วมกันการอำนวยความสะดวกให้กับธุรกิจของภาคเอกชนและส่งเสริมห่วงโซ่อุปทานในภูมิภาคให้แข็งแกร่งมากยิ่งขึ้นและสร้างความเชื่อมโยงการค้าภูมิภาคเอเชียใต้และเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้
Another thing I wish to add is that many BIMSTEC member countries have shared similar economic development visions, as is reflected by their development plan, which aim to become a high-income country, which in the next 10 to 20 years. I believe the BIMSTEC FTA can help us achieve this vision.
สถาบันระหว่างประเทศเพื่อการค้าและการพัฒนาภายใต้ของกระทรวงพาณิชย์ของไทยได้จัดทำผลการศึกษาถึงประโยชน์และ BIMSTEC FTA เมื่อปี 2563 พบว่า BIMSTEC FTA จะช่วยให้ GDP ของสมาชิก BIMSTEC ทั้ง 7 ประเทศเติบโตโดยเฉพาะประเทศที่ไม่มีทางออกทางทะเลได้แก่ภูฏานและเนปาลโดย GDP ของเมียนมาจะเพิ่มขึ้นร้อยละ 0.95 ของประเทศอินเดียร้อยละ 0.21 บังกลาเทศร้อยละ 0.23 เนปาลร้อยละ 2.3 ภูฏานร้อยละ 2.3 ศรีลังการ้อยละ 1.3 และไทยร้อยละ 0.38 ซึ่งตอกย้ำความสำคัญของ BIMSTEC FTA เป็นอย่างดี
The Ministry of Commerce of Thailand's think tank conducted a feasibility study on the BIMSTEC FTA in 2020, which find that the BIMSTEC FTA will help enhance the GDP of all 7 BIMSTEC member countries, with significant growth for the landlocked countries. The study finds that the BIMSTEC FTA will enhance Myanmar GDP by 0.95%, India by 0.21%, Bangladesh by 0.23%, Nepal and Bhutan by 2.3%, Sri Lanka by 1.3%, and Thailand by 0.38%. This is projection underscore the significance of the BIMSTEC FTA.
ครับท่านผู้มีเกียรติครับสำหรับประเทศไทยให้ความสำคัญอย่างยิ่งกับการเจรจาจัดทำ BIMSTEC FTA โดยจะให้ความร่วมมือกับประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC เพื่อเจรจาจัดทำและเร่งสรุปผล BIMSTEC FTA มาโดยตลอดนอกจากนี้เพื่อส่งเสริมและอำนวยความสะดวกทางการค้าไทยกับประเทศในภูมิภาคอ่าวเบงกอลไทยยังได้เจรจาจัดทำ FTA ทวิภาคีกับประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC แล้วเกือบทุกประเทศโดยปัจจุบันไทยมีความตกลง FTA กับประเทศอินเดีย2 ฉบับและแก่ไทยอินเดีย FTA และอาเซียนอินเดีย FTA สำหรับไทยและเมียนมาเป็นสมาชิกร่วมกันในความตกลงอาเซียน FTA และขณะที่ไทยและศรีลังกาได้ลงนามความตกลง FTA ระหว่างกันเมื่อเดือนกุมภาพันธ์ที่ผ่านมาและคาดว่าจะมีผลบังคับใช้เมื่อวันที่ 1 มกราคม 2568 นอกจากนี้ไทยและภูฏานได้เปิดการเจรจาจัดทำความตกลง FTA ระหว่างกันเมื่อเดือนเมษายนที่ผ่านมาและตั้งเป้าจะสรุปผลภายในปี 2568 สำหรับบังกลาเทศและไทยและบังกลาเทศได้ลงมือเจตจำนงที่จะเริ่มจัดทำความตกลง FTA ระหว่างกันภายในปีนี้ผมเชื่อว่าข้อตกลงเหล่านี้จะส่งเสริมเศรษฐกิจของภูมิภาค BIMSTEC และเป็นกลไกสำคัญที่ช่วยผลักดันให้การเจรจาจัดทำ BIMSTEC FTA สรุปผลได้เร็ว
For Thailand, we attach great importance on the early conclusion of the BIMSTEC FTA. Thailand has actively engaged in all the negotiation meetings while exercising our utmost flexibility. In addition, Thailand has discussed and concluded bilateral FTAs with several BIMSTEC member countries, while several other FTAs are also in the pipeline. At present, Thailand has 2 FTA with India, namely the Thailand-India FTA and the ASEAN-India FTA. Thailand and Myanmar are also the party to the ASEAN FTA. Last February, Thailand and Sri Lanka signed the Sri Lanka-Thailand FTA and is expected to become into force on the 1st January 2025. In addition, Thailand and Bhutan just launched the FTA negotiation in April, and both countries aim to conclude the FTA by 2025. Thailand and Bangladesh have also signed a letter of intent to initiate the FTA negotiation within 2024. I am confident that all these FTA and FTA negotiations will not only promote the economic integration within the BIMSTEC region, but also provide a significant impetus to accelerate the finalization of the BIMSTEC FTA.
ครับในฐานะประธาน BIMSTEC วาระปี 2565 ถึง 2567 ประเทศไทยมุ่งมั่นที่จะร่วมมือกับประเทศสมาชิกอย่างใกล้ชิดและรองรับการเติบโตตามภูมิภาคและป้องกันวิกฤตในอนาคตซึ่งปี 2567 ถือเป็นปีที่มีความสำคัญอย่างยิ่งสำหรับไทยและ BIMSTEC โดยไทยจะเป็นเจ้าภาพการประชุมสุดยอดผู้นำ BIMSTEC ครั้งที่ 6 ในวันที่ 4 กันยายนซึ่งถือเป็นการประชุมสุดยอดผู้นำ BIMSTEC ครั้งที่ 2 ที่ไทยเป็นเจ้าภาพและเป็นการประชุมสุดยอดผู้นำ BIMSTEC แบบออนไลน์ครั้งแรกตั้งแต่ปี 2561 โดยจะมีการเห็นชอบวิสัยทัศน์กรุงเทพ 2030 ที่ไทยนำเสนอเพื่อกำหนดทิศทางความร่วมมือของ BIMSTEC สู่การเป็นภูมิภาคที่ยั่งยืนมั่งคั่งนะครับแล้วก็เปิดกว้างภายในปี 2513 ซึ่ง BIMSTEC FTA ถือเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในกลไกที่ช่วยบรรลุเป้าหมายนี้ครับ
As the current chair of the BIMSTEC for the year of 2022 to 2024, Thailand is committed to work closely with other BIMSTEC member countries to accelerate the regional growth and safeguards against future crises. The year of 2024 is a very important year for both Thailand and BIMSTEC, as Thailand will host the 6th BIMSTEC Summit on the 1st September 2024. The upcoming summit will not only mark the second time that the meeting is held in Thailand, but also the first time BIMSTEC leaders will meet in person since 2018. The 6th BIMSTEC Summit will see the endorsement of the Bangkok Vision 2030 as proposed by Thailand, which sets direction of BIMSTEC cooperation toward becoming a forward-looking region which is prosperous, resilient, and open by 2030. The BIMSTEC FTA is also the key to this goal.
ครับสุดท้ายนี้นะครับผมขอขอบคุณสมาพันธ์อุตสาหกรรมอินเดียอีกครั้งที่จัดงาน BIMSTEC Business Summit ให้เป็นเวทีที่ภาครัฐภาคเอกชนและภาควิชาการจากภูมิภาค BIMSTEC ได้หารือและแลกเปลี่ยนความคิดนะครับทั้งนี้ยังเป็นโอกาสอันดีสำหรับผู้ประกอบการในภูมิภาคอ่าวเบงกอลในการเสริมสร้างเครือข่ายธุรกิจและช่วยเพิ่มการค้าและการลงทุนผมรู้สึกประทับใจเป็นอย่างยิ่งนะครับที่ได้เห็นแขกผู้มีเกียรติจำนวนมากจากกลุ่มประเทศสมาชิก BIMSTEC ร่วมงานในวันนี้ซึ่งสะท้อนให้เห็นถึงความสัมพันธ์อันแน่นแฟ้นความไว้วางใจวิภาคความของภูมิภาค BIMSTEC นะครับกล่าวขอบคุณอีกครั้งครับ
To conclude, I would like to thank the Confederation of Indian Industry again for organizing the BIMSTEC Business Summit, valuable platform for representatives of government, private sector, and academic from the BIMSTEC region to discuss and exchange policy ideas on driving economic growth and cooperation within the region. Moreover, the BIMSTEC Business Summit provides excellent opportunity for businesses in the Bay of Bengal region to strengthen their network, thereby promoting trade, investment, and regional economic integration. I'm thrilled to see a large number of participants from BIMSTEC member countries, and this reflects the unbreakable bond of our friendship and trust. I look forward to this successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Damodar Bhandari, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, Government of Nepal, to address us, please.
honorable ministers from BIMSTEC member states, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and very good morning to all of you. I feel immensely pleased and privileged to address the August gathering at the BIMSTEC Business Summit being held in this vibrant city of New Delhi today. I wish to extend sincere appreciation to the CII and the Ministry of External Affairs of India for hosting this timely and thought-stimulating event. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to the organizers for warm hospitality and excellent arrangements made for this program. The summit is a true testament of our unwavering commitment and shared goals of realizing regional peace, sustainability, and prosperity in the Bay of Bengal region through multi-pronged partnerships, strong collaboration, mutual trust, and solidarity among public as well as private sector stakeholders of BIMSTEC members. With a combined GDP of almost 5 trillion USD and a population of over 1.8 billion, the BIMSTEC region offers tremendous potentials and complementaries for our resilience, growth, and development. Distinguished delegates, as you all are well aware, Nepal is endowed abundant natural resources, advantageous location, diverse cultural heritage, conducive climate, and increasingly competitive human capitals. All of these factors present unique opportunity for investment and trade in Nepal. What is more, the government has made continuous policy reform to promote trade, investment, and connectivity within its neighbors and beyond. For instance, the government of Nepal amended 7 different laws for creating a conducive business climate ahead of the 3rd Nepal Investment Summit held in Kathmandu in April this year. In recent years, procedure related to investment and business have also been streamlined, and overall process has been simplified. In light of this, I would like to request the esteemed private sector delegates to seize the opportunity by boosting business ventures and investment in the promising sectors in Nepal as well as fostering cooperation to support Nepal's integration to regional value chain and trade. By 2026, Nepal will graduate from LDC category. We are committed to ensuring a smooth, sustainable, and irreversible graduation process. Furthermore, we are dedicated to realize the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. We look forward to continued support, goodwill, and solidarity of our BIMSTEC partners in this graduation journey Nepal has embarked upon. It is high time for BIMSTEC member states to increase regional trade in goods and services and continue to push for integration into the regional value chain measures like trade facilitation, investment, promotion, and digital transformation, in my opinion, will contribute to a rapid growth, sustain prosperity, and stability in BIMSTEC region. Dear friends, as a landlocked country, Nepal is facing different problems that involve extremely high trade logistic cost, basically in foreign trade. We commend our neighbors and other friendly countries for their continued support and solidarity to the cause of transit. Rights of a landlocked country like Nepal. In this context, BIMSTEC also provides an appropriate forum to discuss about a broad range of issues, including regional trade, transit, FDI trade, facilitation measures, tourism, and connectivity. We also expect that BIMSTEC will have special consideration for small and landlocked economics. In conclusion, let me reiterate the commitments of the government of Nepal to productive, people-centric, and action-oriented collaboration within BIMSTEC for achieving our shared goals of sustainable growth, development, and prosperity in the Bay of Bengal region. We envision a BIMSTEC region that is economically advanced, physically integrated, technologically innovative, ecologically resilient, and socio-culturally open for diversities. I wish for a successful and productive summit. I thank you for kind attendance. Namaste.
Thank you, Excellency. And now I invite His Excellency Mr. Indra Pandey, Secretary General BIMSTEC Secretariat, to address us.
Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India, His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, Government of Nepal, His Excellency Mr. Damodar Bhandari, Honorable Deputy Ministers of Myanmar and Thailand, Head of Bhutan Delegation, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to India, President and Director General of CII, distinguished audience, Namaskar, a very good morning to you all. I'm delighted to join the Ministerial Plenary this morning to share Secretariat's perspectives on the matters which are being discussed. I would like to begin by thanking CII for inviting me to join this plenary and commend its initiative to host the first BIMSTEC Business Summit. The heads of delegations of 5 member states who spoke before me, they have already highlighted the importance of BIMSTEC FTA, why it should be concluded as soon as possible, and why all the member states would benefit from that FTA. So I would like to avoid repeating those points. Instead, I would just like to reiterate and urge the BIMSTEC member states and their representatives present this morning to give the due priority to negotiation of the constituents agreements of the BIMSTEC FTA and endeavor to conclude them by June 2027 when the BIMSTEC would celebrate its 30th anniversary. One of the reasons why there has been slow progress is the lack of regular and frequent meetings of the working groups and the Trade Negotiation Committee, which has not met since 2018. Also, there has been a lack of political focus on conclusion of the negotiations. The secretaries, commerce secretaries and ministers have not met since 2004. So there is a need for political push to conclude the negotiations as soon as possible. While we endeavor to make progress in FTA negotiations, in my view, the negotiation of trade facilitation agreement and the agreement on cooperation and mutual assistance in customs matter should be delinked from negotiation of other FTA agreements and should be pursued separately in a view to reach early conclusion, and in view of the fact that they would make huge contribution in enhancing intra-regional trade even without the FTA. Also, there is a need to revive the BIMSTEC Business Forum and the BIMSTEC Economic Forum. In view of the BIMSTEC Business Forum becoming dormant, I urge the BIMSTEC member states to take a quick decision on the proposal to create a BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which will provide a vital platform for engagement of the industrial and trading communities of the BIMSTEC member states, enabling them to play their critical role in promoting trade and investments. In view of the pivotal role that the small and medium enterprises play in the external trade of BIMSTEC member states, there should be special focus on facilitating their trade within BIMSTEC member states so that they can make the requisite contribution to enhancing intra-regional trade. We should also consider creating a BIMSTEC CEOs platform which would enable the top business leaders of the BIMSTEC member states to come together and take steps which are essential to enhance intra-regional trade as well as investment and even regional shoring of value chains. The BIMSTEC member states have been individually engaged in promoting their exports and inviting foreign direct investment. With a view to reinforce their efforts, promoting globally all the BIMSTEC member states together as destinations for investments and sources for goods and services should also be considered. In this regard, creation of a BIMSTEC investment forum to promote intra-regional investments and to attract foreign direct investment to the BIMSTEC member states could be considered. Similarly, BIMSTEC mutual recognition arrangement for standards should also be pursued. BIMSTEC member states should consider setting up a regional standards organization. This will facilitate harmonization of the standards and boost conformity assessments, which will facilitate and enhance intra-regional BIMSTEC trade. Given the growing importance of digital payments, BIMSTEC member states should consider introduction of digital cross-border payment systems, trade settlements in local currencies and other elements of financial connectivity should also be pursued on a priority basis. In view of the growing salience of e-commerce, the member states should consider setting up a working group on e-commerce to promote and facilitate e-commerce within the BIMSTEC member states. Before I conclude, I would like to reiterate that the Secretariat stands ready to work with all the BIMSTEC member states within its mandate and capacities to assist them in implementation of their decisions and directives aimed at enhancing intra-regional trade and investments. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to give his keynote address.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, Mr. Bhandari, Mr. Chamling, Mr. Minmin, Mrs. Senaratne, Mr. Tshering, Excellencies of the dais, the Secretary General of BIMSTEC, Mr. Indra Pandey, my good friend, President of the CII, Mr. Sanjiv Puri, the Director General of CII, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, all the distinguished participants on this very important first CII BIMSTEC Business Summit being organized in New Delhi today. Very, very warm welcome to all the excellencies, all the other delegates who have come from across the region. I hope you have a good stay here and go back with fond memories of New Delhi, and I hope the deliberations also are very fruitful. I'm indeed grateful that CII has organized this event because it gives us an opportunity to really assess where our trading and business relationship stands. I've been hearing very carefully the comments of various speakers, the distinguished ministers, excellencies. I see the burning desire amongst all the BIMSTEC countries to pursue greater trade, greater engagement, possibly also enter into a free trade agreement. Almost every speaker spoke about the free trade agreement. I would like to raise a few fundamental issues about where we stand and what are the possibilities of really making this free trade agreement a reality. I believe I heard somebody say there were 22 rounds so far of negotiations. That itself gives us a question mark whether we need to pause and have a relook at the track that we are going down on. The last negotiation took place some 4 or 5, 6 years ago. 6 years ago. So it clearly is a moment in time where, whether at the ministerial level or at the negotiating team level, at the secretariat level, we need to reassess. There must be clearly something which is holding back this FTA. Either it is about non-tariff barriers or trade barriers that are coming in the way of normal trade, which is the reason that countries are not forthcoming in looking at a BIMSTEC FTA. It could be other regional FTAs and the possible impact of those regional FTAs on BIMSTEC region, which is a matter of concern or causing the delay. It could be the trading practices or the different current trading preferences or current trade relationships that could be a reason for this BIMSTEC FTA not taking place. I would urge business leaders also to give a honest feedback. What do you feel about a potential BIMSTEC FTA? Do you see merit in it? Do you see value in it? And I'm sure that if the business community of these 7 trading partners were to make up their mind that they either want it or they don't want it, then we as political leaders will get direction from the business community and support from the business community to make this a reality. So I think a little deeper engagement, and no better organization than CII to lead such an initiative. I'm glad that Mr. Banerjee mentioned that they were decided to make this an annual event. Maybe we can take this up as a task between now and next year to come up with cogent recommendations on what the next step should be or can be or will be acceptable to all the 7 countries. Maybe we can begin with something small. Maybe we can begin with a preferential trade agreement, if not a full-blown FTA. But let's examine the realistic possibility and move forward on a fast-track basis, because any negotiation that's, despite COVID, we can justify 2 years out of the 6 years for COVID. But 18 to 24, a lot of water has flown down, even the Bay of Bengal, for that matter. So let's re-examine our priorities. Let's relook at the possibilities going forward and see within the charter of the BIMSTEC whether we can work out something which strengthens the architecture of BIMSTEC, which further fosters greater bonhomie and trust amongst the member countries. And I'm sure we'll be able to come up with real strength in the beautiful relationship that these 7 countries share with each other. We are all deeply concerned about the evolving situation in Bangladesh, and we wish the people of Bangladesh well. I'm sure we will all collectively convey our best wishes for a smooth transition and a bright future for the people of Bangladesh in the years to come. India has always looked upon itself as a responsible nation which cares for, which looks after the interest of the global south. Welfare of all the people of the world is a collective responsibility of every nation. Our G20 was largely centered around Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in Sanskrit, which translates in English to the world is one family. And we do believe that we would like to be a friend to every country in the world, a Vishwa Bandhu, a friend of every nation in the world. And we do believe that all of us are members of one family working towards a shared prosperity and a bright future for the people of all countries, more so the member states of BIMSTEC, the 7 nations, who collectively make up a very large number of people, almost 22% of the world population, a very large contribution to global trade, a large contribution to GDP. However, I do believe we'll have to introspect on what we do amongst each other within the current trading relationship. When I was having a look at the total international trade that the 7 countries enjoy, I realized that the trade between the BIMSTEC countries is still quite small. There's a long way to go before we can achieve its full potential. I think towards that end, regional integration will have to be strengthened, even though there are global uncertainties. I think the relations that all 7 countries share with each other make us a ripe candidate to strengthen our supply chains, intersay each other, ensure that trade is on very fair terms amongst our member countries. We could look at payment in local currencies within this region, within the currencies of each other within the region, and see if we can balance out the trade between different countries. It's quite possible that country A and B may have a trade deficit. Maybe the deficit is against country B, but country B may have a trade surplus with country C, and we can possibly net off within the 7 countries of the region and expand our trade with each other, even within the existing possibilities, so that that will become the base or a strength going forward to culminate into a free trade agreement. I think all of us believe in ease of doing business, ease of living for our citizens, whether we can look at low-hanging fruits within each other. I saw a lot of conversations in the book that I just read that CII has put together for this business summit, and I would urge all participants to look at it very carefully, because it does open up areas of cooperation through very, very good recommendations to strengthen this partnership, whether it is e-commerce, whether it is digital public infrastructure, which we believe will be the way forward, whether it is looking at better integration of our custom borders or liberalization of the various systems, including computerization of the border controls, faster clearances of the import-export documents that are taking place between the 7 countries. If we all use technology, we can certainly make trade between our 7 countries easier, help each other in our efforts for ease of doing business, and look at how we can all support each other's burning desire for inclusive growth and for reaching growth to the last man at the bottom of the pyramid. I think it's a time where critical technologies are also shaping up in the region. More and more countries are looking at electric mobility. More and more countries are looking at semiconductor industry, better technology integration for government processes. I'm sure if we all work together and there's greater engagement between entrepreneurs of the 7 countries, between the startup ecosystems of the 7 countries, between businesses who can expand their footprint within the region, countries from Thailand, countries from Bangladesh, countries from Bhutan, investing in India, investing in Sri Lanka, likewise Indian companies going across the other 6 countries, expanding their footprint, and we create some desk, a BIMSTEC desk in each of the 7 countries to handhold investments, to handhold trade, to support tourism. I was seeing the 7 sectors that have been listed out. And it really covers a wonderful and very holistic set of areas on which we can all work. And we have divided it amongst the different countries, and very appropriately so. So if Bhutan takes leadership on environment and climate change, clearly one of the best countries to take leadership on environment and sustainability, we can truly look at climate change being addressed within our region and with the support of each other, through manufacturing locally, through having technology sharing locally. Bangladesh had taken the lead on trade and investment and development, which will be the fulcrum of the other 6 areas of cooperation. India had focused on security, disaster management, counter-terrorism, transnational crime. Given the size and strengths of India in these areas, I'm sure we can support the rest of the region in these areas of disaster management and greater national security, regional security, and energy security for the people of these countries. Nepal had focused on people-to-people contacts. I think very, very appropriate, given that Nepal is a warm, very friendly country, and the people of Nepal are known for their hospitality. They can truly bring in greater thrust to cultural development, tourism development. Myanmar, on agriculture and food security, can help engage with the different regions, see what are the areas of strength that different countries have, and whether we can have mutual cooperation to take care of food security and the needs of different countries. Also technology exchange in the areas of agriculture. Sri Lanka, which had agreed to focus on science, technology and innovation, can help the entire region come together, foster a spirit of innovation, look at our healthcare advancements in different countries, and the overall human resource development of our 7 friendly neighbors and BIMSTEC members. And finally, very appropriately, Thailand had taken the charge of connectivity. I think it's a perfect mix that all of us can work on together, very appropriately designed. And towards that end, more frequent exchanges between the BIMSTEC members through the Secretariat, a greater collaboration on startups between the young entrepreneurs of this region. I think in Prarambh in 2021, we had Prarambh, which was a startup collaboration in which we had said BIMSTEC partnership to take startups to the forefront of a new world. Given that the world is evolving very fast, our startups can come up with very, very innovative solutions to the problems that each of the BIMSTEC countries face. I think a serious effort to remove non-tariff barriers or trade barriers and adopt international norms on trade facilitation, on e-commerce, on connectivity can help our countries progress faster. The blue economy has tremendous potential. Many of these countries have a thriving blue economy or demand for such products that can help create jobs, that can help us in preserving the ecology and diversity of the ocean of our Bay of Bengal. That could be a great area of cooperation in the blue economy. Our regional value chains can significantly add to our agricultural produce, our mineral produce, and all of these put together can help the region develop faster, become a developed region. And for India, we look at all these countries as a priority. We look at all these countries as our first port of call, as I do hope our friendly countries trust and look up to India as a friend, as a trusted neighbor, and I'm sure collectively we have great future ahead of us for the BIMSTEC region. In conclusion, I'd like to quote Rabindranath Tagore. Today is his death anniversary. Rabindranath Tagore had said, if I can't make it through one door, I'll go through another, or I'll make a door. I think it's time the BIMSTEC countries, in collaboration with our business community, will look at alternatives or will create new alternatives for a bright and prosperous BIMSTEC. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the conclusion of this session, and I'd like you all to remain seated till our dignitaries leave the dais. May I request you for a photo opportunity, please, with all the ministers and everybody. You can step forward. Thank you everybody, and thank you very much for being here. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our very esteemed guests? We are going to begin with our next session right away, so I request all of you to remain seated, and we will start as soon as we've turned the stage around. Thank you. ताड़ाताड़ी ताड़ाताड़ी करो, तुम हटाओ वो डालेगा, एक आदमी हटाओ, एक आदमी। Rohit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with our next session. May I request everybody to please settle down. Our next session is promoting trade facilitation in the BIMSTEC through improved cross-border linkages and trade infrastructure. May I invite all our speakers for this session to also join us on the dais, please. Dr. Prabir Dey, Professor, Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity, Mr. Kamal Pradhan from Bhutan, Ms. Daw La La Yi from Myanmar, Dr. Ganeshan Vigniraja from Sri Lanka, Mr. Chandraprasad Dhakal from Nepal, Ambassador CSR Ram from Government of India, and Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary DPIIT. Our chair for this session, Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, co-chair CI Trade Policy Council and Managing Director, Sanmar Matrix Metals Limited, India. Do we have all our speakers here, please? I think we can start with the session since most of our speakers are here. I'd like to begin this session by inviting Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, Co-Chairman CI Trade Policy Council and Managing Director, Sanmar Matrix Metals Limited, India, to give his opening remarks and take the session forward. And once again, I request everybody to please settle down.
Good morning. Request everybody if you could please settle down. Distinguished speakers on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to chair and moderate this session focused on promoting trade facilitation and the role of cross-border linkages and trade infrastructure. As we gather here today, we stand at a critical juncture in the evolution of regional cooperation, with BIMSTEC holding the promise of unleashing the full potential of trade and investment within our region. Trade facilitation, encompassing simplification, modernization, and harmonization of export and import processes. And in my view, it is not just a technical necessity, but a strategic imperative to BIMSTEC's growth. The recent BIMSTEC Ministerial meeting held in Bangkok in March 2023 underscored the importance of removing tariff and non-tariff barriers. You heard all the distinguished speakers in the first session talk about the importance of an FTA, which only further promotes this objective, strengthening trade facilitation measures, and ensuring seamless transport connectivity. These efforts are essential in fostering a conducive environment for regional trade and investment, which in turn will contribute to the sustainable development of the member states. The primary and the key pillar of advancing this strategic framework is the enhancement of cross-border linkages. This involves not only physical infrastructure, but also digital infrastructure that is increasingly crucial in today's landscape. By improving these linkages, we can reduce delays, lower the cost of trade, and make our region more attractive to investors and trading partners. Secondly, the integration of our networks is another critical aspect. This requires coordinated efforts to upgrade and harmonize transport infrastructure, streamline customs and border procedures,
and adopt best international practices in logistics and supply chain management. Thirdly, and in the context of integration of networks, I would like to highlight the importance of public-private partnerships. Engaging private sector in development and maintenance of trade infrastructure can bring in the necessary expertise, innovation, and capital. By fostering a conducive environment for PPPs, we can accelerate the implementation of key projects that are vital for the success of our trade facilitation agenda. Lastly, it is essential that we address the non-tariff barriers that continue to hinder trade in the region. These include regulatory and procedural obstacles that create unnecessary delays and costs for traders. By working together to harmonize standards, simplify procedures, and enhance transparencies, we can create a more predictable and efficient trading environment. Ladies and gentlemen, the path ahead is clear. By enhancing cross-border linkages and trade infrastructure, we can unlock new opportunities for economic growth and development in the BIMSTEC region. The challenges are significant, but so are the rewards. Thank you very much. I will now request Dr. Prabir Dey to deliver his remarks.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Chair has assigned me 5 minutes. I will try to do the justice. So what I'm going to do in the 5 minutes, some flavor, our honorable ministers and leaders of BIMSTEC countries in the inaugural session. They talked about preferential trade agreements. They talked about trade facilitation. So I will go a little deeper, and then we'll conclude. Before we start coming to any regional program, we cannot ignore what's happening today. Crises like the Red Sea, crisis is happening in the Panama Canal. There are many things across the world. World is really disturbed, and that's happening across the world, and heavy impact on our exports, not just on India, everybody. So this is a shared challenge. And I give an example how Bangladeshis their exports have moved from using their port facilities. All they are coming to basically in Delhi, different parts of India, and by ships they are moving into UAE. From there they're using cargo carriers and by air distributing all over the world, mainly the garments. So supply chain challenges are different, and countries have to, BIMSTEC countries primarily, they have to respond on those challenges. And this is a real example, in the last 1 year, such things happen in case of Bangladesh. Let me come to what is the India in here is a big role that India has BIMSTEC. See, 53 billion that's been, India's trade, and in the region, inter-regional trade is not very attractive, but India's commitment to take the regional trade to 100 billion. India is looking for big numbers like 30 trillion GDP by 2047, 7 trillion of GDP starting the next decade. So there is huge opportunities unfolding. And the more opportunities coming in the border areas. That's the session title. Look at the cross-border arrangements. This is, say for example, in the BBIN, Nepal, Bhutan, India, and Bangladesh, they're contributing more into the border trade. So possibilities and opportunities are more in the border economic zone because the border are getting integrated. I'm not talking about what's happening in the Bangladesh at the moment. What they have done so far, the 7 countries, mostly the unilateral in terms of trade facilitation, Bangladesh, India, Thailand have 100%, they've committed and they've done it on trade facilitation WTO agreement. But they haven't done much on the paperless trade, the contactless trade, which is the one every country is across the world looking for it. So if I see what are the challenges, very quickly, the non-tariff barriers. In the first session, I go with that. FTA is not moving, but remember the minister said, let's start with the PTA. And third one is that investment is not flowing in the regions. So if investment is not flowing, trade is restricted. So there are many issues, and I think the leaders have realized it. So I give some kind of arrangements like the 4 or 5 areas where we have made a good progress, some moderate progress, slow progress. You can see the digital is somewhere we have made, some slow to moderate areas in the last 10 to 15 years. Now come to some examples which are in the cross-border, like India, Bhutan, Bangladesh side, India, Bhutan, Bangladesh, India. This is some, northeast part of Bangladesh, northeast part of India, as well as, BIMSTEC. So these are the projects, new corridors, and the great example that I can place it here, there's a place called Sabrum, which is the connecting border with India and Bangladesh, and where India is coming up with a new gateway, looking at the ports coming in Bangladesh and several other infrastructure. And this border post in Sabrum has already inaugurated before the election. 14th August is supposed to start the operation. It's maybe not likely to happen. There are significant developments in Petrapol, Benapol, India-Bangladesh side. From northeast Bangladesh side, I'm not going to read them out. I leave the slides. We can have more discussion on road, checkpoints like e-Subida projects, several on the railway line, checkpoints, road, railway in the Sabrum, Ramgarh. And there are 3 candidate areas where we can concentrate. And this would be, one of the recommendations from the hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure, including the digital and capacity building. And it is not that just simply, we are showing something on the presentation. There are many projects that are ongoing, So border connectivity, railway line, highway facilities, maritime and IWT, economic infrastructure, aviation, bus services, trade facilitation. There are projects and examples. I don't want to go in detail, because of the lack of the time. Way forward is that in the trade facilitation point of view, it is in India and Thailand made some remarkable progress. Other BIMSTEC members states, they have to catch up in terms of cross-border trade facilitations. And there are 5 areas other countries can do by unilaterally going into a national, like, laws and regulation, recognition of certification authority, electronic exchange of customs declarations, electronic exchange of certificate of origin. India in this last budget has announced anybody, any FTA partners are sending goods, self-certification is enough, that's kind of futuristic thing. So green means this is done. Yellow means not yet, work in progress, and red is not yet implemented. So Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, they need to do a lot more. On the maritime front, many projects, I don't want to go. It is just like, nice banjals or nice things are happening in the Bay of Bengal and on the ports, like the Galathea Bay where India is coming up in ICTP. And let me conclude, that these are all going to help the value chain, industrial value chain in the Bay of Bengal, the projects which I have discussed. Smart city of the Galefu in the Bhutan, projects like Matarbari, Indian SEZs at Bangladesh, like in Mirsarai, in Sabrum. There are challenges and way forward, and repeating them, these are all discussed in the morning session, and Chair himself he said. To conclude, I have 5 recommendations. If you look at a regulatory compliance, the trade facilitation, procedural transparency, universal standards, trade facilitation and trade digitalization, and cross-border payments. 5 are the major recommendation I would like to draw it here for the consideration. First is that BIMSTEC Maritime Cooperation Agreement going to be signed in the coming summit, implemented quickly. Negotiate, complete the BIMSTEC Motor Vehicle Agreement. Second is we need to establish kind of a permanent mechanism in cross-border exchange of trade-related data and documents, payment system, interoperability. Secretary General BIMSTEC, he said in his presentation that point. Regional single window, 7 countries, few of them already implemented custom single window. Possible to go from here to a regional single window. Point number 4, border infrastructure. And as I said that we are not yet connected, but we are doing something at the border. So, but somewhere, there are some missing links like cold chains, warehouses are not there. Land port community system is yet to start. Testing laboratories are not there, some of the border areas. Some border is very good, there's no hotels like that. Training and capacity building, this is the one should, add more value to the BIMSTEC integration for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Day. I now request Mr. Kamal Pradhan, Vice President, Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to address the audience.
Kuzu Zangpo and Namaskar. May I have the honor of conveying the warm greetings of His Majesty the King, the people of Bhutan, and the Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants. We at the Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry are much honored to address this esteemed gathering today to explore the pivotal theme of promoting trade facilitation within the BIMSTEC region through enhanced cross-border linkages and improved trade infrastructure. The Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, or BIMSTEC, stands as a beacon of collaboration, uniting our diverse nations with the common goal of fostering economic growth and regional prosperity. In an increasingly interconnected world, the facilitation of trade is not merely a strategic priority, it is imperative for sustainable development and mutual advancement. Our collective focus today is on critical aspect of this journey, the enhancement of cross-border linkages and trade infrastructure. These elements are the lifeblood of seamless trade, enabling goods and services to flow more efficiently, reducing costs, and ultimately benefiting our economics and people. First, let us consider the importance of cross-border linkages. Efficient and effective border management systems are essential for reducing trade barriers and enhancing the ease of doing business, streamlining customs procedures, adopting advanced technologies, and fostering greater cooperation between border agencies can significantly cut down on time and costs associated with trade. As we improve these linkages, we not only facilitate trade, but also build trust and a stronger relationship among our member states. Next, the development of trade infrastructure is paramount. Modern, well-maintained infrastructure is the backbone of robust trade networks. Investments in roads, ports, railways, and digital connectivity are critical. These investments not only support current trade activities, but also future-proof our economic against emerging challenges. By prioritizing infrastructure, we pave the way for smoother, faster, and more reliable trade routes, thereby enhancing the competitiveness of our region at a global stage. Moreover, public-private partnerships can play a transformative role in this endeavor. By leveraging the strengths and resources of both sectors, we can expedite the development of infrastructure projects and ensure their sustainability. Collaborative efforts between governments and business can lead to innovative solutions that drive efficiency and foster economic growth. Bhutan is a proactive member committed to the regional and economic cooperation. Bhutan has been actively engaged in trade agreements with BIMSTEC member states, facilitating increased trade volumes. Bhutan enjoys 90% of trade with India and preferential trade agreements with Bangladesh. Bhutan also conducts FMCG goods and others from BIMSTEC states. Bhutan also promotes joint venture in hydropower, transport, education, health, agriculture, communication, and aviation, mostly with the government of India. Bhutan is also open for investment in infrastructure projects in high-end tourism and hospitality. As we gather here today, let us remember that our shared vision of BIMSTEC is one of inclusive prosperity. It is a vision where trade facilitation acts as a catalyst for job creation, poverty alleviation, and improved living standards across our region. By working together, we can overcome challenges, harness opportunities, and create more integrated and resilient economic landscape. We would like to thank the CII for hosting this event, which allows us to share ideas, identify difficulties, and explore potentials to make our economic more successful and sustainable. We must seize this opportunity and to strengthen economic cooperation and solve our obstacles impeding our trade and investment development. In conclusion, I urge all stakeholders present to engage in meaningful dialogue, share best practice, and commit to actionable outcomes. Let us strive to build a BIMSTEC region where trade flows freely, infrastructure supports progress, and every citizen reaps the benefit of our collective efforts. That's delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan. I now request Ms. Lala Lee, Executive Committee Member, Union of Myanmar Federation of Chambers and Commerce and Industry, to address the gathering.
Very good morning and namaskar, His Excellency and authorities and ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be participate BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024. Thank you very much to Government of India and Ministry of External Affairs and Confederation of India Industry for inviting to share our promoting trade facilitation in the BIMSTEC through improved cross-border linkages and trade infrastructure. This is to get greater cooperation from all the BIMSTEC members to economic growth. We increase cross-border connectivity to increase free trade area, to promote our technical cooperation and increase investment. In trade facilitation, we must have transport linkages with other regions and beyond with BIMSTEC member states. Improve our connectivity of land border crossing. In Myanmar is situated in South strategic location as connecting with South Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia. So our economy grown by 1% this year, down from 6.8% in 2019. Our agricultural sector's competitiveness as 60% of our GDP. And also logistic costs contribute 40% of the total cost of the production. That's why we have to participate with BIMSTEC member state, how we reduce all those logistic costs. So we can expect our economic opportunities through China-Myanmar economic corridors, Southeastern economic corridors, East-West economic corridors, and Caledon multimodal transit transport project. And also we have current infrastructure. We already have 6 seaports, 13 feeder line, and 50 vessels is operating to and from the Malaysia and Singapore. We have 13 international airline operate to 24 international destinations, and 3 international airports at Yangon, Mandalay, and Naypyidaw. So we have another international airport, Handawari, is ongoing. We also have 2 dry ports, one in Yangon and one in Mandalay. Another 7 sites have been identified for future dry ports. We also have 3 SEZ. This is Tilawa, Dawei, and Chaophu, but only Tilawa SEZ was operational. Other 15 border checkpoints along Myanmar border trade. 2 container vessels is now operating Yangon and renowned in Thailand, and so we are carrying 80 to 120 TEU. We just started, and this was carry on. So for the trade facilitation measure, implementation commitment as Myanmar is 27.7%. We expect to increase 63% in coming year, and we all, 2028, all may be completed. We are all expected. To drive global value chain and making simple for all farms, this is harmonization of rules, regulation, and policies. So we are streamlining, simplifying custom procedures, and how we eliminate our barriers together. That's why we have to develop free trade area which will predictability and transparency. Regional development in all BIMSTEC member states, we all growth are dominant, as well as port and sea transport are also important role. So by air, low-cost carrier operations are rapidly growing in our country, and we have also railway connectivity just between dry ports and ports. Inland waterway, we have 9 coastal ports, 2170 kilometers along the Erie rivers. We have too many small inland waterway ports. So we can support which the Caledon project multimodal transport, as well as trilateral motor vehicle agreement. So corridor development, we plan 6 logistic corridors development. This is Myanmar-India Logistic Corridor, Main River Logistic Corridor, Coastal Marine Logistic Corridor, Southeast Logistic, Trans-Myanmar Logistic, and Chile Logistic and North Sea Logistic Corridors. This is we're going to use as a logistic corridors. So in the digital connectivity, we use EDI just between ports and ICD, and also MAC system, Myanmar Automatic Custom Clearance System. This is Yangon, Myawaddy, Muse, and we plan to expand to all other border points. Also online application through TradeNet 2.0, then we can apply import license online, and we can connect with others. And use of secure electronic sea, just Yangon and Myawaddy, we call e-log. This is very effective to use this, so this is still a pilot run. So the border infrastructures and facilities, we must have a good checkpoints, and we must have a separate lane for passengers and freight traffic, which will result minimize in delay. Simplify check paperwork if necessary, check a visual inspection of the vehicle, and if possible, we can do pre-check-in for all export prior to arrival at the border. So same time and cost and increased trade flow. So another thing is we have India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway. This is also help us BIMSTEC region opportunity to connect with ASEAN countries like Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam. And also regional value chain, we really expect Myanmar want to participate in the regional value chain because we have low labor costs. This is our strong point. Other sectors like textile, food processing, value-added service, and medical appliance and other SMEs services are also keep growing. So therefore, we must have a trade facilitation is required. Ease of doing business is also required from the both countries. So we have safety cooperation for the border trade is must, development of infrastructures and goods facilities and transit transportation, improve current practice and procedures, and develop more economic zone in the promoting local goods and services, and initial start to increase bilateral cooperation with the participant in the regional for free trade agreement. So we would like to recommend safety and road links, cost-effective regular transportation route, upgrading of border linkages, this is access to maritime ports, and sharing the latest mass logistic technology, transforming and development of key transport corridors in the region into economic corridors. This is very important, and through free trade area agreement, BIMSTEC. So we also have a lot of challenges. This is efficient cross-border operation is needed, poor regional coordination and information exchange, and differing technical standards and operational challenges. We need to harmonize and facilitate interoperability. So in conclusion, we would like to have a necessary to reduce our transport costs is very important. Therefore, we have all specialized in trade facilitation and border management. We have joint monitoring mechanism to address challenges, share best practices, and facilitate inter-regional trade and SME development. So this is very important for human resource development in the transport and related sector. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any question, feel free to let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yi. I now request Dr. Gagneshan Vignaraja, Director and Geopolitical Cartographer from Sri Lanka, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the CII and also the Ministry of External Affairs for this invitation. I'm going to try to talk about two different things. The first is, why does BIMSTEC matter today for trade, for business? And second, I'm going to try to give you some areas that I think would be useful, that we would like to see business prosper in this BIMSTEC context. So on the first, some of the arguments were made. When you think of these 7 countries, they are quite diverse in terms of their factor endowments. There are large countries with labor as well as capital. There are small countries with land. And so the mix of this means agro-processing, value chains, and IT digital services makes a lot of sense. That's the first kind of issue. The second is, these BIMSTEC countries are located in the world's fastest growing region. Asia will grow at some 5 to 6%, we think, this year, even with all the external shocks that we are seeing, while the world economy will barely register 3% if we are lucky. So this is the second argument. The third argument is that there has been some progress. The BIMSTEC Summit in Colombo in 2022 did agree on this important regional connectivity agreement. And I think that sets a stone as well as the charter. And these are important landmarks. Of course, there is work in progress, but it does help. Now, the fly in the ointment is this very low interregional trade, right? So it was 4% intra-regional trade, that is trade within the countries of this grouping in 2000. That number goes up to 6.3% in 2022, right? And that 6.3% is just a couple of percentage points above what SAARC has achieved. So in that sense, BIMSTEC still has a lot of work to be done. The promise is still unfulfilled. So the second kind of broad area I want to mention is what needs to be done. The first is we've talked a lot about connectivity, but the financing part of that connectivity is still to be done, right? A study I did with Mike Plummer and Fanza and Peter Morgan a few years ago, we estimated BIMSTEC needs at least $72 billion to make the cross-border infrastructure part work. But the gain is something like 568 billion. So that is an 8-to-1 ratio of benefit to cost. So that's the bang you get if you do all the bits you need to get this going. Now this really needs a lot of private financing that has to come. States can't do all of this, but states can issue these infrastructure bonds, and we need partnerships amongst the development banks. The ADB is carrying a load, but we need the World Bank involved and the AIIB. So that's the first point. We've got to finance this. Without the money, not much is going to happen. The second one is really about the digital side. The new stuff is not this trade in goods. It's really all about services, and it's the digital part. And that's the bit that I don't think is properly addressed in either the master plan or in what we've heard today. AI and the digital economy could bring as much as $2 trillion, according to what ASEAN thinks it's going to do in ASEAN alone. And by the way, that's only 2 countries from our region. So that number is huge. So the services bit we need to do, that means a lot of investment in 5G infrastructure. Many countries in BIMSTEC are not doing that. Second, we've got to invest in the digital skills and the awareness. There's a lot of fear about AI, and I think we have tried to understand that in our context. And we need to have a business-friendly approach to the digital economy, including issues like social media, which we don't know much about. The third point I want to make is about the FTA. We heard a lot about the 2027 deadline, right? We want to have something to have by 2027, so we can celebrate a major landmark in BIMSTEC. So we really have 2 kind of options. One is to try to get this very limited BIMSTEC FTA done within a 1-year timeline. I think this 2-year timeline is not going to happen. We know the officials haven't met. We know the ministers haven't met. 1 year is probably okay. Otherwise, the radical solution is to junk it and start afresh. We need an FTA that's geared to supply chains and the digital economy. And this FTA ain't going to do it. And so I think we also have to add to that, like-minded countries can proceed first and others can join. We don't have to have this consensus principle. And I think that is something we really need to have radically. So it might be that the FTA involves India, Thailand, and possibly 1 or 2 others, and others can join when they're ready. And we have to have special and differential treatment if we want to make that one work. The last point I want to say is about the Secretariat. The Secretariat at the moment is not really fit for purpose to do this role as a conductor of what is needed to get BIMSTEC regionalism done. It doesn't have sufficient delegated authority. It doesn't have the resource. The ASEAN Secretariat has something like 270 people. BIMSTEC has less than 15. So it's not really fit, right? And it's dependent on activity in the countries. So I think we need to have a very reasonably funded secretariat. And if something like $25 million is the kind of amount you need at a minimum for its operational budget. And I think India's lead of providing $1 million for the operational budget, which PM Modi announced at the BIMSTEC 5th Summit, I think is very important. And we have to think about how we enhance its delegated authority if we want this to work. So in conclusion, BIMSTEC really makes sense in this new world order where we are, but we really have to retool it, and we have to think big if we really want it to succeed. Otherwise, in 5 years, we'll be still talking about BIMSTEC, and it'll be no much better than SAARC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ganeshan, for your very candid and practical remarks. I now request Mr. Chandra Prasad, President, Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to address the gathering.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm greeting and namaskar. It is a pleasure to be here today at the BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024 being organized by CII. It is also an honor to be able to address this gathering as the President of the Federation of Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I strongly feel that the session promoting the trade facilitation in the BIMSTEC through the improved the cross-border linkage and the trade infrastructure is a very important subject. I would like to again emphasize that the trade facilitation is the very important if we want to achieve the desired economic growth in our region. True prosperity can only be achieved when all the member states experience substantial growth. Many BIMSTEC member states have achieved the remarkable economic growth. Nepal has seen moderate growth in recent years, but we are now witnessing the significant economic progress. Nepal aspires to align itself with our neighbors, and we are eager to collaborate with all of you to realize this vision. From the tourism to hydropower and education to information technology, nearly all sectors in Nepal have investment potential. I invite you to explore the investment opportunity that Nepal has to offer. We are transforming into the prime destination for investment supported by the FNCCI initiative, which leads the government of Nepal to amend the 8 investment-related laws. Additionally, the framework for the bilateral investment agreement, BIA, is in place to facilitate the foreign investment. Nepal is ready to welcome the foreign investor. Increase the trade and investment, lead to economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. The World Trade Organization suggests that implementing the trade facilitation agreement could reduce the global trade cost by an average of 14.3%. To harness this potential, we must focus on enhancing the cross-border linkage and trade infrastructure. Trade facilitation is the backbone of the sustainable development, and we must simplify and harmonize the trade procedure among the BIMSTEC states to reap and the benefits. Improving the trade process will enhance our competitiveness in the global market. While the important initiative has been undertaken in the BIMSTEC region, there is still much to be done. I encourage the dialogue among us to explore the solution. Transport infrastructure is the vital for trade. We must prioritize the progress on the BIMSTEC highway and railway system which are essential for expanding the trade. In Nepal, we have the east-west highway, which can connect the Bangladesh and India, as well as the link Myanmar and India through the Kaldan project. We could also develop the railway project that run parallel to the east-west highway. Additionally, we must develop the border infrastructure such as integrated checkposts to simplify the custom procedures. However, integrating our connectivity into the global value chain is equally important. This will provide the access to larger market and facilitate the technology transfer, fostering the innovation across our region. To success, we need the coordination among our government. While the private sector cooperation is promising, we must also advocate for the common regularity policies. If we can overcome the challenges and the size opportunity collectively, BIMSTEC can emerge as the leading trade and investment bloc. I propose to establishing the special mechanism within the BIMSTEC to facilitate the trade for landlocked, least developed countries like Nepal and Bhutan. I have spoken about the need for the more integrated connectivity among the BIMSTEC member states, but to build the required infrastructure, we need the resources. I would thus like to propose the establishing a BIMSTEC infrastructure investment fund or bank to help the member state avail the necessary resource. When all the member states of the BIMSTEC develop, we as a region will have a stronger voice in international forum. We also be able to collectively bargain with the more authority during the international meetings. So let us join hands and together let us work towards a more prosperous our BIMSTEC. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. It's now a pleasure to invite Ambassador Ram, Joint Secretary, BIMSTEC and SAARC, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to address us.
Good morning. Namaste. At the outset, let me thank CII for partnering with Ministry of External Affairs in organizing this very important event, giving opportunity to businesses, policymakers and other stakeholders in BIMSTEC to come together, discuss the issues of trade and economic cooperation process in BIMSTEC. I hope that the brainstorming that we'll have here in different sessions and the outcomes that we'll have will strengthen the BIMSTEC economic dialogue further, especially feeding into the discussions at the forthcoming BIMSTEC Summit. We would also like to see that this becomes an annual feature with the annual BIMSTEC Business Summit. Many of the speakers who are representing diverse stakeholders have spoken on very detailed and nuanced insights into various aspects of trade facilitation and cross-border trade infrastructure linkages in BIMSTEC. I, as the National Coordinator of India for BIMSTEC, would like to restrict my thoughts only on few areas, especially on what is going on in BIMSTEC on this front presently, what is the long-term vision and objective for us to take this dialogue forward, and what are the initiatives taken by India flowing from its commitment towards BIMSTEC as the leading economy in the region, and also its commitment towards the regional economic and integration in line with its neighborhood first vision. Trade and economic cooperation is one of the most important areas of discussion in the re-energized and reinvigorated BIMSTEC today, especially when coming out of the pandemic, we are looking for quick recovery in terms of growth and prosperity in the region, and especially when the BIMSTEC Charter has come into force recently, last May. Well, this is the time to move fast forward. We'd like to see that the core agenda of BIMSTEC, that is connectivity, and it's not just limited to the physical transport connectivity, but expands to trade and economic connectivity, intergrid connectivity, digital connectivity, people-to-people connectivity, is pushed forward for stronger intra-regional linkages. In terms of putting in place the trade connectivity, which is the barometer of gauging the success of regional integration, be it economic or otherwise, we're looking forward to bring down the restrictions on the intra-regional trade in terms of tariff and non-tariff barriers. The aim is to increase the intra-regional trade, at the same time give opportunity for the regional businesses for their increased participation in the global value chains. The BIMSTEC free trade area negotiations are focused on to see that the market access for the regional businesses is expanded, the FDI into each other are increased, the opportunities to engage into meaningful regional value chains are multiplied, and the competitiveness of the businesses is improved. While we are working on the reduction of tariffs, a greater attention is being paid on the non-tariff barriers to see that the trade restrictions in terms of NTBs and others are brought down with the spirit of ease of doing business in BIMSTEC. While the Trade Negotiating Committee is working on the tariff reduction negotiations, the specialized groups, joint working groups on customs cooperation and trade facilitation are finalizing the trade facilitation and customs cooperation agreements. Once implemented, there will be BIMSTEC Trade Facilitation Committee, which will meet regularly and see that the needs in terms of trade facilitation for cross-border trade linkages are made real-time and friendly and useful for the regional businesses. While these official discussions and negotiations are on, our focus is on the unofficial discussions, track 2 discussions, including this current event, which is an indicative of this approach. In fact, in BIMSTEC, we encourage and promote giving larger space to the non-government entities and civil society in general. Several track 1.5, track 2 dialogues are organized to brainstorm the issues of BIMSTEC importance and to come up with useful insights for the authorities and the policymakers. For example, we have the BIMSTEC network of policy think tanks. We have recently constituted an eminent persons group. The proposed BIMSTEC Business Chamber of Commerce and Industry would also feed into this process. This would not only hasten and expedite the regional integration process, but at the same time will make it more inclusive. Similarly, in BIMSTEC, we focus on the participation of non-government stakeholders into studies and research of areas of BIMSTEC importance in order to build data, to develop new processes and new approaches. For example, we have tasked many institutions in the region to work on areas of importance for the BIMSTEC priorities. RIS has been tasked to study the agricultural trade value chains in the region. ICRIAR has been tasked to conduct capacity building and training programs on trade facilitation. The Bay of Bengal program has been tasked to create a network of maritime domain institutions, which is at the core of Bay of Bengal region. We also focus on the larger involvement of external partners, which have the strong base experience approach towards working on regional integration and regional cooperation. In the trade facilitation, BIMSTEC had commissioned through ADB preparing a BIMSTEC trade facilitation strategic framework 2030, which has developed approaches and submitted recommendations for the BIMSTEC to adopt in the short, medium and long terms. The focus is to see that our efforts are multidimensional, to put in place the infrastructure in both soft and hard areas, easing and smoothening of the customs and border procedures, especially making it paperless with the intervention of technologies, ease of access through creation of regional portal, with the pre-arrival automated customs processing and mechanism for customs cooperation. I think these areas which are under discussion in trade facilitation framework in BIMSTEC will pave the way for increased cross-border trade linkages. The efforts are towards increased transparency, simplification, harmonization, standardization, overall coordination and cooperation. In addition to the trade facilitation agreement and the customs cooperation agreement, various mutual recognition agreements are also being targeted for. The aim is to have a framework where the businesses in the region are allowed to function freely and fully with release of new energies, new mindsets and new approaches. Parallelly, a lot of efforts and the discussions are on to see that the necessary hard infrastructure for trade facilitation is put in place, including the cross-border trade connectivity projects, land seaports, transit facilities, testing laboratories, and other trade logistics facilities. The maritime transport agreement, which has been finalized, and we are hopeful that it could be adopted as soon as possible, will strengthen the maritime trade. The master plan for transport connectivity in BIMSTEC has been adopted in the last summit, is under process of implementation. Once the maritime transport agreement is adopted, it will provide for national treatment assistance to vessels, crews, and cargo. It would have several facilitatory measures, including the mutual recognition of certificates and documents, creation of a joint shipping coordination committee, etc. We are also working for launching the negotiations on the BIMSTEC motor vehicle agreement, which is an uphill task, keeping in view of the protracted discussions that we have in the sub-regional context of BBIN and IMT trilateral highway. Another area of priority in BIMSTEC in the trade facilitation framework is the capacity building. India has taken several initiatives to organize training programs, skill upgradation programs for the trade and customs authorities in this regard. These efforts will not only increase the intra-regional trade, but would also increase the robustness of regional supply chains, as well as increase the participation of businesses in the region in the global value chains. With right efforts, this region could become the hub for the reliable and trustworthy supply and value chains globally. To achieve this, we are now focusing or reorienting our efforts in BIMSTEC towards not only successful, mutually beneficial cooperation, but with the sense of ownership by the member states. Pragmatic, result-oriented approach with concrete benefits. The flexibilities to include the needs of the individual countries, as the member states are not at the same level of, same stage and level of the development. Modern technology-led approach, but most importantly, strong involvement of all the stakeholders, especially the private sector and the external partners. I would once again like to thank CII for partnering with the Ministry of External Affairs in organizing this event. I'd like to thank you all for your active participation in this. As I have mentioned that this will be the annual feature, we'll be organizing many more activities, events, workshops, and your continued participation and association with these is strongly urged for. The deliberations in all these efforts and activities would certainly meaningfully contribute towards strengthening the BIMSTEC dialogue further and making BIMSTEC vibrant, dynamic, and resilient. Thank you. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, Ambassador, for outlining in detail the various initiatives being taken for promoting trade, cooperation, and vibrancy in the region. It's our privilege now to have a special address by Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce.
Distinguished government and business leaders on the dais, esteemed delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to join you here today in this CII organized BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024. I'm particularly honored to address this gathering on this pivotal role that BIMSTEC can potentially play in shaping the future of our region. And the organization itself as an institution is a testament to our shared vision of a prosperous, interconnected, and resilient Bay of Bengal region. My other colleagues who are on the dais have covered a lot of ground, and I'm going to try to avoid sort of repeating those elements, since in any case we are also running short of time. I'll start with some broader elements of what is happening, what is shaping the world, and how we can react to it, and then I'll talk a little bit about specific points where we can perhaps have cooperative collaboration and engagement. As you are aware, we are facing a period of considerable geopolitical turmoil in different pockets around the world, including in our region. As a result, we have a situation where geopolitics and economics are sort of increasingly interconnected. People are using terms like geoeconomics as well. And also the consensus that trade barriers should come down between countries, the consensus that tariffs and subsidies are distortionary and inefficient interventions, that consensus has broken down. The people who used to lecture us on this in the developed West are themselves resorting to all of those barriers. As a result, we now also have this concept, and that is because of the rise of one particular country. We also have the concept that we really don't need just one factory of the world. We need multiple factories. We need diversified supply chains. We need a combination of nearshoring and friendshoring to ensure resilient and diversified value chains. We also have the broader challenge, a global challenge of climate change, of managing the energy transition, and also handling the technology revolution, particularly the rise of generative AI and its impact on our economy. Now, in the context of BIMSTEC, let me start by saying that how India is trying to develop its economy may have some sort of maybe a template for some of the other countries as well. India has tried to really focus on improving both its physical infrastructure, which is roads, airports, ports, railways, etc., and also its digital infrastructure. And I'm mentioning both of these because ultimately this interconnection between our countries in this region will be the interconnection of our physical infrastructure, the roads, the hard infrastructure that I mentioned, and also our digital infrastructure. On the physical infrastructure, the government of India is now spending almost 3.5% of its GDP on its physical infrastructure, a doubling from about 10 years ago. And as a result, you can see that we are building almost 30 kilometers of good roads every day. We've doubled the number of airports in this country from about 72 to 150 today. We've doubled the capacity of our ports, and we are also drastically upgrading our rail networks as well. The hope is that this combination of factors will also crowd in private investment, both from domestic and from foreign investors. And this combination of factors is also triggered by what I mentioned, the digital public infrastructure that India is building up, some of which may be of relevance to you, and I'll specify some of them as we move along. Now, the most notable example of our digital public infrastructure is our digital payment system, which is built on a combination of universal biometric ID linked with our bank accounts through mobile and through the mobiles that people have. This combination has ensured that now India generates almost 43% of real-time digital payment transactions of the globe. And that is also backed up by other DPIs that we are now sort of working on, some of which are in the area of logistics. Two of them in particular I wanted to mention because these may be of interest to you. And I'm mentioning this in particular because our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi's vision is that the DPI that we develop, all of these, whether it's the payments one or the logistics ones that I'm going to mention subsequently, all of them are meant to be, he sees it as a global public good. He wants to, the intention is not to monetize it, but make it available to our partners, and particularly partners in this region. Now, in logistics, what we are doing, among other things, is we have a very strong geospatial platform that has been built up, something called the PM Gati Shakti National Platform, that provides complete visibility on one platform of all of our physical infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, even the forests and the water bodies. And as a result, our ability to proactively plan our infrastructure for our infrastructure needs is much better. We are already in touch with some of our regional partners, I think Nepal among them, in terms of how we can adopt and use that platform for other countries as well. In addition, we've developed a DPI called the Unified Logistics Interface Platform, which is already open to both public and private sector within India and to startups, and that is generating efficiencies in our logistics chain in terms of faster movement of goods and people. Now, that is another potential DPI which we could share with our partners. And finally, I want to mention that in the area of e-commerce, my department has come up with something called an open network for digital commerce, which is again meant to ensure that e-commerce gets democratized. One of the reasons being that in general, e-commerce tends to lead to monopolies or duopolies, and the intention is that all players, including MSMEs, including small retailers, should be able to use the power of the internet to access national and global markets. Now, those are the three sort of concrete areas where we think we can work together to even ensure faster commercial activities and engagement across this region. As all of you are aware, our total trade with BIMSTEC countries, India's total trade is only $44 billion. It's a sort of small fraction of what we can do because there are tremendous complementarities between our economies, and that's where that is really one of the primary objectives of BIMSTEC. My colleagues have covered areas like customs and trade facilitation. That's an area where a lot of work is already going on in India, and maybe we can share some of those digital initiatives also with our partner countries. I want to end by saying that ultimately the intention is that, or the concept generally is that a rising tide can lift all the boats. That is generally what is said, that when you have economic growth in a region, all partners can benefit. Now, to the extent that we can benefit from mutually reinforcing growth is by minimizing the barriers to our commercial engagements, and that is best done by ridding ourselves of tariff and non-tariff barriers. That can best be done by a combination of better linkage and interoperability of our physical infrastructure, the roads and the rail and the airports, and our digital infrastructure, including our payment system. If we can jointly work together on all of these, building on the master plan that has been developed, I'm sure together this region can become a real sort of driver of global growth and can really benefit. It's very young and dynamic population whose whose potential really is yet to be tapped. I mean, India itself has a median age of just 28. Most of the other countries in the region are also similarly young. So this is the time where we can really make a difference in terms of converting this region into a really fast-moving country, which becomes a kind of a pace setter for the world as we create a system which is more like Europe, with the least amount of barriers in terms of trade and tourism, and in terms of education, etc. as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Due to the paucity of time, we are not going to be having the interaction as we're running behind schedule on the overall program. Now request Shenuka to take.
Thank you, Mr. Sethuraman. Before we close the session, may I request you, Mr. Sethuraman, to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to each of our guests here today. I know it's one more session to go before lunch. Can we have a louder round of applause, please? Thank you very much. We'll have a photo opportunity in the front. Yes, please. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to what promises to be another very exciting session, Women's Economic Empowerment, Inclusive Prosperity. And we have an all-ladies panel for this, and I'm sure you're all going to find it very interesting. Request you all to remain seated. Post the session, we will soon break for lunch. Thank you. Okay, now we are ready to start with our next session, Women's Economic Empowerment, Inclusive Prosperity. Our esteemed speakers for this session are here. And may I request all of you standing at the back of the hall or on the side, please to take your seats and settle down. We have with us Ms. Bhavani Rana, Co-Chair, India-Nepal Joint Business Forum and former President, Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Nepal. Ms. Phub Zam, former President, Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, President, Yarke Group Private Limited, Bhutan. Ms. Khinekhene Nui, Secretary General, Union of Myanmar, Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Myanmar. Ms. Nandita Barua, Country Representative, India, the Asia Foundation. The chair for this session and moderator is Ms. Seema Arora, Deputy Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, India. May I request Ms. Seema Arora to kindly give her opening remarks and take the session forward. Over to you.
Thank you, Renuka, and good afternoon to everyone. I know it's the session before lunch, so we'll try and keep it interesting. So a very warm welcome to our panelists, Ms. Bhavani Rana, Co-Chair, India-Nepal Joint Business Forum, and former President of the Federation of Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Phub Zam, former President of Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and President of the Yarke Group Private Limited, Bhutan. Ms. Khain, Secretary General, Union of Myanmar, Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Myanmar. Ms. Nandita Barua, Country Representative, India, the Asia Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this very, very important session on women's economic empowerment leading to inclusive prosperity at the BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024. Everyone knows that half of the population in any geography and even more can be of women, and there can be no prosperity, there can be no development without including half of the population into all aspects of economic growth. And this is what this session is actually about, and I'm very grateful to our panelists who have traveled from various parts of this region to be with us and share their insights on this topic. While we do, I know in this summit, discuss all the issues related to connectivity, economic empowerment, etc., I think we need to really talk about this important agenda of how do we make sure that we have more and more women participating in the economic prosperity. And if we look at the data that is given to us now, it isn't very nice and it isn't very comforting. As you know, many of the reports point to the fact that this region has probably very poor indicators when it comes to female labor force participation, and the gender gap is very large. In some cases, we are almost at the bottom of the table when we look at this region. But they always say you look at the glass, it's half empty or it's half full. So I think the potential therefore is very high. What we can actually achieve, what we can do together is therefore very high, and we should look at this as an opportunity to work together. And we need to develop partnerships, we need to develop joint initiatives as chambers of commerce, as the BIMSTEC region, to adopt these proactive measures to create more and more economic opportunities for women. And I think a lot of work is already happening, and I'll leave that to our presenters to talk about when it comes to the different countries. In India, I can just give you a little snapshot of what's happening in India. You already probably know. But India has been championing this cause of women-led development. And in the G20 presidency of India, there was a huge amount of focus, and it gave a much required impetus to focus it from what was earlier women development to actually women-led development. And several programs have been started, initiated, and have been progressed and evolved based on the learnings by the government also to support women at different stages of their journey, including providing 33% reservation for women, as you know, in the parliament. We also have a lot of emphasis on capacity building, skilling of women in the country. In fact, entrepreneurship and giving women the opportunity to become entrepreneurs, the financial empowerment of women is promoted through multiple initiatives in the country like Stand Up India, etc. There's huge focus on bringing women into STEM. As we know, the whole world is going through this entire revolution. There's the energy transition going on, there's the digital transition going on, and many times women are not a part of this. But now we are putting more and more emphasis that as we design these transformations, how do we make sure women are a central piece of it? How do we make sure they are not retrofitted, that we have created those industries and later we create opportunities to have women as a part of these new industries and the sunrise sectors. Even CII has been working on all of these issues. We have launched a Center for Women Leadership. This is a newly established center which gives us an opportunity to drive this work even more strongly. Our interventions are more focused on a couple of things. One, making our members aware of how they can mainstream women into their workforce. So helping them with tools, with diagnostics, with strategies to be able to do this. And then there's also initiatives on the women themselves. How do we make them into leaders? How do we make them into entrepreneurs? By giving them the capacity building, by linking them to various programs that are available. We also run our own programs. At the same time, we also in CII look at the amazing power of the grassroots level women. And we have a almost 17-year-old program that we run where we identify grassroots level rural leaders who have done extremely important work in areas of health, education, micro-enterprise, and we bring them up, scale them up, and give them the global stage so that they can flourish and become role models for women in their community. So these are some of our initiatives, and I think the session, as I said, therefore provides us a platform for each of the countries to present the initiatives from their countries, discuss challenges, but also say, how do we create these, convert these challenges into opportunities? What are the enablers we need? How do we come together as a region to do this together? And how do we build this into a prosperous and an inclusive region for the future? So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite our panelists. And I know that we are a little short of time, so I have requested our panelists to, maybe reduce their or shorten their, inputs in the beginning so that we can have a little more, discussion. So it is my pleasure to first invite Ms. Bhavani Rana to please give her, address and her insights. Over to you.
Good afternoon and namaste. Thank you, Seema, panelists and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank CII for organizing this well-timed and relevant discussion on women and economic empowerment. Given the low participation of women in business and economic activities, especially in South Asian region, I think this session holds immense significance. Many nations have achieved inclusive prosperity through economic empowerment of women, reaping greater societal benefits. The empowerment rises from control over financial resources, access to market, capacity to make economic decision. I think if you have control over the finance, you become independent. However, in our part of the world, especially in Nepal, women still face gender biasness, unequal treatment. They're held back social and cultural norms, as well as lack of education, finance, technology, market, and many more. A lot of countries have progressed with reform agenda and inclusive politics. So women have increased their presence in economic and political activities. Even in Nepal, like 33% has to be in the parliament. So we feel that this is one of the best constitution in the region, but still women do face a lot of problems. We believe that politics is instrumental in developing leadership skill and risk-taking capabilities also, which is very much fundamental to business and economic activities. In Nepal, approximately 29% of million women entrepreneurs are there. This is one of the highest percentages in the region, I think second to Bhutan. But however, the women-run businesses are informal. Informal means their lack of government support, subsidies, facilities, limited to finance, lack of insurance coverage, and many more. Like example, most of the incentive from the government for the export are given to the, it's channelized to the exporters, and most of the women are the producers. They run a small, micro, and medium businesses. Now, Nepal also, women are testing their mettle in various businesses, including handicraft, textile, food, hospitality, education, trading, hydro, and IT sector also. Nepal external sector is significantly supported by the remittance sent by the youth migrant workers. We have remittance to GDP ratio 23%, the highest in BIMSTEC countries and 10th largest in the world. You all must be surprised that 1/5 over 2 million Nepalese migrants are women, and they are making significant contribution to their families and country's economy. To address this persisting and newly emerged challenges for women, government and private sector should come together to support them. In Nepal, women are making a lot of examples are there. They are making milestone in business and industries. They have led business, institution, and national business and industry associations also. These women leaders and the institution they represent have fostered a more inclusive business environment, ultimately helping the women entrepreneurs also. They have broken the barriers and set remarkable example through their entrepreneurial endeavors and leadership roles, inspiring many others to follow their footsteps. Women have shown high level of perseverance in operating businesses such as premier boutique hotels and services. The Nepalese Federation of Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is the apex body of the private sector, I'm also a past president of that. We have Women Entrepreneurs Committee where we try to help and support and enhance their skill nationwide. We do have a Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association also in Nepal to work for women in business. So in recent years, we have seen many successful young women entrepreneurs also setting benchmark and aspiring others. That is one of the example what the women leaders are doing in Nepal. But I think we need to form a BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which will really help to enhance the women skill and then women in different field also. I believe that there are multiple benefit of economic inclusion. It makes not only local and national economy, but regional economics more dynamic, vibrant, and workplace more innovative. Maintaining gender equality could add $12 trillion to global growth by the end of next year. Women entrepreneurs can play a significant role in BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, like economic collaboration. Nepalese women are into different kind of business, tourism, agriculture, hydro, contributing economic collaboration with synergies from each other's also we could learn. We could also participate in trade fairs, business forums, investment summits, which is organized by BIMSTEC. So Nepalese entrepreneurs can showcase their product and service and attract foreign investment also. BIMSTEC can also provide platform of networking and sharing the best practices of each country, accessing resources, training programs tailored to women. Capacity building through workshops, seminars, and training program, which is facilitated by BIMSTEC, women can really enhance their skill. Nepalese entrepreneurs through BIMSTEC can also participate in policy advocacy, providing inputs on regional economic policy and trade and business facilitation, thus creating a favorable business environment within the BIMSTEC region. So overall, the active participation of women entrepreneurs in BIMSTEC can help foster regional economic integration, enhance business opportunities, and provide sustainable development, not only country like Nepal, but all the BIMSTEC countries. And I think it'll really lead to inclusive prosperity, which is the topic of today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bhavani. I think that was a very comprehensive, context from Nepal. Thank you. May I now request my next panelist, Ms. Pubzam, to please give her remarks.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzuzangpula and Namaste. It is an honor and a privilege to be invited by CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, to address this plenary session on women's economic empowerment, inclusive prosperity at this beautiful landmark hotel of Taj Palace in Delhi. It is a delightful coincidence and auspicious beginnings for me as a businesswoman from Bhutan. Recently, the Times of India reported that Tata Group's Taj Hotels is expanding abroad. The Indian Hotels Company Limited, IHCL, part of Tata Group, will soon collaborate with my company, Yarke, in Bhutan's hospitality sector. This partnership highlights the potential of cross-border cooperation and our shared commitment to regional economic growth. As we come together in this esteemed setting, I'm confident that our collective efforts will pave the way for significant strides in empowering women and fostering inclusive prosperity within the BIMSTEC countries. Today, we gather at this important summit not merely to discuss the challenges faced by women across our nations, but to celebrate the immense potential that exists when we empower half of our population to participate fully in the economic sphere. BIMSTEC comprises of diverse nations, rich in culture, history, and potential, with each member country bringing unique strengths to the table. However, one thing remains consistent across our borders: the untapped potential of women in driving economic growth, innovation, and sustainable development. Empowering women economically is not just a matter of equality. It is a strategic necessity for fostering inclusive prosperity in the BIMSTEC region. When women thrive, entire communities flourish. By investing in women, we invest in the future of our economies. Moreover, the empowerment of women leads to better outcomes for families and future generations. Educated and economically empowered women are more likely to invest in their children's education and health, breaking the cycle of poverty and creating a virtuous cycle of growth that benefits society as a whole. The importance of collaboration among BIMSTEC countries cannot be overstated. By sharing best practices, fostering network opportunities, and supporting cross-border initiatives aimed at women's economic empowerment, we can create a synergistic effect that propels all. Initiatives such as skills training program, access to financing, and mentorship networks are powerful tools in this endeavor. Furthermore, we must address the systemic barriers that hinder a woman from reaching their full potential. The economic empowerment of women is not merely an option, it is an imperative for the BIMSTEC nations. As we venture into this new era of inclusivity and collaboration, let us pledge to elevate women's voices, capitalize on their talents, and create an environment where every woman has the opportunity to thrive. Let us be a testament to the opportunities that arise when we embrace cooperation. Bhutan's commitment to women empowerment. Bhutan's commitment to gender equality is reflected in its constitution, which mandates equal rights for women and men. In Bhutan, we recognize that the empowerment of women is not merely a goal, but a fundamental prerequisite for achieving our broader development objectives. One of the cornerstones of our strategy has been enhancing women's access to education. There is no overt gender discrimination in Bhutan. Women in Bhutan enjoy most social freedom and equality compared with women in the region. As a businesswoman in Bhutan, I've witnessed firsthand the transformative power of empowering women. Women entrepreneurs in Bhutan are breaking barriers, creating jobs, and thriving innovation. Their resilience and ingenuity are inspiring, but they need more support to realize their full potential. Our journey, though challenging, has seen a significant stride of women's participation in areas such as education, healthcare, businesses, workforce, governance, as well as in politics. Women are moving beyond household chores and fieldwork and becoming main income earners in the family. However, there is still much to be done. I would like to reflect on Bhutan's guiding philosophy of gross national happiness, conceptualized by our fourth king, His Majesty Jigme Singhi Wangchuk, in the mid-70s. GNH, in short, prioritizes the well-being and happiness of our people over mere economic growth. This visionary approach has laid a strong foundation for promoting gender equality and empowering women in Bhutan. Furthermore, all public policies in Bhutan are mandatorily screened from a GNH perspective through the use of the GNH screening tool, which has gender equality as one of the parameters. In this context, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to His Majesty, King Jigme Khisar Namgyal Wangchuk, for his unwavering support and leadership. His Majesty's commitment to the well-being and empowerment of Bhutanese women has been a guiding light, inspiring us to strive for greater heights in our pursuit of equality and progress. As we deliberate on the path forward, let us take to building frameworks that empower women, transform economies, and cultivate societies that thrive on diversity and inclusion. Together, let us build a future where inclusive prosperity is not just a dream, but a living reality for all, realities to take to its full potential. Together, we can build a brighter, more prosperous future for all our nations, one that recognizes and celebrates the invaluable contribution of women. Let us commit ourselves to this critical journey, hand in hand, toward achieving inclusive prosperity. Together, we can lead the charge toward a future marked by equitable prosperity where no woman is left behind. I'm filled with optimism about the collective future we can create, and I look forward to our fruitful discussions and collaborations today and tomorrow. Thank you, and Tashidele.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Pubzam. I think you gave a very interesting example of how the Bhutanese Gross National Happiness Index embeds gender and women empowerment. Thank you so much. May I now have our next panelist and speaker, Ms. Khain, Secretary General of the Union of Myanmar Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Talking about the women economic empowerment leading to inclusive prosperity, being a businesswoman in Myanmar, personally, I have never felt discriminated for being a woman. The reason, this feeling manifests in two ways. One arises from internal perception that comes from education and family background and environment community, or it comes from external pressures and a sense of inequality. We need to get rid of that sense of insecurity. That's why we are here to talk about women empowerment and inclusive prosperity. Allow me to start with my own personal experience. My mother is my idol, and I want to be like her. a very great inspiration of me. My father died when I was very young, and my mom was a housewife, and my father, he was engaged in the construction business. My mother, a housewife, never been out of the house, but then suddenly my father died, and I was very young, the youngest in the family, with 4 siblings. My mom just took this job and continued working until this construction business finished. That shows that women are capable. Women possess survival instinct. Women possess survival stamina. So never forget that. We have that kind of power in us. And we need to get rid of that, sense of insecurity and inequality. So how we can do that? According to many studies, like ADB studied, IFC studied, all the studies show that if we can narrow the gender gap, if we can close the gender gap, globally, in BIMSTEC region, it could add billions of US dollars. In BIMSTEC, in globally, that is true, because when we look back at the population, the world population is 8+ billion now as of 2024. In BIMSTEC, it's 1.78 billion. Almost half of the population are women in general. If a woman is given this economic power, she can contribute a lot to her family, to her community, and to the region, and to international as a whole, to the globe as a whole. So a 2023 Moody's report said that closing the gender gap could give the global economy a 5% boost equal to $7 trillion boost. IMF research suggests that narrowing the gender gap in labor markets could increase GDP in emerging markets and developing economies by almost 8%, while fully closing the gender gap could generate as much as 23% additional growth. The potential is there for women to be both economic contributors and consumers. So we should not ignore the woman's empowerment, and let's facilitate how we can do that. If a woman is given the equitable access to education, to healthcare, to employment opportunities, that can promote the woman empowerment. And the economic participation of a woman is very important. By encouraging and facilitating to participate of diverse groups like women, marginalized community, minority in the economy, such as let them be a part of the labor force participation, let them have that entrepreneurship sense, they can contribute a lot to the region. And another one is very important, is sustainable growth. We talk about SDGs, we talk about the climate change. This morning I heard in the plenary, of Ministerial plenary, by promoting growth that is environmentally sustainable and benefits future generations, women can be capable of it. And another one is social inclusion. By fostering a society where all individuals feel valued, we need to make women feel valued and included with policies that reduce inequalities and support social cohesion. That's very important. And another one is like good governance, implementing transparent accountability and effective governance practices that support economic and social inclusion. So if a woman is given a chance to participate in the entrepreneurship or labor force participation, that can lead to poverty reduction. Because empowering women economically reduce poverty levels, since they are more likely to invest their earnings in their families and communities, leading to improved health, education, and well-being for future generations. That is proved by OECD research. It showed investing in women economic empowerment can lead to broad economic benefits, including a decrease in poverty and increase in household income. There are many surveys and research studies done by many institutions. So I'm not going to talk a lot on that. Myanmar also, we've been doing quite a lot, like I come from the chamber, and talking about the chamber also, I said I'm very inspired by my mom, okay, because she's very capable, right? And I become now the first Secretary General, woman Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce in 104 years history. The chamber, thank you, the Myanmar Chamber was established in 1919. And until 2022, there have never been a woman Secretary General. And I become the first woman Secretary General in the so-called man-chauvinistic world. But just no more chauvinistic, because women coming up, we have a lot of Central Executive Committee members. Here with me, you can see another 2 CCs here and 1 male CC, so we are getting better with the women participation in the economy. So be an inspiration. I don't know how many women in this room, but then the men also, let us be the inspiration to all the women in the world, to lead them, to feel that they have values, to let them feel valued, so they can participate in the economic development of the country, of the nation, of the BIMSTEC region, or beyond that in the globe. So, thank you very much, and let me close with what our moderator said about the glass filled and glass half filled and half empty. For me, whenever I see the glass with half water, I always say it is half empty. But at the same time, I'm thinking how to fill the another half empty. That is very important. No matter whether it is half filled or half empty, it is more important how we can fill it and make the glass full. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Kine. And I think it's very heartening to see how role models can play a very inspirational role. So the need to create more and more relatable role models for women and men to follow. We heard from the different countries, and I now turn to Nandita Barua, who is from the Asia Foundation, for her views, which can go across the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, and my esteemed panelists. I know I'm standing between you and the lunch, so I will try to make sure that I keep my points concise. But since I've been asked, and I'm assuming that Manish and Seema are not going to give me a free lunch, I thought I should say a couple of things. I'm not from the industry, I am not a businesswoman, but I'm on the other side. I actually work to support more young women become entrepreneurs, businesswomen, and become like the ladies who are sitting here with their amazing business. But a lot of us facing a mammoth task. It's interesting, I think everybody said a lot of data about why women's empowerment and equality in this sector is important, and there is no dearth of an economic case for that. McKinsey's own report says that if you actually make it equitable in the economic sector for women to participate, you're going to get about $28 trillion increase in the world GDP. For a country like India, that would amount to a 30% increase or 80% higher than what would be a normal predicted GDP for a 2025. So the case for an economic reason is there. The benefits are clear, as my previous speakers have spoken. However, it's not translating into what it should be. I'm looking at this room and I'm saying, it's a trade meeting, we have less than 20% women participation. What would it look like and what would it mean for us to then have maybe in the next and the next and the next meeting, this room filled with at least, if not 50, 30, 35% women who are stakeholders in industry, business and government in the economic sphere. When I go for a women's leadership meeting, the room is filled with 80% women. So it's almost like we are all working from our corners. We are not really integrating from our corners to the center to say where men and women can equitably come together to support one another. Despite the data making a point that women's equitable participation will enrich countries, enrich the globe, let me just even throw another piece of data. India is known as the startup capital of the world. We have multiple startups successful. Only 10% of those are women-led. It's also interesting to note that despite a very large agricultural population across South Asia, which is largely women-led, the counting of women in the agricultural workforce remains varied and very disproportionate. You tend to push them in the informal. So when women don't have a seat at the table, they don't have a voice at the table, therefore they don't have a say in the policy that is required for them to be counted equitably and where you are expected to make it possible for them. When we look at the BIMSTEC, and I think this is an important agenda that we are talking, and it's coming at least in India right after the commitments we all made at the G20 for women-led development, which is going to be critical for the next 50 years. That is, of course, if climate change doesn't kill us before that. Hoping not, well, at least for the next 50 to 100 years, I do think it is going to be imperative for governments and bodies like the BIMSTEC to really have a very strongly focused strategy which looks to bring in more women and men in an equitable, and I'm saying men, and I'm not saying just men of privilege, but I'm saying from an equity and inclusion perspective, the marginalized and women as a key player into the economic story that we are trying to build. I think women's roles are becoming more and more important when we are looking at more climate-sensitive green energy industry, when we are looking at more ecologically based industrial and agriculture, because these are areas where women have actually sometimes have an intrinsic heritage knowledge or cultural knowledge, which can be harnessed and made into much more substantive, economic ventures. It's interesting, I think we used to work in UP, a state you all know, where a lot of land was not being cultivated because it is to get inundated. The same in Bihar, I'm sure on the other side of Kosi, in Nepal as well. And interestingly, it was a women agriculturalist who came up and said, actually, there is a technique called mulching, and we could use that by laying the straw on this inundated land and develop more agriculture even when it is inundated. She's no rocket science, but I think she's just traditionally learned it. And I think when we don't harness this knowledge, we are losing out on our ability to do business more meaningfully. What's holding women back? What it could be, and I'm just talking agriculture, but let's talk about modern industry. I think we need to look at the fact, and I think the minister in the morning, Mr. Piyush Goyal ji, said about the digital economy, the digital space. I think that when we look at women entrepreneurs, and we are digitizing, there's no going back on that. Digital finance, digital economy, digital market is the next reality. The question is, have we actually invested in giving women that edge to use this digital technology? Women have always had a backseat in the digital space, and unless we create affirmative action to train women to use digital spaces in an informed manner, in a conscious manner, and the ability to navigate it, they're also going to lose out in this big digital fight. So I think investing in a strategic manner, even as a body like BIMSTEC, where your gender-integrated strategy talks about focusing on women and marginalized, when you talk about digitization of the economic industry and space, is going to be critical. Secondly, access. One of the studies, I think again, McKinsey said, globally 65% women face challenge in accessing formal banking channels due to social and cultural barrier. This is going to be even more heightened if we are not conscious about how these financial services are accessed through a more digitized mode. So investing in women's digital knowledge, digital skills is going to be critical. Third, infrastructure. I think we can talk about integration. It will be important to see, and I would really like to see how BIMSTEC really focuses on creating a much more women-centric enterprise development program that allows women from the BIMSTEC countries to come together in an integrated manner and be able to sell, market their produce, not just in BIMSTEC, but also globally. But it's also going to be important to see whether infrastructure that's there for export and business is gender sensitized. We did a study on the ports, land ports between India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan, and we realized that very few women will even dare to cross those land ports. There weren't even female toilets. Forget about anything else. The people who are manning them never really thought that women should be an entrepreneur, so didn't have the language or the ability to navigate a conversation or a discussion with women. That puts women off. So I think structurally governments will need to invest in agreeing that integrating women is not just a discussion in a panel, but investments in infrastructure, investments in capacity, investment in skilling, and definitely putting that affirmative feet forward so that those who are right now at the back seat can move forward. So with that, I will stop and end my remarks and hope that I didn't hold you back for lunch for longer than I should have. Thank you so much, Seema, and thank you.
Thank you, Nandita, for giving us a deeper flavor of where we can actually act and why we should act, of course, as everybody said. Thank you. I'm just checking if I have some time for doing a round of questions. No, we don't. So I would just like to thank everyone. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions, though we had thought we would. But I just want to thank you for all your insights, and I'm sure we can follow it up offline to see how we can work together. Over to you, Rani.
I'm sure anyone else interested also now know who they can reach out to discuss anything they'd like to do. May I request our chair, Ms. Arora, to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to each of our panelists, please. Yes, a louder round of applause would be appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close this session and we invite you to join us for lunch. The only thing we can really cut down on time for is lunch, so we'll try and be back by 2:30 so that we can start with our next sessions on time. Request your cooperation. Please enjoy your lunch and reconvene at 2:30. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be winding up lunch in another 10 minutes. So for all of you who are taking it easy, a little bit of rush would help because we'd like to start the session on time so that we can finish on time by the evening. So request you all to go ahead with lunch, enjoy it, but let's wrap up in another 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are done with lunch, may I request you all to come forward and sit on the round tables in the front. We will be rearranging the rows at the back, so request all those on the last row to please move forward. My colleagues are there and they will rearrange the last row there. So request you to please cooperate and move forward. Thank you. The tables in the first two rows have been cleaned up and have been cleared by the hotel staff. I request all those who've had your lunch to move forward. Thank you. We can only start the session once all the lunch plates are off the round tables. I repeat, we can only start with the session once all the lunch plates are off the tables. We cannot be eating when we have the session going on, please. Plates वगैरह हटा दीजिए. सब बंद कर रहा हूँ, सब बंद कर रहा हूँ. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our post-lunch session. I request all of you to please come forward and settle down. All those standing at the back, please come and settle down. We are ready to start with the session. Our next session is finding synergies between blue economy and mountain economy. And we have with us speakers from Myanmar, Nepal, Bhutan, and from different companies from the Adani Group and the RIS. May I request all our speakers to please come on the dais so that we can start the session on time. And I request all those at the back to please settle down once again. We are now closing the counters at the back, so please come forward and join the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all our speakers for this session. Mr. Tin Zaw Mint, Director General Oil and Gas Planning Department, Ministry of Energy, Myanmar. Mr. Manoj Paudel, Executive Committee Member, Chairperson, Investment and International Affairs Forum, Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Nepal. Ms. Wangchuk, Member BCCI and Founder President Soksum Center for Wellbeing and Happiness, Bhutan. Mr. Deepak Amitabh, Advisor Business Development, Adani Group. Chairing this session is Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, India. May I request you, sir, to give the opening remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining in today. It's a great pleasure, very hectic day. Lunch was delayed, and now I think the session, so I would request everyone to settle down and we would begin the proceedings. The session is important in terms of what we discussed since morning, particularly in terms of identifying priorities that are there for integration of trade and economy. But across the two geographic terrains our economies are based in, for Bhutan and Nepal, the mountain economy is so very important for Thailand, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Bangladesh, part of India. Blue economy is so important. So what are the ways we can connect the two terrains? What are the ways we can really think in terms of the ways that we can strengthen our regional connect is the focus of this session. And as already introduced, we have very accomplished panel specifically looking into the kind of challenges that are important that the session is trying to address. It is also pertinent here to bring forward some of the issues which are of great significance when we look at the new opportunities that have already been sort of generated out of the efforts that have been made by our respective sectors and their potential for contributing. And that's where I think the larger sort of scope for value addition, larger scope for expansion of trade, investment, technology and finance expansion, integration, exploring the interdependencies that are there, largely to see how we can do the value addition that is possible. For the mountain economy and for the blue economy, we find a larger effort in terms of the hydropower which comes in from mountains. And that's where the fact that we have 5 big rivers in the region, they add a huge heft to our ability to generate power. The Hindu Kush Himalayan region is rich with water, is rich with Brahmaputra, Ganges, Irrawaddy, Mekong and several rivers which are flowing and providing support in terms of how Bay of Bengal and mountain both are connected in terms of strengthening the scope that is there for biodiversity hotspot, which is there. The idea in terms of identifying the scope that is there for medicinal and aromatic plants, their value addition. And my research team at my institute was trying to work out the details in terms of how the value of the total medicinal and aromatic plants from BIMSTEC countries, which is somewhere close to $538 million. And that's the sort of strength we have, but almost 82% of this is being exported as raw material and not with value addition. So what is it that we can do with the private firms to come in terms of doing the value addition? So much so that there is also loss in transportation, because adequate drying facilities which are required, which is primary addition in the manufacturing value chain, would be extremely important and needed in terms of how we are going to go forward. Similarly, if you look at blue economy, several countries have made an effort, and as we understand now, the global blue economy at this point stands at $1.5 trillion, and that's the huge dimension that we are seeing. In India, it is almost 4.1% of our GDP. Again, RIS, my own institute, led the national study with the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. We have given our report in terms of how India can study and take that forward, bring out the necessary sort of strategies which are required for integration of efforts. India, Myanmar, and India, Bangladesh both have evolved joint roadmap for strengthening blue economy. The mountain economy is being led by Bhutan, and Bhutan's leadership has got what we call as IGWG, which is the Intergovernmental Working Group, and they have identified 5 broad areas as part of mountain economy for developing a sort of compact mountaineering settlement strategies that are there, enhancing mountain connectivity and promoting clean renewable energy within the mountain economy. Then there are also efforts to bring in the ecosystem protect and the forest-based economy within the mountain region. So largely, if you see the issues which are there, they boil down to what we began with in the morning, and as the Secretary General rightly emphasized yesterday and today, the business and economic forum is to be revived, and that would bring in mountain economy and blue economy and their potential to be leveraged by the BIMSTEC members together. The BIMSTEC chambers would play an important role. The sectors that I have listed require small, micro, and medium-sized companies to come in forward and promote the kind of integration that we are talking of. It also requires a bit of effort in terms of getting together BIMSTEC CEO forum, which Secretary General mentioned today, in terms of how we can take that forward, both for mountain and for blue economy. The idea is also not only to bring in business houses together, but also to have finance, and we would have Mr. Manoj from Nepal to comment in terms of how the finance part can be strengthened. The digital payment architecture is something which is emerging as an important transaction cost reduction strategy, and that would play an important role in terms of identifying the necessary gateway that we require for payment clearance and their settlement. Also, some sort of working group that was discussed on e-commerce, I think would also be extremely important. With this, I once again warmly welcome each one of you to this panel. And as I mentioned in the beginning, they have already been introduced. Respective specializations would be evident through their presentation. Without further ado, let me invite Mr. Tshering Mint, the Director General of Oil and Gas Planning Department, Ministry of Energy of Myanmar. So, sir, you have the floor. Thanks for your attention.
distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I wish you all Mengalaba. Today, it is my great pleasure to address on this section, finance synergies between blue economy and mountain economy in this BIMSTEC Business Summit. I also wish to give my special appreciation to His Excellency Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, and Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, in partnership with the Ministry of External Affairs of India for convening this summit to discuss energy cooperation matters. On behalf of the Ministry of Energy of Myanmar, I am greatly honored to congratulate all concerned members to discuss in exploring the specific sectorial opportunities, especially finding synergies between blue and mountain economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, energy demand in the BIMSTEC region keep increasing continuously due to robust economic growth as well as the increased population. Consequently, CO2 emissions have also been increasing significantly due to the largely depends on fossil fuel. It is an importance of BIMSTEC's commitment to enhance energy connectivity and trade integration to achieve energy security for preserve the environment and climate-related challenges by the focusing to the SDG targets. And we are pleased to expect the establishment of the BIMSTEC Energy Center, BEC, with the long-term energy-related functions. Based on the 19th BIMSTEC Ministerial meeting in Thailand, by virtue on 9 March 2023, approved the inclusion of blue economy as a subsector under the trade, investment, and development sector, and mountain economy as a subsector under the environment and climate change sector. In this process, we need to follow these implementing activities. As you know, Myanmar possesses a coastline of nearly 3,000 kilometers, which is divided in the 3 distant regions: Rakhine State to the west, bordering the Bay of Bengal, the Bhandari region to south, bordering the Andaman Sea, and the Aori region is between them. These regions have cultural heritages and population of 23 million, about 40% of Myanmar's entire population, which are contributing to economic development by fisheries, agricultural, tourism, and oil and gas fees. In 2018, Myanmar formulated the Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan 2018 to 2030, which incorporates blue economic goals by balancing resources used with economic growth, environmental protection, and social equity. Myanmar's natural gas production mainly located at offshore sites in the Bay of Bengal. Myanmar's commitment to the blue economy is driven by the SDGs, with a long-term plan to guide its efforts. However, these sectors are facing many challenges, such as the departure of foreign businesses. We must actively seek international cooperation with neighboring countries and organizations such as ASEAN, BIMSTEC, to form a stronger framework for sustainable use of ocean resources, invest in research, data collection, and capacity building, and strengthen the governance of marine protected areas. Regarding the mountain economy, Out of 7 BIMSTEC member countries, 5 countries are Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, and Nepal, include a significant portion of the Himalaya. Mountains and hills are cover about 23% of the total land area of the BIMSTEC region. These mountains play a vital role in the economic growth of the BIMSTEC countries. Mountains are an important source of a vital ecosystem services and play a significant role in economic development, environmental protection, ecological sustainability, and human well-being worldwide. Although the BIMSTEC region has been growing fast in terms of economic and social development over recent decades, growth is not uniform across or within the countries. Mountain areas in particular have lagged behind in most countries. Myanmar requires agreeing upon a common definition of the blue economy, mountain economy, and synchronizing promising procedures and operating principles for utilizing marine resources. Specific policy recommendations may include: first thing is the optimal energy mix. Second thing is the regulatory reforms. Third is research and development. Fourth is capacity building. 5 is conservation, management, and climate change adaptation. And these results, we would like to request that BIMSTEC region please to provide the regulatory frameworks and incentives must be in place to attract private investments in blue economy and mountain economy infrastructure and advanced technologies. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, promoting private sector investment in the blue and mountain economy requires a multifaceted approach that involves creating an conducive business environment, providing financial incentives and support, enhancing infrastructure and fostering innovation. By encouraging sustainable and inclusive investments and strengthening regional cooperation, BIMSTEC countries can unlock the potential of the diverse economies, driving economic growth and improving the quality of the life of citizens. So I would like to express my most sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you for all. Thank you all your kind attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tenzao Min, for your excellent address and for highlighting the role that private sector may play in terms of further enhancing the interlinkages that the region requires. Let me now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Manoj Paujal from the Federation of Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Respected session chair and speakers, excellencies, esteemed business leaders and policymakers, and distinguished delegates from the BIMSTEC region, namaskar and warm greetings from Nepal. It is an absolute honor to address this distinguished audience at this BIMSTEC Business Forum, which is convened under a shared vision, I believe. A vision that transcends geographical boundaries, representing and encompassing the mighty Himalayas to the vast expanses of the Bay of Bengal. I extend my deepest gratitude to our partner, CII, and the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for facilitating this vital gathering, a platform for convergence of minds that are leading transformative ideas and economies in their countries. We convene at a time of unprecedented challenges. These challenges, they call for a unified approach. As an entrepreneur, and a firm believer in innovative economic integration, I believe our collective enterprise, that is BIMSTEC, it has the potential to overcome these challenges. I myself grew up in the shadow of the Himalayas, so I have always been fascinated by the natural and economic connections that bind us. And BIMSTEC binds us, not just through proximity, geographical proximity, but also through the abundant resources and diverse cultures that make this region so uniquely poised for transformative growth and innovation. So our session today, it represents a crucial intersection of both opportunity as well as responsibility on our shoulders. And that is the synergistic potential of the blue economy and the mountain economy. I believe it underscores an essential truth. Our economies, they are interdependent and they're intricately linked. The natural corridors that link us, they're not just natural corridors. They're also conduits of ideas, of life, and trade. The global blue economy, potentially worth $1.5 trillion annually by 2030, is a testament to the untapped opportunities of the wealth of the oceans that we have. It encompasses both traditional sectors like fisheries and maritime transport, and also new and innovative sectors like offshore renewable energy and marine biotechnology. For many BIMSTEC countries, the ocean is a vital resource that supports millions of livelihoods. Our challenge and our opportunity lie in innovating to protect the sustainability, utilize these resources that have supported not just livelihoods today, but they've supported livelihoods from civilizations and all our civilizations through our centuries. Similarly, the mountain economy, it's a cornerstone for nations like Nepal, Bhutan, India, and others. Mountains, they attract millions of tourists, and they sustain life through water resources, agriculture, and renewable energy. So sustainable agriculture practices, they can improve food security and support mountain communities, while ecotourism, it drives economic growth and conserves the environment. Harnessing hydropower sustainably, like we're seeing in Nepal, it can provide clean energy and reduce our carbon footprint. The hydrological cycle, our mountains and oceans in a symbiotic relationship, reflecting the balance and interconnectedness. That's so well described in the ancient scriptures of the Eastern philosophy. So integrating these economies offers a compelling narrative for mutual benefit and regional prosperity. And I believe collaboration is the cornerstone of this integration. Our strategies, they must transcend competitive instincts that countries might have naturally and need to focus on cooperative and collaborative endeavors. And I believe the private sector, with its agility and innovative capacity, it's at the heart of this initiatives. It has the potential to spearhead these initiatives. Enterprises within BIMSTEC region are uniquely positioned to act as agents of change, driving innovation, investment in sustainable technologies and practices. However, these enterprises, they need support. Investment through novel financing mechanisms can provide a lifeline to these enterprises. Leveraging public-private partnerships can accelerate the adoption of best practices in sustainability. Utilizing digital tools can optimize resource use and efficiency. And providing business development services, it can help enterprises better integrate into the regional and global value chains. It is with this goal to support entrepreneurs that we launched a fund mobilization platform in Nepal 3 years ago named Adyanta, Adi to Anta, which means beginning to end in Nepal. So by supporting entrepreneurs throughout their life cycle and mobilizing domestic and foreign capital, we aim to leverage our unique geographical assets for global markets. Our FNCCI president has also proposed to set up a BIMSTEC fund that can invest in infrastructure projects. Hence, we believe it's going to be a key part of BIMSTEC collaboration. In this regard, I also believe digital transformation can be a game changer. The use of digital platforms and artificial intelligence, they can revolutionize resource management and drive innovation. Particularly, I'd like to congratulate India's leadership through initiatives like Digital India that offers a model for BIMSTEC countries. BIMSTEC can actually make use of India's digital public infrastructure to innovate at scale. In fact, in Nepal, we are exploring this possibility in the areas of payment, in the areas of agriculture and tourism. I believe the wisdom of one should be the learning of many. Cross-learning and shared experiences can address shared challenges and harness opportunities more effectively. Resources, they're only meaningful if we make the use of it. As we navigate times of crisis, it is imperative that we harness our resources judiciously as well as collaboratively. And in this spirit, I urge you, as leaders and custodians of our nation's futures, to embrace a vision of shared prosperity. And to make this happen, we must formulate policies ensuring the sustainable use of water resources, encourage investments in renewable energy, and promote ecotourism and conserve biodiversity and support local communities. In conclusion, the symbiotic relationship between the blue economy and the mountain economy, it offers a pathway to sustainable development that is grounded in scientific reality, that is grounded in economic reality, and also it's enriched by the profound wisdom that our Eastern philosophy has. So let us take inspiration from the vast potential of Bay of Bengal and the timeless resilience of Himalayas. Together, we can build an economic corridor that is both prosperous and sustainable, ensuring our shared heritage becomes the foundation of our thriving future. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Patel, for very interesting depiction of how interdependent and interlinked our economies are, both at the practical level, as you said, in terms of the initiatives that are there by BIMSTEC and individually by countries, and also at much deeper philosophical level where we share. Ladies and gentlemen, now please put hands together for somebody who's extremely accomplished, extremely rich in terms of what she brings on table. She served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan and was also the resident representative of UNDP in Bhutan. She has, and she was also Women for Year 2013 with all her accomplishments. She also brings us here business insights which are there woven in the idea of what Mr. Patel mentioned, the philosophical connect of the region, and she really cherishes that, has accomplished and has also practiced now through the business skills that she has developed. So over to you for bringing forward the idea of mountain economy and its connect with blue economy.
Very good afternoon, esteemed chair, speakers, and distinguished gathering, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be here at the BIMSTEC Business Summit, discussing a topic of profound importance and untapped potential, finding synergies between the blue economy and the mountain economy. And I would like to thank the Confederation of Indian Industries and Government of India for this kind invitation extended and giving us this platform to discuss about this very important subject. Today, I would say we stand at a critical juncture where the convergence of blue economy and mountain economy presents unparalleled opportunities for sustainable development. Both economies, though distinct in the environment, share common challenges and potentials that can be leveraged to create a synergistic growth. The blue economy, encompassing the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem, is a crucial pillar for many BIMSTEC nations. This sector includes fisheries, maritime transport, tourism, renewable energy, biotechnology, amongst others. Meanwhile, the mountain economy focuses on the sustainable development of mountainous regions, leveraging unique resources like water, forests, biodiversity, and tourism potential. The private sector, on the other hand, has a pivotal role to play in harnessing the synergies between the blue economy and the mountain economy. By investing in innovative solutions and fostering cross-sector collaboration, businesses can drive sustainable growth and address critical environmental and enhance socio-economic challenges. I would now like to share a few areas where private sector can play a role in harnessing this potential. Firstly, promoting sustainable tourism by developing integrated tourism package that combine coastal and mountain experiences. We can offer unique and diverse attraction to tourists, thereby increasing tourist footfall and extending their stay. Collaborative marketing strategies, shared infrastructure, and joint ventures can further enhance the tourism value chain, benefiting both sectors besides generating local employment and income in our respective countries. In the field of renewable energy, coastal regions have a significant potential for wind and tidal energy, while mountainous areas offer vast opportunities for hydropower. Investing in renewable energy projects such as offshore wind farms and mountain hydropower can provide sustainable energy solutions, reduce carbon footprints, and enhance energy security for coastal and mountainous communities. For example, during dry seasons when hydropower generation may decline, wind and tidal energy can compensate, ensuring a steady energy supply. Collaborative research and development, shared technology, and joint investment can pave a way for a resilient, low-carbon energy future for the BIMSTEC region. In the field of agriculture, which is another sector ripe for synergy, coastal and mountainous regions support distinct agricultural practices from aquaculture to high-altitude farming. Sharing knowledge and best practices between these areas can lead to innovations that improve productivity, sustainability, and resilience. Encouraging sustainable agricultural practices that link coastal and mountain products can enhance food security, promote local cuisine, and support biodiversity. Additionally, establishing cross-regional agricultural cooperatives and research collaborations can drive these innovations forward, benefiting farmers and communities across our region. In the terms of marine and freshwater conservation, the private sector involvement in conservation projects can protect vital ecosystems. This includes initiatives like sustainable fishing practices and watershed management, which are crucial for maintaining the health of both marine and mountain environments. For climate resilience, businesses can invest in climate resilience infrastructure and technologies that can benefit both the economies. This includes developing early warning systems for natural disasters and investing in research and development for climate adaptive practices. Furthermore, for leveraging technology and innovation, the private sector can develop solutions that can enhance the efficiency and sustainability of both the economies. This could involve using satellite image for monitoring ecosystems, developing sustainable aquaculture practices, or creating platforms for sharing best practices and knowledge between sectors. And finally, in the sphere of biodiversity and conservation efforts, both coastal and mountainous regions rich in the unique flora and fauna. These ecosystems are interconnected. Rivers originating in the mountains flow into the sea, supporting diverse life forms along the way. Integrated conservation programs that protect these waterways from source to the sea can preserve biodiversity, enhance ecosystem services, and support sustainable livelihoods for communities in both the regions. This, however, requires coordinated efforts in watershed management, afforestation, pollution control, and community engagement. Finally, let us also not forget the role of digital technologies in fostering these synergies. Digital platforms can facilitate the exchange of information, resources, and expertise between the coastal and mountain communities. E-commerce can open up new markets for products from these regions, from marine-based cosmetics to mountain herbs. Remote sensing and geographic information system can support integrated resource management, disaster preparedness, and climate resilience. By investing in digital infrastructure and skills development, we can bridge the geographical divide and create a connected, collaborative BIMSTEC region. In conclusion, the blue economy and the mountain economy, though distinct, are not isolated. By finding and fostering synergies between these two vital sectors, we can create a more integrated, resilient, and prosperous BIMSTEC region. This, however, requires vision, collaboration, sustained effort from the government, businesses, and communities alike. Together, we can harness the full potential of our coastal and mountainous regions, ensuring sustainable development and a shared prosperity for all. Thank you for your attention. Kattashtile.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Omlili Wangchuk, for your very interesting address and emphasizing in terms of what Mr. Podal also mentioned in terms of the interconnect between the mountain and the blue economy. And that, I think, brings in the great advantage for the region to take the idea forward. Let me now invite Mr. Deepak Amitabh, who is a very fine example of how public-private sector can work together. And his whole life is a message of how, as a practitioner in the public sector, he excelled. And now that he has joined the Adani Group as part of the business development strategy for power sector, he is a great message in terms of how the two ends can really meet and how we can have a meaningful public-private partnership. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Deepak Amitabh.
Good afternoon, respected Chair and Moderator, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, my colleagues on the dais, and dignitaries, business delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very, very important meeting which is taking place, and I'm thankful to CII and Ministry of External Affairs to have organized a very important meeting point for the BIMSTEC countries. See, the topic which is there today is finding synergies between blue economy and mountain economy. Meaning thereby the synergies are already there. We have to just find, like for power, energy, things are flowing. The mountains, the rivers are flowing every year. They have been flowing for thousands of years. We have to tap the potential, connect the regions, and that will lead to the prosperity, economic development, and the most important thing is energy security, not only of the respective countries, but of the region also. So I have a small presentation which will clarify what I intended to say. Now, this is just a demographic and economic profile of BIMSTEC countries. I don't have to dwell much upon that, except I just wanted to emphasize on one or two areas. The total area which has been given of various countries which are there. Then total GDP also. Obviously, these are Some figures may not be accurate up to 2024, maybe something is 2022, so we have picked up from the various sources. And the most important is GDP per capita also of 2023. So various countries' GDP has been given. Then in the energy terms, more important thing is installed capacity, like Bangladesh 26,700 megawatt, 2,500 of Bhutan in 2024, 444 gigawatt in India, 3940 megawatt in Nepal, Sri Lanka also 5,024, this is the last year's figures, and Myanmar also 7,179 megawatt. So that is the installed capacity. And then peak demands also we have given, that this is the maximum demand which has gone during a year. So I have just given that this is just a profile. The next important thing is, as a BIMSTEC, it has the capacities to, we have seen, to grow at a CAGR of 7%, and especially in going to 2035, with renewable energy contributing 50% out of that. So, which necessitates strong regional tie-ups, the connectivity, etc., which become more and more important. So, if we just see the energy resource potential of the region, obviously we have 377 billion tons of coal, then we have 718 million tons of oil. Oil, we have also said exploratory oil, Sri Lanka also, there is an exploration for gas and oil potential which exists. Then about more than 1300 gigawatt of renewable energy, mostly it is in India. Then we have 76 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Obviously India, Myanmar, Bangladesh and Thailand, they have all the potential. These are, I'm talking about potential. And about 380, more than 380 gigawatt of hydro potential. Obviously India, Myanmar, Bangladesh and Nepal. So these are the places which are contributing. I'm not going to talk much on investment because my colleague from Nepal has already given a very good requirement. But I've just summarized the investment requirement. If you see, about 958 billion US dollar in generation will be required, and the generation, obviously it cannot go without the transmission, so about more than 122 billion US dollar in transmission also. This is for 2035, I mean, this is the graph which we have tried to draw. And we have seen that electricity installed capacity has grown at a CAGR of 8% in the whole BIMSTEC region. And installed capacity to grow at a CAGR of 7%, and as I said, share of RE increasing from 22% in 2020 to 50% by 2035. Now, this is another one. Energy sector is one of the potential area of energy between blue economy and mountain economy. And I have tried to give in a chart that BIMSTEC countries are uniquely placed to achieve its energy security goals with abundant untapped clean energy potential. About 80% of that is going to be clean energy. And in that, whatever is happening, I have just tried to give a summary that India, there is an understanding between Government of India and Government of Bhutan to develop up to 10,000 megawatt G2G, and rest of the plants has to come up on their private sector participation. Similarly, India can import power from Nepal by taking advantage of seasonability and hydropower potential. And then Bangladesh also importing power from Nepal, planning to do through transmission tie-ups between Nepal, India and Bangladesh. And in the beginning, the cross-border energy trade was allowed as a bilateral, but now Government of India is slowly allowing the multilateral trading also to become a reality in near future. And according to World Bank study, demand-supply gap in Myanmar is widening as most of its gas plants are retiring, and hydropower being seasonal in nature, it requires it to import power from neighboring countries. And neighboring countries, it is getting, and it can get from the eastern side of it also, southern side, as well as the western side also, like India, Nepal, Bhutan. And for the oil and gas, I have seen the gas grid interconnections within BIMSTEC are still at a very nascent stage. So we have seen current operational cross-border pipelines are very few. One is between Myanmar and China, which is 771 kilometer gas pipeline, which was commissioned in 2013, and between Myanmar and China, 793 kilometer crude oil pipeline, which was commissioned in 2017. And there is a petroleum pipeline between Motihari to Amlekganj in Nepal, which was done a couple of years back. So there is a huge potential in the oil and gas sector also, but DG of Myanmar has already touched upon, so I'm not getting into the details. Now, this is where this is the chart I just wanted to, which we have tried to draw, that what is going to be benefits of regional energy cooperation between the BIMSTEC countries. So I'll talk about first all countries, like access to wider range of generation resources. Someone is like Nepal, Bhutan, they are high in hydro, but that is seasonal, so they require round-the-clock power, so they have to depend. So all the countries will be benefited from access to wider range of resources. Then I have also talked about sharing of variable generation source for RE balancing. Then obviously difference in time zones which are there. Imagine if Thailand also, Myanmar, all those are connected, India, Bhutan, Nepal, the sun will not be available for 6 hours, but it may be available for 9 to 10 hours. So because there is a time gap between Thailand and obviously western side of India. And over a period of time, if the geopolitical situation improves, and if we can cut across the land between Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc., Iran, imagine the time zone which is going to be there. So solar will become, and that's the reason Prime Minister of India has given that slogan of one grid, one sun, and the energy. So these things are there, which will happen in next 30 to 40 years. This is going to be certainty. How quickly we can expedite, that's upon for all of us to debate. What we can do, we must do that. Then I have also talked about optimal alignment of transmission lines, economic extension of grid, and mobilization of investment at regional level. So, and regional energy market development, which is going to be helping all the countries because of the things which I have stated earlier. Now, what are the key suggestions to enhance economic growth in BIMSTEC countries? Obviously, very important thing is, and this I am talking about energy only, cross-border energy trade, so that utilization of surplus generation, seasonality and time differences of one country and other can be optimally utilized. Then obviously we will be facilitating bilateral and multilateral trades, which I talked about. First it was bilateral, but ultimately it's going to be multilateral trades which will happen over a period of time. And to enable this, we require multilateral regulatory body, a cross-border steering committee, because every country has its own regulation. But ultimately, if we want to, multiple countries, 7 countries can come together, then we'll have to think about multilateral regulatory body, which takes care and concerns of all the individual countries and finds viable solution. So needs to be instituted to facilitate multilateral dialogue and how and when, what needs to be done to address the bottlenecks. And obviously national energy policies also, they have to be dovetailed. Every country obviously wants its own energy security, but as I said in the earlier, we require energy security of the region also. So these things, the national energy policies of each country, there should be a body, apex body, which can do the promote regional cooperation in energy and dovetail with provisions of BIMSTEC framework agreement on energy cooperation. This BIMSTEC framework is really lacking in the energy sector, so we'll have to expedite that. And then obviously multilateral financial institutions, I need not elaborate, because there is, as I said, there is going to be so much of funding which will be required for generation and transmission in next 15 to 20 years. So we require multilateral financial institutions also come there. And then cooperation in other matters like transfer and exchange of knowledge. So every country is a repository of so much important knowledge, and this thing, we should have a framework, we should have a regular dialogue, bodies which will ensure, like this, whatever we are doing just now, this is a CII organized this thing. But how can we institutionalize these things? By opening training centers, by having those things, so we will have to deliberate upon that. And exchanges of operation and maintaining experiences between utilities and technical training and education. So we have to do it on a regional basis. Then we have to also strengthening of existing MOUs on energy cooperation through a separate BIMSTEC comprehensive plan. We need a comprehensive BIMSTEC plan for energy cooperation. Then we require development of some detailed master plans for energy cooperation, identifying the regional level projects and implementation modalities. We also require to commence the operation of regional coordination institutions such as BIMSTEC Grid Interconnection Coordination Committee and BIMSTEC Energy Center. So these are the things which have to be now operationalized. And development of a seamless energy market that will follow, provided the interconnections have to be there, the policy, the grid, the regulation of grid, etc., grid control, everything has to be synergized, and then the larger energy market will follow. So BIMSTEC member states can also cooperate among each other on sharing of leading practices and successful strategies for implementation of energy efficiency measures, because that's very important. India has taken a lot of lead into getting energy efficiency, whether they are the air conditioner, whether they are street lights. We converted crores and crores of, those lights which were energy guzzlers to now LED lighting, etc. And now the IoT has come up. So we require this type of things. Then distributed generation. Everywhere you can't have, there are inaccessible lands. So distributed generation, especially of solar and wind, etc., they become, and battery storage, small battery storage, they become very practical. So we have to share the knowledge. Smart grid initiative. India is taking a very big initiative in the smart grid, which I am sure others are also taking. So these things have to be discussed. Fuel cell, clean coal technologies, energy storage, electric mobility, and renewable energy integration. So that was the thing, and I just wanted to show one more slide. Obviously, it's not my area of expertise, but whatever, this is something which we have been discussing. The inland waterways can help reduce logistical costs in Bhutan and Nepal especially. So mountain economy can take use of the blue economy and how they can be integrated. And we have seen inland waterways, rivers from Bhutan and Nepal merge with the Ganga or Brahmaputra in India, ultimately reach Bay of Bengal. So inland water transportation can help reduce logistic costs. And we have made this thing, logistic performance index also scores, which has been United Nations, this thing is there. So the best to the global highest is 4.5, that is Singapore, and global lowest is also there, and 1.9, which is Libya. And I have tried to place Bhutan, India, where is the logistic performance index, and how we can improve not only individual countries but as a region also. And we have, I have just said, like I belong now to the Adani group, so we have existing partnership between Adani and BIMSTEC countries also, like Bangladesh. Obviously, we are supplying 1600 megawatt of thermal power from it's a very unique thing in the world. That power plant is in India, and there is a direct line which has gone cutting across various states and directly connected to Bangladesh, and we are supplying. Similarly with Nepal also, we have under some MOUs which are there, and Bhutan also we have signed a MOU to build a hydro project of about 570 megawatt there. And these are it is my last slide. Blue economy requires cooperation among nations and separate bodies to monitor sustainable development and use of resources. So for shipping and port facilities, we have to be compliant with the International Maritime Organization regulatory framework. For aquaculture and fisheries, it has to be sustainable and scientifically driven. Coastal, maritime and cruise tourism, obviously very important. Ecotourism and natural-based tourism has to be expedited. Then energy, obviously I have already talked about petroleum-based energy, algae-based biofuels, renewable energy from coastal and offshore sources also, which we talked about, and locations. And this is very important, which is futuristic underseas mining within and beyond national EEZ. So similarly, what I was trying to say, and I have not talked about Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has also a lot of potential. I'm not talking about offshore wind, but onshore wind also. The north of Sri Lanka has potential of more than 1000 megawatt. A very good quality of wind is there. The only thing is connectivity has to be done between India and Sri Lanka, and Nepal, Bangladesh and Bhutan already connectivity is there. And if we are able to connect through Myanmar also, if we are able to connect to Myanmar, then it will be wonderful, because Myanmar and Thailand, they are already connected. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Deepakji, for very comprehensive presentation, very wide-ranging, and of course, in the process explaining the interconnect that your group brings forward, the natural connect between blue economy and mountain economy, which seamlessly has emerged very well in your presentation. Friends and colleagues, I'm told we are short of time, so can't have any pressing question or any clarification that anyone wants to seek. Maybe just 1 minute I can give, but I don't see any hands. Let me turn back to my panel if they want to ask each other any question, any clarification that you may think of. Mr. Min, you want to ask anyone anything in the panel? Any point that you want to add, Mr. Manoj? Huh? Yes, please, just one last. The mic is coming to you, please.
I'm Arvinda Singh Brara, Chairman and Managing Director of Mantech Consultants. My question is that as mountain economy and blue economy interrelation, I would like to know the significance of environment protection, global warming, and carbon footprint aspects to be kept in mind. What is being done about that?
Thank you. I think the panel has tried to sort of elaborate, and in my quick summary, I would also present. There are, I think, according to me, 14 points which have emerged, and 4 of them are directly connected with the point that you have just now raised. I think first and foremost, almost all speakers have emphasized on the interconnect and interdependence between the blue economy and the mountain economy. There is also emphasis in terms of how finance would be arranged to support that. Mr. Deepak Amitabh explained in terms of how multilateral financing would be important, and I would really request CII to consider this from this session, a recommendation in terms of how multilateral financing options are there precisely to address the climate change issues which are there, both in terms of capacity building, which Mr. Tinza mentioned, and also in terms of the research and development that you emphasized. So I think from both these perspectives, it is important. As he also explained, in Myanmar, it has emerged as part of the national strategy, both for blue and the mountain economy, which is part of the Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan that you mentioned. But the same point also emerged from Mr. Manoj Paudhyal's point in terms of ideas, life and trade, when he emphasized in terms of hydrological cycles and also the lessons we can learn from each other. He gave example of Digital India, but also in terms of realizing the reality of the Bay of Bengal when we talk about economic challenges that are there. Ms. Lily Wangchuk also emphasized in terms of energy security and also enhancing the ecosystem services, and this is largely in terms of the climate change that we are talking of, in terms of how ecosystem services may come forward and be part of our exchange, something that CIM this morning emphasized in terms of understanding trade dynamics at the sectoral level. And this comes out naturally in terms of how climate change is giving opportunities for new services and industry to come up. And I think Mr. Deepak Amitabh's initial point in terms of identifying demand-supply gap that is there is extremely important. His emphasis on cross-border energy trade and the facilitation measures that are there. He is part of a South Asia group on energy that Mr. Shahi is leading, and the cross-border energy trade is primary focus. The idea of BIMSTEC framework on energy is also one very important point CII may like to note and take that forward, both from the point of view of national experiences, which Mr. Manoj Paudhyal mentioned, but more specifically on smart grid that was mentioned and explained. Also the clean fuel sort of connect that is there. Also, I think important points here are in terms of access to cheaper power sources. You gave example of Nepal, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. I think that would be important, but also the money earned through the clean energy that we can bring in. So energy is not just a drag, but also a source of earning for the region. And last is in terms of the seamless energy market that we need to create for integrating blue economy and mountain economy. So with this, we close the panel and hand it over to the host. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Chaturvedi, may I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to our other panelists, please. And now I'd request Mr. Deepak Amitabh to hand over a token of appreciation to our chair for all the good work that he has done and moderated it well in time. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close this session. We move on to our next session for today. Yes, we can have a group picture of the panelists, please. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, creating a seamless ecosystem for MSMEs in the global value chain. I think our speakers for this session are already here, and we will take 2 minutes to turn the table around, and we will start with the session right away. Our speakers in the session are Mr. Tung Tung Naing, Central Executive Committee, Union of Myanmar Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Chairman and CEO, Blue Operation Management Company Limited, Myanmar. Dr. Pyu Thong Gam, Chairperson of SME Committee, Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce in Thailand. Mr. Gokarna Raj Avasthi, Director General Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Nawaz Rajabdeen, Founder President, Confederation Micro, Small and Medium Industry, Sri Lanka. Mr. Shri Ram Raju, Vice President, Mohan Mutta Exports Private Limited. Chairing this session is Mr. Ashok Saigal, Co-Chairman, CII National MSME Council and Managing Director, Frontier Technologies Private Limited. They are all here and will be joining us soon. I'd like to invite all our speakers on the dais, please, to the dais, please. And now that we have all our speakers here, without much ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Ashok Saigal, Chairman, CI National MSME Council and Managing Director, Frontier Technologies Private Limited, to give his welcome remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies from India and from our neighboring BIMSTEC countries. Thank you very much. We hope this will be a more vibrant and interactive session because MSME is always small, agile, and quick acting. We are extremely excited to be part of the BIMSTEC Summit because this brings together leading experts, policymakers, businesses, small businesses, and experiences from different countries. And what MSMEs really need is to have more information, because the more information they have, the better they can organize their work. And being small in size, very often they do not have the kind of information which they need. So the kind of cooperation we're looking at in BIMSTEC is multi-sectoral, technical, economic, and various other ways. So the cooperation and strength that we can bring, the synergy we can bring by working together is particularly useful for MSMEs. One characteristic in this region is the presence of a large number of SMEs. We are not a region with a few large global companies and institutions which dominate the market in any one country. The strength of these countries is in the many small and medium enterprises and micro enterprises that are diffused throughout the countries. So SME development is important, and it cuts across all kinds of sectors and segments and areas of expertise. Good policies exist in every one of the BIMSTEC countries. We must have an integrated approach to help SMEs grow, and that integrated approach should be something which we have seen in our own countries and we have learned from colleagues from other countries, and I hope that is something our panel will be able to contribute in positive ways to learnings that can benefit everybody and to fill the learning gaps that may exist in their own countries. The opportunities are great, but SMEs need a lot of hand-holding. In this regard, I would like to take a few minutes to highlight some of the schemes and programs that we in CII have found to be useful in India and where we have a lot of support from the government of India. It has been talked about in the various sessions, and I'm sure we'll hear it in this session, is the main thing MSMEs want is more business, access to markets. How do you access markets? So in India, we have been working more on digital marketing, both in terms of outreach, so that you're not limited to a local geographical area, and in securing your payments, which is the other problem, that if you sell far away, do you get paid in time? So we have partnered through CII with institutions like MasterCard in spreading the digital literacy to tier 2, tier 3 cities and rural areas, and onboarding people to get onto digital payment platforms where they are sure that their payment will come and in a defined time. So the payment platforms have been very important in partnering with us. There's been talk of upskilling during the earlier sessions. We are doing a lot of upskilling programs, and the last Indian budget has specially allocated a lot of money for upskilling and taking on new interns and training them up, and the government is going to contribute in funding some of the social benefits available to employees in the formal sector. There's also been talk, and all MSMEs face this problem, and in discussions with some of the panelists, is finance. Where do you get money? Where do you get money to grow? Where do you get money to invest in new machinery, equipment, plant, etc.? So a lot of work has been done by this in the government of India through banks as well as the less formal sector, which we call non-bank financial, NBFCs, non-banking financial companies. And then going beyond that, there are various schemes of the government. For the micro sector, there's something called Mudra scheme. So for first-time people, you can go in there and you can get loans, no doubt small loans, but then these are meant for the micro enterprises. These are called Mudra schemes. I would suggest that, you know, people who are interested can read more about these schemes. The other thing is for slightly larger units which may go to bank for getting loans, the banks need some security. So the government has a scheme called the CGTMSE, Credit Guarantee Trust for Medium Small Enterprises, where a large amount of money is available to guarantee that the loans will not go bad, giving confidence to the banks by reducing their risk exposure. And the CGTMSE guarantees 75 to 85% of the loan amount in case the loan goes bad for reasons. And in any business, some loans will go bad. Some business will survive, some will not survive. So this gives security to the lender, and this is another very, very useful scheme. Then there are, of course, various startup schemes, Startup India and so on, and the government gives a lot of assistance in that also. Lastly, it's been talked in the last session also, is the logistics part of it and infrastructure development. And in infrastructure development, there are two major aspects in India. One is the development of physical infrastructure, roads, trains, connectivity to ports, dedicated freight corridors and things like that. And the other is the digital infrastructure, which India has done an excellent job in. And the digital network goes to even the remotest villages today and enables good communication and easy communication. Lastly, I would like to mention that we in CII, once a year, generally in November, have something called the Global MSME Meet, where we have very strong participation from South Asia, Africa, and I invite the BIMSTEC countries to representatives here to make sure that their countries also come in strongly on this and participate in this. So that's some of the schemes. Now, how we are going to proceed in this program, I want to share with all of you and with the panelists that we will first, I will first invite each of the panelists to give a 5-minute rundown of what are the good and bad things and the constraints they're seeing in MSMEs operations in their own country. I've outlined some of the things that we are doing in India to help MSMEs. We invite them to tell us. We hope they'll find some good takeaways from what I've said, and we hope we will get some good suggestions and inputs from them also. So initially, there'll be a round of that, and then will be first a round of questions within the panel, and then later on from the audience, where anything you have heard, anything they have heard from some other country, and they want more details, more information on it, we will try and provide that. If it is a lengthy answer, I will request the person asking it to meet offline at the end of the session on a one-to-one basis and get that. But the general interest questions we will try and field so that everybody can participate in it. So that's the opening remarks. With that, let me take my chair and invite Mr. Tung Tung to first open and tell us about what's happening in Myanmar. You can speak from here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, Excellency, honorable guests, distinguished panelists, delegation from BIMSTEC countries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and Mingalaba. It is an honor to be here today to discuss the critical role of MSME in the global value chain in opportunity for Myanmar within the BIMSTEC framework. I'm Tuntunai, representing Union of Myanmar. I'm one of the Central Executive Committee member of Chamber of Commerce and Industry Myanmar, and also I'm the Vice President of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Association of Myanmar. So I would like to provide a brief overview about Myanmar economic context, a significance of MSME, followed by our country can benefit in participating in the BIMSTEC. So over the past decade, Myanmar has experienced a significant economic growth. This growth has been driving a series of reforms, increasing foreign investment, and our strategy located in Southeast Asia. Their factors have collectively contributed to Myanmar involving economic landscape, presenting a new opportunity for development and integration into a global market. Now, today, this will be a more opportunity to connect to the BIMSTEC country. MSME are the backbone of economy of Myanmar. the account of over 90% of all enterprise in our countries are MSME. So these enterprises are the major source of employment, providing jobs to the significant portion of our population, especially in the rural area. By driving innovation, entrepreneurship, MSME contribute to the economy of dynamism and resilience of our nation. MSME in Myanmar operate across the various sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, trade, and services. These diversity contribute to the multifaceted economic structures of our country. While agriculture remains a critical sector, employing a large population of the workforce, there is a growing presence in manufacturing and the services as well. With the young population and a growing middle class, Myanmar representing emerging market with a substantial potential for economic development. Our youth are the driving force behind the future growth, bringing energies and innovation that will propel Myanmar onto a global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, by being a part of the BIMSTEC, Myanmar has access to combine a market of over 1.5 billion population. This expanded market presents vast opportunity of our MSME to increase export and import, leveraging regional trade agreement to facilitate smoother and more profitability in trade relationship. Integrating to the BIMSTEC economic corridors enhance Myanmar's role as a trade transit between South and Southeast Asia. The integration is crucial for improving logistics, reducing trade costs, and fostering economic cooperation within the regions. Participating in the BIMSTEC initiative enables technology transfer and capacity building, allowing Myanmar to benefit from sharing knowledge and advancement. Additionally, regional scale development program improve the competency of our workforce, particularly in the sector like manufacturing, IT, and the services. The rise of the e-commerce platform in the BIMSTEC country offer a significant opportunity for Myanmar MSME. This platform enable our MSME to showcase to sell their product to the broader audience, overcoming a geographically limitation. Cross-border e-commerce platform will increase internet penetration and digital literacy with the BIMSTEC country. Its expanding Myanmar MSME can leverage this platform to export goods and services, reaching consumers in the neighboring country with ease. Collaborating among BIMSTEC countries to create a regional e-commerce platform can enhance the market access of MSME. So this platform can offer localized support, payment solution, and logistic network tailored to our regional needs. So Myanmar's strategic location and resource attract investment from the BIMSTEC country. So this investment will be vital for economic growth, fostering joint venture that promote knowledge and exchange and innovation. Collaborating with the BIMSTEC country help develop more resilient and diversified supply chain. This collaboration reduces dependency on the single market and integrate Myanmar MSME into the regional production network, allowing them to participate in the various stages of the production process. These are enhanced export opportunity for Myanmar agriculture and fishery products within the BIMSTEC country. Adopting the best practice and technology from other members' countries can increase our productivity and sustainability in this sector. So joint venture to promoting tourism within the BIMSTEC region, leveraging Myanmar's rich culture, heritage, and naturally beauty. Participating in the regional tourism attract more visitors, boosting our hospitality and service industry. Ladies and gentlemen, however, Myanmar have some challenge for our MSME. So many MSME in Myanmar face difficulty in obtaining financing, which hamper their ability to scale and integrate into a global market. Innovating financing solutions are needed to overcome their barrier. Regulatory complexity and inadequate infrastructures present significant challenge in Myanmar. Simplifying regulations and improving infrastructures are essential for MSME growth and the global integration. There are the need of the skill development and a faster technology adoption among MSME. Addressing these gaps are the crucial for enhancing competitive and operationally efficiency. Training and development initiatives are vital for enhancing the skill and capacity of MSME owner and worker. Capacity building program can provide a necessary knowledge and skill to go into the global market. The Myanmar government has implemented a policy aimed at supporting MSME, such as Myanmar's Sustainable Development Plan and other MSME-friendly policy. These are initiatives providing conducive environment for MSME growth and integration a global value chain. In conclusion, integration Myanmar MSME into the global value chain through BIMSTEC present numerous opportunities for economic growth and development. By addressing the challenge and leveraging regional cooperation, we can enhance the competitiveness of our MSME, create more jobs, and promote inclusive growth. Let us work together to build resilient and prosperous future of our MSME in our nation. Thank you very much. Jesu te mare.
Thank you very much, Sungtung. That was very nice and good, concise. Next speaker we have is from Thailand, Dr. Nimnwal Puthong, Chairperson of the SME Committee of Thailand. Thailand is well known as a good source for good quality products which are well accepted throughout South Asia. We'd like to hear the role of MSMEs in doing that. Thank you, Doctor.
Namaskar, Sawadee. My name is Nim. I'm from the Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce in Thailand. You might wondering what is a Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce. I am a chairperson of the SME committee. The Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce in Thailand, we represent 36 foreign chambers and trade association. And the Indian Thai Chamber of Commerce is one of the strongest member, very active member of us. So we are having many committees, inside the Joint Foreign Chamber. But the one that I'm looking at, we look at things differently. Mostly, you will wait for the government to train you, to give something to you. But for us as the business people, we work with the government. We do something different than just waiting. So let me ask you, do you know how many SME in your country? In India, all the registered companies, how many % of them are SME? Do you know? In Thailand, among the registered entity, 98.5% are SME. So in India, 95% are SME. Bangladesh, 99%, Sri Lanka, 99%, and Nepal, 98%, and Bhutan, 95%, and then Myanmar, let me see, 99% also. So when people talk about the SME is the backbone of the country, have they been taken care of? Yes, we do. So let's see in here, I'm always very impressed with the Indian government because you have the MSME ministry, which we don't have in other countries or in Thailand. My point is, there are a lot of issues for the SME. They're small, they're medium, they're mixed, with the sizing, and they have different needs. But as our chair, Mr. Sagal, said, they have problem with access to finance, they have problem with access to market. But today I'm going to talk about something that we initiated, and we hope to make it forward and also want to work with the BIMSTEC country. So the challenges came all the same everywhere in the world, actually, for the SME, same issue. But now the issue for them, one main issue for them is they're not taking the first step to the sustainability market. It is a green market out there when the SME is so reluctant to join. So you might have heard about EU Green Deal. The decarbonization, the new rule of regulation of the EU that enforce companies or big companies who trade with the sustainable practice, right? So all the big companies, not only in the EU, in Japan, in the US, in many countries now emphasizing on decarbonization, on the green transition, and also on the green tech. This is a green market, something new that SME can look into. So I know that I'm the SME as well. So I know we have the challenges. But today I wanted to bring something to encourage us to change the mindset. Are we going to sit here and say, oh, we have the problem, or are we going to move forward? So I suggest we move forward. How can we move forward? All the regulations, people say that, oh, EU came with this rule, it's a discrimination, it's a trade barrier. Let's look at the bright side. So that's a new market for the SME. That's if they are a green company, if they're green, they do green practice, they can have the access of the new market where they can pay more. If you look at on the internet or the statistic, now in many countries, the new generation like to pay more for the goods that come with the sustainability practice or, manufacturing. So what I wanted to do, I'm trying to read my handwritings, always very difficult to do so. So, all the big companies have to face with the EU Green Deal, with the US, the decarbonization. What about SME? Oh, you know what we say? Oh, forget it. It's another 3 years, another 5 years we can wait. What I'm telling you now, we can't afford to wait anymore. You know why? Example is my country. We are in the global value chain. We manufacture many things to other country, you name it, like spare parts for the automotive, and also the garments and different things that we manufacture as the OEM to be part of the larger chain. And those companies who are the clients have to comply with the rule. So here's the thing. You can just sit there and say, oh, we can wait, it's okay. When the time comes, the government will help. Or you can encourage the SME to come and start it right away to get the first wave. Now what we see, many big companies, especially from Europe, Japan, and the US, they have to have the practice for their SME in their supply chain. Okay? Now I have seen in Thailand, many of them, because if the people in their supply chain, cannot comply with the sustainability, then it would be the problem for them. They have to pay taxes, right? And then when they have to face with the increasing of the price or the cost of making goods or products, what do? If you are the SME and you just wait for them or wait for something to happen, they will go somewhere else. They will choose something else. They will choose someone who can do the sustainable practice. So what I have seen now in Thailand, many big companies come and help the small, medium enterprises to go for their global value chain by helping them do sustainability. I did a research funded by the Asia Foundation and the government of Australia. I looked into the CBAM, the Green Deal. So we realized that actually the SME should get started now. So the mindset has to be changed because something that you can do without spending any money. Have you heard anything about ESG? The E is the environment, the S is the social, and the G is the governance. These three things you can do without spending any money. We have done a lot in Thailand already. So based on the research, we found that if the SME, the big company, the listed company, they have to comply with the ESG, they have to do the report, right? So some of you may be on that path. But for the SME, if you don't have the evidence, if you don't have the report, or you don't even have to do the report, but you have to have the evidence to show to the buyer that you are doing the sustainability. So that's why this is the initiative now with the Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce and our Office of SME Promotion under our Prime Minister's Office and also the Asia Foundation. We are going to launch the ESG Toolkit for SME. I believe it's one of the very few countries who are doing that. But I think it's not only, that will not only benefit for Thailand only. This is the same thing, how SME can do the report, how SME can come up with, whether this can count as doing sustainable. So we will do that. We will launch it in November. Hopefully, we will have your support. I will share with you if you would like to get more information on this one. Coming to this point, I think it's not only one person. We are here at BIMSTEC. What can we do? This morning, His Excellency, Minister of Commerce and Industry in India, he said, we have to focus, right? Each country can focus on different things. So what I would like to request from you is let's focus on the MSME, the real focus. All the negotiation has passed. I haven't even heard about it. I'm a free trade specialist, by the way. So I never heard of it. Only when you negotiate and will come, SME will apply. So I think it's time for us as the private sector to get together and start. How do we start? We help SME to do green transition. We can help them to do the ESG for BIMSTEC maybe. And also we already have a lot of resources among our 7 countries. So we can do joint resources. We can do work together. I believe within 3 months, if we really decided to do things together, we can just put it up very, very quickly. And I think the organizer of this event, the CII, also has the excellent center on the sustainability as well. So we can do something, we can get started, and let's not wait. Let's hope somewhere that some government help will come, but let's work together. Let's work together among 7 of us, and also, with the government to support the MSME. That would be the end of my comment on this one, and I'm looking forward to have the panel discussion with other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nim. Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Gokarnaraj Avasthi from Nepal, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's the Director General of the Federation of Nepal Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you, Chair. Respected Chair, distinguished panelists and participants, our Chair has asked us to talk about 2 things, that best practices of our country, particular country, and how BIMSTEC can support MSMEs in this region. So talking about the best practices in Nepal, as Chair mentioned about the practices in India, we are also having some sort of similar kind of program in our country, but we don't have credit guarantee facility in Nepal, and we have been negotiating with government, we have been talking to the government, because that is very important for MSMEs to have access to finance. So second thing, I will be talking about how BIMSTEC can support MSMEs, because MSMEs are very vulnerable everywhere, and we have recently heard about the data. So today's session on creating a seamless ecosystem for SMEs in the global value chain is of paramount importance, especially in the context of the evolving global economic landscape. Liberalization of trade and investment has generated new business opportunities for MSMEs globally. Enhancing MSMEs' competitiveness, creating more jobs, and promoting inclusive growth requires integration of MSMEs into global value chains. This session will help us to understand the importance of integration and build resilience in the changing context. When we look at the BIMSTEC member states, MSMEs account for around 90% of businesses and provide about 80% of industrial employment. But the intra-BIMSTEC trade accounts for around 7% of their global trade. This, I believe, is a very nominal figure, and we need to find ways to improve this number. Through this, MSMEs will get an opportunity to expand their sales in the region and grow more. It is always the MSMEs that get affected first, and they are the ones who also get affected the most whenever there is any problem. It could be a domestic issue or an international one, but it is always the MSMEs that get affected the most. In 2026, Nepal and Bangladesh will be graduating from the LDC category, and through this, there is a lot of national pride. Though there is a lot of national pride involved in this graduation, there is a chance that MSMEs might lose market access in the EU and other developed countries. We thus need to work to strengthen the capacity of MSMEs. I believe MSMEs need to be nurtured. The government can play this role, or a private sector organization like FNCCI and other chambers can play that role. We could also use the BIMSTEC platform to nurture the MSMEs. For this, I would suggest opening an MSME development center within BIMSTEC. This development center could be a focal point where we share our knowledge and experiences so that we can help MSMEs in our member states. I strongly believe an MSME development center is the need of an hour, because MSMEs do not have the expertise to navigate difficult situations. Worse still is the fact that they also have very little access to finance. Now, we are in process of implementing BIMSTEC FTA. It will create a market in the region. Liberalization most often creates huge competition and local MSMEs are displaced. That is why a safeguard mechanism within FTA is also needed. Promoting trade facilitation through improved cross-border linkages and trade infrastructure is also essential for the BIMSTEC region's economic integration and growth. By addressing the challenges and implementing the recommended measures, we can create a more efficient, competitive, and resilient trade environment. Let us work together, leveraging our collective strength and expertise to build a prosperous future for the BIMSTEC region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Avasti. That was very good. I now invite Mr. Nawaz Rajabuddin from the Confederation of Micro, Small and Medium Industry of Sri Lanka. He's president of the Confederation.
Thank you very much. Thank the panelist, moderator, and the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, members of chambers and other associations to be here. At the outset, I would like to thank the CII and the Ministry of External Affairs for organizing this session for the MSMEs. And I'm very happy to be a speaker in this session. As the founder president of the Sri Lanka Confederation and Small and Medium Industries, my founder chairman, Mr. Maki Hashim, is also in the audience with us, a former chairman of Sri Lanka Industrial Board, as the first and the second generation of industrialists. It gives me great pleasure to address the important event on the topic of Sri Lanka sector. The engine of Sri Lanka economy is the MSME sector. Over 75% of all agricultural business are SMEs. And some analysts say this to be high as 90%, but this sector provides 45% of employment and contributes to half of the country's GDP. The Department of Census and Statistics and Economic Census conducted in 2013 and 2014, they estimated 1.17 million SME sector established in operation. By 2023 or 2023, we found 1.4 million MSMEs in all 25 districts in the country, of which 30% are informal, because they are not even registered anywhere, so but you can't get anything out of the state or the banks. The Department of Census and Statistics also indicated the number of MSMEs in various areas and sectors. This sector is seeing growth drive to them being breeding ground for large organizations in future. Their strong employment, provisions, power, overall output capacities, and their role in increasing business competitiveness. The UN estimates that 92% of establishment in Sri Lanka MSME sector, and to be micro totaling as 935,766, followed by 7% of small scale totaling 71.126, and 1% to be large scale. That SME sector accounts for 75% of the total employed in the non-agricultural economic sector. The number employed in micro was found to be 1.13 million persons. In small businesses, 529,000 persons. And the medium business is 386,756. Around 75% of the MSMEs were in the rural sector, which shows the heavy impact on MSMEs in the rural sector of the country. The MSMEs were in all sectors of the economy and industry, trade and services. 26% were in the industrial sector, and 41% in the trade sector, and 33% in the service sector. The government of Sri Lanka sees this sector is merely a sector for protection and promotion, but also as a driving force of growth and development. The government of Sri Lanka recognizes the enhancing national and international competitiveness is fundamentally important for this sector to face emerging challenges and developing in the thriving sector. The preservation of this sector has become a new urgency in the aftermath of recent crisis negative effect. Sri Lanka's economy significantly, these events were in 2019, followed by a COVID pandemic. I can share some of those things MSMEs took over in Sri Lanka. We took COVID as an opportunity to revive and restructure. So women entrepreneurs played a very important role post-COVID development program. As you know, women are very dynamic, and they started the MSME sector, and we were totally locked down for about a week. All departments were closed. We had no food. So women entrepreneurs started their project, and they started distributing food and rations that gave them a very good dividend. Most of the people, men, are either laid off or they were given 50% salary, so I don't think they can exist. So I fully appreciate the post-COVID development program undertaken by the women entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. Due to this national crisis, we had other issues, both political, and most of the MSMEs were unable to pay the loans that they have taken from the banks. Most of them have given their assets to the bank. So when the COVID struck this region, 70% of the MSMEs has to close down, and they were not able to continue their business. So government came forward and got the bank to freeze and restart the whole project, and some of them couldn't even start. So the unemployment was created, and then later we found that this sector was going back to worse. This is the time Confederation of Micro and Small Industry took an active role to revive and restructure these projects. All the informal, 30% of the informal MSMEs, especially the micro sector, we got them formalized. We had to register with the respective organization, including the Minister of Industries. Then they will be able to go to the bank and collect their funds to start the industry. If the banks don't, I don't think bank will give anybody any funds, because unless they are registered with the Minister of Industries, they have to regularize. So State Development Bank also took very active interest in supporting the MSMEs with the help of the government. So our traditional exports were tea, rubber and coconut, but our non-traditional export also started the growth, like spices, value addition for tea, gems and jewelry, which we thought that is a good sector for exports. So some of these sectors found extremely difficult to export their value-added products for spices, especially like cinnamon, pepper, this sort of items, unless we have a certificate for export. So we got the Export Development Board, state standard institution to combine and see how best we could assist them. Because these are public sector, you have to pay a large amount of money to get the approval. So we came forward to see how best we could give them the certificate to export. No exports can be done without a certificate. So that sector is growing now, because that's the only growth that we are thinking. The next session, we must see that these sectors grow, and that will be an additional income, creating employment, and creating new units and sections. So these are few of these things that we faced during the time. Now it has come to revitalize the micro and small medium scale MSMEs. The government has now introduced a comprehensive package of financial facilities with the involvement of commercial banks of the country in July 2024 under the patronage of the President. The package includes both investment, working capital facilities, MSMEs. The loans were provided under two main categories: support for MSMEs and assistance for SMEs, with non-performing loans under the micro, small and medium enterprises. Strengthening the investment loan scheme, loans were available at a concessional interest rate of 7% for a period of 10 years for micro, small and medium scale enterprises under the non-performing loans category. A working capital loan up to about 5 million is now provided for a period of 5 years at an interest of 8%. The Ministry of Industries has the responsibility of issuing recommendation letters to eligible MSMEs that require financial support. The President highlighted that the small and medium scale entrepreneurs were the most affected by the recent economic collapse in Sri Lanka, and announced the good news establishment in the National Development Bank provided by necessary capital of MSMEs. MSMEs all over the world have the same issues. Concessional loans, marketing, they don't have even they don't have any proper brand to export. So you can't expect them to grow unless private enterprises like the chambers, association, and the public sector, industrial sector, industrial ministries, if they don't come forward to support them, they cannot improve or they cannot increase their exports. And this will result the economic development of the country. These are the few things that I would like to share with you all. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to address the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajabdeen. Thank you for explaining the role your association has played in helping industry. I now request Mr. Sriram Raju of Mohan Mutha Exports who has done a lot of work. He's from Chennai. The company has done excellent work in South Asia and expanding to other countries, hopefully all the BIMSTEC countries, and helping them as they grow. Please.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, distinguished leaders from BIMSTEC countries, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today at this BIMSTEC Summit organized by CII. I'd like to congratulate CII for organizing this event in such a grand manner. And this would be an appropriate forum to discuss about the role of MSMEs in global economy. And we are one such company where we have grown through interactions in business with various partners. We have always been interacting with various partners across the world, and one thing for improvement of business of MSMEs which we learned is never feel shy to communicate and ask what you want. So most of us, we always feel that if we do not have a particular strength, we should not approach our bigger brothers in the field to support us in terms of bidding for projects. So as Mohan Mutha, we have been in the trading business for more than 40 years, and with the help of trading business, we have moved into infrastructure projects in India and as well as countries abroad, namely Africa and Maldives. In the intricate ecosystem of MSMEs, market access is often the dividing line between stagnation and growth. It involves more than just expanding the product line and ramping up marketing efforts. It's about seamless value chain integration. A value chain is an interconnected web of value-adding process that transforms inputs into final solutions. So what we do is we collaborate with partners in finding solutions where we are enabled to access business, both in India and markets abroad. One of the most effective ways to integrate into a larger value chain has been through strategic partnerships. These partnerships can be with suppliers, distributors, or even complementary businesses. Such alliances can give us access to broader markets, better resources, and improved technologies. Mohan Mutha Exports has been forging alliances with complementary businesses to access and penetrate markets, which has enabled us to grow its business and eventually support the growth of suppliers, distributors, and the local manpower. It is with the support of local partners we have been successful in winning projects and successful in completing those projects within time and earn a good reputation with the client. The other main aspect is the fast-growing digital landscape. Technology is a strategic asset. Effective value chain integration often involves leveraging cutting-edge technologies to streamline operations and enhance collaboration with partners. So, as an example, in India, our ability to bid for projects has become much simpler with the digital landscape. All the tenders by any government is published in the internet. You can just access the information at your fingertips. You don't have to rely on people to pass the information. It is all system-based. So we have been able to use this effectively in our business growth. The integration of digital platforms and e-commerce has been very crucial for us in our business growth and has empowered numerous MSMEs to participate in e-commerce, reaching wider markets through various e-commerce platforms. Collaborative networks and clusters enable MSMEs to share resources, knowledge, and enhance their capacity to compete globally. Setting up of industrial corridors supports MSMEs to interact with each other and also develop products in a competitive manner. Using the digital transformation which has happened, one other component for integrating this into larger value chains is the kind of knowledge sharing which happens between partners, which enable us to be competitive in our business. Seamless integration of global value chains generates employment generation, boosts income, productivity improvements through innovation. Interconnected regimes build resilience, stability, and flexibility, which enables companies to handle any kind of disruptions in a new area. For smoother integration of MSMEs, digital ecosystem is very important to improve the customer base and enable better cash flows. This also gives us innovative financial solutions which will provide access to more competitive funding, which is very important for MSMEs like us to thrive in this market and also be competitive against our bigger players. Access to finance at competitive rates is very essential for MSMEs to scale and integrate into global value chains. Simplifying trade procedures and enhancing market access are key to integrating MSMEs into global value chains. Single window clearance systems will help streamline export and import process, significantly benefiting MSMEs. Similarly, effective policy advocacy and support are vital for creating a conducive environment for MSMEs. In India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan includes policies aimed at boosting MSME competitiveness through financial support and regulatory reforms. In conclusion, integrating MSMEs into the global value chain is crucial for fostering inclusive growth and economic resilience. By leveraging digital transformation, collaborative networks, innovative financing, skill development, market access, sustainability, and policy support, MSMEs can upscale their business models and tap into global opportunities. So let's work together to implement these strategies, drawing from successful examples globally and within our region. By doing so, we can create a vibrant, resilient ecosystem for MSMEs, driving forward our shared vision of inclusive growth and prosperity. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sriram, for sharing some of the things which you have found useful in the growth of your company and which we can all hope to emulate. We did begin this session a little late, so I'm not going to go by the total amount of time allocated, but let's try and catch up on what we've done. But in conclusion, I'd like to go around each of the panelists and have them comment on what they found most useful or any questions they have of other panelists. Mr. Tung Tung, would you like to first begin?
I think we all mentioned that is integration between the BIMSTEC regional country is more important for MSME. So the easier way to connect in this digital age is easy to found digital e-commerce platform in this region. So every country and MSME can put on this their product and services easily. ASEAN already have it because that is the BIMSTEC. I think CII should initiate this, and all our country can participate in it. Thank you.
I think that's a very good suggestion, and we will see how we can use CII to integrate some of this information. We have active platforms in India on getting all the tender information from the central government and all the states, and maybe that can form a framework which can be extended to all the BIMSTEC countries. Thank you. Excellent suggestion. Dr. Nimni, what would you like to comment on what you heard or ask more details on from the other panelists?
Thank you very much. So, you know, hearing from all the members of the BIMSTEC, so you can see that we have all the issues the same. So let's go beyond that. I think we can join together. So when you talk about the SME, it's no nation. We all have the same nature. We face the same thing, you know. So there are a lot of government support, but I think as we are here as BIMSTEC's Business Summit. So let's you know, put something together that really works. So everything's what we say, it looks beautiful, but if we don't have any action, it doesn't mean anything. So I think we are here all together today, at least, you know, all of us here represent our country. So I would like to see that we utilize what we already have. If we try to set up something new, it will take time, you know, it will be all different issues come up. So I would like to propose to work together, maybe at least, you know, through the chamber. I think all of us belong to the chamber. CCI, again, you know, if you can take the initiative, because this would be, we can get started at today, you know, as of now. So Thailand, we have a lot, we work with Thai Chamber of Commerce. So I think with the starting point today will make a big difference. And also for myself, we try to put this forward to the SME, to the government also. Go global, go green. If you want to get on the global value chain, now you have to go green.
Thank you. It has been mentioned that we'll try and make this an annual event, and I think the greater frequency of all of us meeting will help everybody to interact with each other, learn, and take it forward, certainly. Thank you very much. I appreciated your comments on ESG toolkit, and we hope that we can learn details of that from you and share it with CII and with all the other BIMSTEC members. Dr. Avasthi, Mr. Avasthi, what would you like to say, sir?
Two things that, one thing I think we missed about, and you talked in an informal conversation about, that is non-tariff barriers, that is still in the region and in the bilateral level also. And that we missed, and to strengthen the partnership among the countries and integrate this region, I think we should work together. I support Dr. Nim's proposal that we should work together, even if not in the government level, we can work together in the chamber level also. And there is a kind of negotiation going on to form BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce also. That could also be the platform where we can discuss about the SMEs growth and partnership. So that, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avasthi. The point you've made about you know, non-tariff barriers was also touched upon earlier in the morning, that every country has its own standards, and the standards sometimes deliberately or accidentally act as tariff barriers to doing business amongst ourselves. Let us all try and resolve that we will respect each other's standards, and if another country which is supplying us something is supplying us something which complies with their standards, we would accept that country's standard and its certification as being valid in our country and for our standards. I think that would remove a lot of the barriers that we are talking about. So I think that that's a very good identification of something which we can ease for doing more business. Mr. Rajabuddin, your explanation of how Sri Lanka faced, perhaps amongst all of us, the greatest difficulties in the last 5 years and has overcome a lot of those challenges is very, very good. But what are the key points which, hearing others and what you have witnessed, you would like us to take away from here?
Thank you very much. I would, thank you very much. Micro and small sector, as you know, all of us have the same issues, like access to finance, distribution. So many funding agencies are not taking part. So I personally feel I couldn't even mention in the speech. We were now Confederation in Sri Lanka is planning to work with the other big industrialists in the country, or even with India, to have a subcontracting partnership. We can't manufacture everything in the country. There are subcontracting partnership that's a way forward. So once the product is import is placed, and then the government will come forward without even a collateral to fund them. So that's a great thing that so government is also taking a lot of initiative to fund them. I was explaining to them how the informal trade out of the registered people, nobody can get loans, nobody will give you money because you're not even registered anywhere. So these are all women entrepreneurs, they work from home. So that sector also we can organize. So I've just had a chat with doctor, and I told them she must support from a food cordial packaging industry. Thank you.
I think it was good. It was good to hear from you the role which women entrepreneurs have played in your country, and I would like to share something with the audience, which I learned only last week. One of our major manufacturers, heavy earth-moving equipment, which involves heavy metal parts, welding, and other such jobs, in their new plant in Baroda, has over 50% women in the workforce, in an engineering manufacturing company. Okay. So that is the kind of thing which is possible if we stop looking on women as being limited to their old traditional roles. And I'm glad that in Sri Lanka you have found also women have been leading the path back to good health for the economy. That's really very good. The other part which all of us here should note is your comment that the Confederation of Industries, the industry associations, the role they can play. All of us have that responsibility, and we must realize the opportunity that gives us to contribute to our country's things. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Now, Mr. Raju, you have made two comments which I liked, and anything else you'd like to emphasize is that you said that when you need something, ask for it. And I think that is something we must do amongst BIMSTEC. What have you heard that people ask for that we must do going forward from here?
Yeah, I think we should form some kind of a digital platform where there's a lot of interaction between the BIMSTEC countries, where people share their experience and knowledge about various business ventures that they have got into, because that's something which will be available for companies which want to venture into that area, and if they have more to ask for, they can interact in that platform, which will help them do better business.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's exactly the reason that we're all here. And as I mentioned, we hope if this becomes an annual event, we can ask each other more questions and for more help and all move together ahead. Thank you very much, everybody on the panel. Thank you very much in the audience for listening to us so patiently. With that, we come to the end of this session and move on to the next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sehgal. May I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to each of our panelists, please. And after that, we'll have a photo op. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the session, which has just wound up? As we move on to our next session, I request all of you to please remain seated. This is a parallel session with a country session happening, so we are very few of us. So please remain seated, and we'll start with the session right away. We are now ready to start with our next session. May I request everyone to please come forward, sit down. We have a lot of empty seats in the front row. Please do come forward. Our next session is strengthening cooperation in the services sector. We have speakers in this session from Myanmar, Thailand, Nepal, UNESCAP, and Sri Lanka. They will all be joining us soon. May I request all our speakers to please come up on the dais. And may I request all our people in the audience to please settle down. I'd like to start this session by inviting Mr. Sumanta Chaudhary, Principal Advisor, International Trade Policy, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his opening remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and I know this is the last session of a long day, so we will try and be crisp and precise. This session is, of course, on cooperation in the services sector, and when we talk of the services sector today, it is something that encompasses not just services but the entire ecosystem. So whether it's manufacturing, whether it's agriculture, services often is the critical link, and therefore the cooperation in the services sector becomes that much more important. Now in this region, obviously, there are, of course, certain obvious candidates for services cooperation. Tourism is, of course, a very obvious and fairly sort of, I would say, a sector which has seen cooperation in a good sense, but perhaps the potential for tourism, along with, of course, its connected parts, including health tourism or medical tourism, is immense. You have the possibility of tourism of different kinds, circuit tourism, you have adventure tourism, you have sports tourism, etc., etc. So that's one side. The second, of course, is the connectivity of the people itself, the movement of people, the movement of culture, and so on. And connecting all these dots is, of course, the digital part of it. That is the one where perhaps there is a fair amount of variation in the digital penetration, in the both within and across, and particularly among sectors. So a lot of services today is simply cross-border or digital, and it doesn't necessarily require a physical interface between the producer and the consumer in a traditional sense. So this is again a huge area. So whether it's education, whether it's health, whether it's professional or business services, digital mode of delivery is becoming the chosen mode of delivery. Now, to address some of these issues and perhaps what is possible in the framework of this region, we do know that, of course, as of now, the BIMSTEC FTA really does not cover services. Services is not part of the BIMSTEC agreement as such, but it has huge ramifications for the region. So we have a panel spread across, I think, both geographically and in terms of interests. So let me start, I think, with the first panelist, Ms. Ning Kalyar. She is the CEC member of the Union of Myanmar Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and she particularly would like to address the issue of the media. You are more than welcome to speak from here.
Very good evening to distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends. I'm Kalea from Myanmar media industry. I come here with many hopes to contribute my effort to in strengthening the cooperation through media services that I belong to. Our gathering reflects a collective commitment to promoting economic integration and mutual prosperity across the Bay of Bengal region. I would like to acknowledge the importance of BIMSTEC platform for developing regional countries. For Myanmar context, as known to all, Myanmar is also an important member of BIMSTEC because of its strategic geopolitical location in the region. So, as a dutiful member of BIMSTEC, we have been constantly contributing towards the development of BIMSTEC through cooperation and coordination with the member countries. Today, as we explore the potential of BIMSTEC, it is crucial to highlight the important role played by every member state. We are aware that today is the VUCA war, so volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous war. So this is the new normal. So, however, no matter what the situations we have, no matter what the situations are, we have to move forward move forward together through the collaboration and exchange program between different countries, which can be beneficial for developing countries like Myanmar. A good example is India. Apart from being one of the democratic countries, it is also a technology hub today. So we can learn from India, and it can help BIMSTEC through the exchange program and collaboration. So for Myanmar media industry, Media is a bridge between different countries, people, enriching culture. In chaotic and challenging times, media diverts the fear, woes, and sorrow of people through entertainment channel, giving them an emotional escape. In turn, entertainment sector not suffer, and there is a potential to growth. Through entertainment, we can educate people, and educating people, we can improve our industries. I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to express our heartfelt thanks to Indian government for providing assistance in culture and religious sector. So now, I would like to draw your attention towards the opportunity for growth and the following heads. First, operational needs. I would like to stress the digital media sector relies heavily on IT knowledge for effective operation, and that ongoing HRD training is crucial. And second, public relations and CSC. Media should be used effectively in public relation and corporate social contribution, because effective media have to promote trade, business update, and understanding culture differences. Next, managing information. In this regard, I would like to point out the need for accurate reporting and avoiding sensationalism to prevent misinformation and panic. The more chaotic and uncertain it gets, the more important it becomes to give the right information so that the people do not panic. Speaking from digital media, we need to build the capacity of our younger generations, millennials and Generation Z, for their help in navigating the change. For joint venture, investment law ownership ratio share is 51-49%. Film can be produced jointly via profit sharing method, for example, successful Thai, Myanmar film. And the final recommendation is the synergy of all the service sector combined together in one app. This app in which every services can promote and media contract attracting the users and discount policy from banking sector, so it can be established as BIMSTEC service app. It can be convenient and can be one-stop shop for the users. In closing, let us recognize that the service sector holds immense promise for our collective future. By working together, sharing knowledge, and embracing innovation, so we can strengthen our regional ties and drive sustainable development. Our collaboration in the service sector is not just an economic opportunity, but a chance to build a more connected, resilient, and prosperous Bay of Bengal region. Let us seize this opportunity with determination and vision and move forward united in our quest for shared prosperity. I am the personally follower of the Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar, so I like to conclude my discussion by saying that through the collaboration, one day we will get to the end point of the Gurudev visions, one world family. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Nang, and I think the power of media and the possibility of creativity and innovation is obviously something that should be a part of cooperation in this region. So let me turn to my right now and to Mr. Madhurya Kumar Datta. Is the Director, Trade and Investment Facilitation of Mekong Institute based in Thailand. So Mr. Datta, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected chair, distinguished co-panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank CI for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this BIMSTEC and share my perspective on strengthening cooperation in service sector. As we know that BIMSTEC is a sector-driven cooperative organization and seeks to foster development through technological cooperation and cultural exchanges among the member countries. Of the 14 identified areas of cooperation under BIMSTEC, several areas have bearing on services sector, including trade and investment, technology, transport and communication, energy, health, culture, and people-to-people connect. Tourism in BIMSTEC region holds significant economic value and importance of cultural exchanges. However, we see that the industry is facing numerous challenges, including need for sustainable management practices and also enhancing tourist experiences and recovering from the global disruptions, mainly due to the COVID pandemic. Given the civilizational, cultural, and historical linkages of the BIMSTEC member countries, there is much scope to develop inter-regional tourism. This can be achieved through the establishment of circuits. One of the speakers also mentioned in the early morning session. So this is something we talk about, the faith-based circuits in the region, and as well as the heritage circuits that can be promoted in the BIMSTEC-specific tourism products. To promote these circuits, there's an agreement among the member countries to create a network of tour operators and to formulate common market strategy, including organizing an annual convention on BIMSTEC tourism. I think these are some important initiatives which need to be formalized to promote inter-regional tourism among the BIMSTEC countries. Alongside, I think countries could also consider creating a BIMSTEC brand of tourism, exploring possibilities for public and private partnership, and sharing and exchanging best practices among the region. The tourism sector, as we see after the post-COVID situation, is also witnessing an uptake on the digital tools and services. Let me share some of the experience from the Mekong region, where I belong to, on smart tourism, that we implemented a project to promote heritage tourism in the 5 Mekong countries, namely Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Thailand. The project was basically designed to support private sector investment by introducing digital tools and promote investment in tourism sector, and also involving capacity building of the tourism stakeholders. So through this project, we created a digital platform by the name Mekong Heritage Mobile Application System with 2 main purposes. One of the purpose is basically to gather data of the heritage related point of interest, tourism point of interest and services. In the main heritage location, UNESCO heritage sites in Hue in Vietnam, Ayutthaya in Thailand, Bagan in Myanmar, Luang Prabang in Laos, and Siem Reap in Cambodia. Second objective was basically to generate big data, because we intend to have this kind of big data basically to have the local authorities to kind of have this data analysis so that they can make some investment programs or update their production services. So this is enabling the local authorities as well as the tour operators to understand what type of travelers are visiting, what kind of services they are taking. It is also allowing the local authorities to put investments. We have used this data also to organize investment forums, tourism investment forums, and that included private-public partnership business models, and we are able to bring in investments, particularly on waste management, waste recycling, as well as on creative products or recycled products in this location. That has a bearing or resemblance on the heritage tourism sector. So the project also looked into investment agreements among the heritage location, basically to bring in some kind of circuit tourism as a added kind of tourism product or services for the travelers. Building on the results and success of this smart tourism project,
we created another project that is on creative industry. As you know that many of these heritage locations, there are artisans who are not in an organized sector, but there are traditions and they have certain kind of products and services which are not in an organized way. So we try to identify these artisans who are in different form of creative work, whether it is on performing arts or on culinary or on kind of creative design, or music, performing arts, etc. So we're creating a database of these creative performers and adding these performers in the digital tool, the application tool. So the travelers coming to this region will have also another product or a service to engage with. So we call it stay another day. So the travelers or the tourists who are coming to these places, whether it is in Ayutthaya or in Siem Reap, Angkor Wat, so they will get an opportunity to engage with another kind of creative work, and they will stay one more day. So staying one more day is adding more value to the local economy, particularly for the local population. So this is how we are trying to build in kind of additional services. And this is also inclusive in the sense that many of these local performers, they are able to display their art forms and able to earn something. At the same time, we are also looking into intellectual property rights of these creative art forms. We are working with UNESCO basically to develop some kind of IP and standards for these creative art forms, so that their products and services are preserved and we can scale up and continue to promote them. So we have also created a kind of creative industry or creative cluster trainings. Some of the locations, they are doing some work related to music. So we are creating a kind of a brand music among the Mekong countries and kind of. So these are some examples. BIMSTEC countries also share similar cultural and exchanges. So this can also promote to create added values and services in the tourism sector. In terms of education, BIMSTEC members countries can collaborate to address the demand of new skills due to the energy transition that we are witnessing. Particularly, I will mention about the automotive sector, where we have developed a co-creation project with the government of Japan. So, as you know, like Thailand, India being the hub for the automotive industry, so we are creating this project basically for decarbonization of the supply chain, where the SMEs, mostly they are the component manufacturer and suppliers to the major global automotive industry. And this is a model, investment model is basically having the large companies, automotive companies, they are providing the facility in terms of the workshop to the TVET, Technical Vocational Education Training Centers, so as to improve their curriculum and also train the teachers on the EV production. So this is allowing also the SMEs, who are the suppliers of these companies or the global companies, to do certain kind of calibration of their products and also on the certification. So through this process, we are introducing the new curriculums to develop the skills and also improve the infrastructure of the TVET centers, tying them up with the industry, providing the facility and also on the market linkages. So this is how we are trying to build in an industry-led development project that is also allowing them to build capacities of the local institutions or the TVET institution or technical institutions to take the opportunities in this energy transition age. In terms of IT-enabled services as a part of the service sector, Mekong Institute, where I belong to, we have also recently launched a co-creation project, which is the Mekong Sustainable Supply Chain Transformation and Advancement. This is aiming basically to utilize the digital tools for ESG compliance in the supply chain network. And this is basically, as I said, is also a market-driven. The large companies are putting the requirements in terms of the compliance for ESG. and these suppliers or the auto manufacturers as well as the agriculture in the SMEs and also the textile-based SMEs, they are improving their ESG requirements and compliance and also making the assessment and submission. We are targeting 150 SMEs in the pilot phase. So all this will basically be facilitated for ESG compliance, measurement, and reporting. So in the areas of health sector, there are also opportunities for trade among the BIMSTEC countries. And as we have these complementaries that exist among the member countries. As we know that 2 of the BIMSTEC member countries, India and Thailand, are recognized as important medical tourism destinations, while some of the other member countries do not have that adequate infrastructure. So that is a good opportunity for collaboration and partnership in this region. There's also a scope to cooperate in area of traditional medicine, which has also been mentioned in this morning plenary session. We also see that telemedicine is another opportunity, but due to lack of sufficient infrastructure, it is not really picking up. But of course, with the digital revolution and also the rural digitalization taking place in our region, we see there are a lot of opportunities coming in. These are other services also in terms of IT, audiovisual, and professional services. BIMSTEC is talking about the standardized service certification in the region. If these things takes place, then the export of professional services within the region should not be a problem. I have a question in myself. Despite this 20 years almost, like we have this BIMSTEC, and we have been having so many events or seminars like this, but much of the potential has not been realized. But it's a time that we create platforms, we build up networks, and we need to engage more. And now we have the digital platforms that will also give us a lot of opportunities to reach out and make business connections and engagement. For your information, you may also like to visit some of the digital platforms that Women's Mekong Institute, we have created for the region. One is on Greater Mekong Sub-Region Business Database. We have nearly 5,000 companies registered there. So it is a B2B platform, and where the products showcase and also initial network take place. We also organize the GMS Business Forum where you can also participate. We want to see and bring in partnership and collaboration, and happy to share more in our off-season after this discussion as well. Thank you very much for listening to my speech.
Well, thank you, Mr. Madhuria, for providing very interesting examples of collaboration, particularly in the tourism and education and skilling, and some of the challenges I'll come back to. But let me now turn to Mr. Anjan Shresht, the Senior Vice President of the Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Shresht.
Good evening and namaste. Respected session chair, fellow speakers, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my warmest greeting to all of you gathered here today at the BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024. It's a distinct honor for me, representing the Federation of Nepalese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to address this esteemed audience on the pivotal theme of strengthening cooperation in the service sectors. The BIMSTEC region, endowed with rich cultural diversity, population, abundant natural resources, and vibrant young populations, presents an unparalleled opportunity for economic growth and development. The service sector, as the backbone of modern economies, holds the key to unlocking this potential. Recent data underscores the pivotal role of service sector in our regional economies. The sector contribution to GDP has been steadily increasing, with India's service sector accounting for a robust 58% in fiscal year 23-24. Thailand at a 62%, and Sri Lanka at 60%. Nepal service sector too has exhibited remarkable growth, contributing 65% to GDP in the same period. These figures are testament to the sector dynamism and its capacity to drive the economic transformations. Tourism, a regional gem. Tourism, a cornerstone of a service sector, has immense potential to propel our region to new heights. The BIMSTEC region boasts a rich tapestry of the cultures, historical sites, and the natural wonders, making it a coveted destination for global travelers. The recent surge in tourist arrival, particularly in countries like Nepal, India, and Thailand, is the promising indicators. For instance, Nepal welcomed a record of 1.2 million tourists in 2023, generating 2.5 billion in revenue and supported 1.19 million jobs directly and indirectly. This represents a substantial recovery from the pandemic and highlights the sector resilience. By collaboratively promoting our destinations, investing in sustainable tourism infrastructure, and leveraging digital platforms, we can collaboratively capitalize on this. We can collectively capitalize on this burgeoning industries. Healthcare, a shared responsibility. The healthcare sector is another domain ripe for cooperations. With an aging population and rising healthcare costs, there is a growing demand for affordable and accessible quality healthcare services. The BIMSTEC region possesses a wealth of medical expertise and a skilled workforce, which can be leveraged to establish regional healthcare hubs. India, emerging as a global medical tourism destination, is a prime example of sectoral potential. By facilitating cross-border medical services, sharing best practices, and investing in medical research, we can create a healthier and more prosperous region. Education and skill nurturing the future leaders. Education is the bedrock of human development, and education progresses. The BIMSTEC region is home to the vibrant youth population, eager to acquire knowledge and skills. By fostering educational collaborations, we can enhance the quality of education, promote research and innovation, and create a skilled workforce to meet the demand of 21st century. Initiatives such as student and faculty exchange programs, joint degree programs, and online learning platforms can facilitate knowledge sharing and capacity building. Moreover, aligning our education systems with the need of job market will ensure that our youth are equipped with the necessary skills to thrive in the global economy. IT and IT is driving digital transformations. The rapid advancement in transformation and communication technology have transformed the way we live, work, and interact. The IT and IT sector had emerged as a key drive of economic growth and job creation. The BIMSTEC region, with its large pool of tech-savvy talents, is well positioned to capitalize on the digital revolution. By promoting digital literacy, investing in research and development, fostering a conducive business environment, we can create a thriving digital ecosystem. Collaborating on a cyber security, data privacy, and digital infrastructure, we will be essential for building a secure and resilient digital future. While the opportunities are immense, we must also acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead. Infrastructure bottlenecks, trade barriers, and skill gaps are some of the hurdles that need to be addressed. By strengthening regional cooperation, investing in infrastructure, and promoting skill development, we can overcome this challenge and build a more integrated and prosperous BIMSTEC region. I urge all stakeholders, including governments, businesses, and civil society organizations to come together and work collaboratively to harness the full potential of service sectors. By fostering a conducive environment for trade, investment, and innovations, we can create a brighter future for the people of BIMSTEC region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shrestha. That was a very broad and comprehensive overview of the potentialities of services in the region. So let me now turn to Ms. Miko Tanaka, the Director and Head, South and Southwest Asia, UNESCAP.
Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure for me to be here. A lot has already been said, so I think there's some overlap, but let me try to also skip through some of the things that overlap. As I think everybody would know, services sectors plays a key role in the world economy. Services such as finance, insurance, transportation, and telecommunications are essential for facilitating global commerce. Many services are at the forefront of innovation and technological advancement and drive productivity gains and economic growth. BIMSTEC in services amongst its members has been guided by the BIMSTEC Framework Agreement on Trade and Services, which was signed in 2018. This framework aims to enhance trade and services by reducing barriers and facilitating smoother cross-border movements of professionals and service providers. However, progress has taken time, has been slow, due to varying levels of commitment and readiness among member states. The private sector plays a crucial role in promoting services trade, the most important of which is enhancing cross-border investments in service sectors. Private companies drive innovation in service delivery through the development of new technologies and business models. They enhance competitiveness by offering higher quality and more efficient services, which can lead to increased market share both domestically and internationally. In fact, global services trade is largely driven by multinational corporations establishing their branches or subsidiaries in different countries. Cross-border investments and cooperation by private companies can help to grow the service sector domestically and promote service trade between BIMSTEC countries. In terms of the specific examples, again, my predecessors have already spoken a lot, but I was thinking, like tourism, for instance, I mean, already the example raised about, for instance, the Buddhist circuit, and that's possible across many countries. I think Buddhism has traveled across, this part of the continent. But I was also thinking, if you want to really expand a little bit, in light of, the polarization, the kind of intolerance that you often see in all around the world, to be honest, between faiths, that perhaps, this region has so many diversities in faith, religious sites as well. So how to combine that in a way that you can teach the common humanity, common, basics of these, the spirituality, that might be another way of looking at tourism as well. So that's just one thought to add. We can also look beyond conventional service sectors and explore innovative approaches for intra-BIMSTEC services, trade, and cooperation. Collaborative projects could include telehealth services, or working on eco-tourism circuits or cultural exchange programs that promote responsible travel and local community engagement. Collaboration and skill development can meet regional demands while promoting labor mobility, especially benefiting people at borders. Sharing research data on climate adaptation strategies or developing joint disaster management frameworks is another possibility that responds to growing risks of climate change in the region. One of the most important requirements of promoting services sector cooperation in BIMSTEC and elsewhere is that of digitalization, especially by way of digital connectivity between countries. Digitalization plays a crucial role in transforming and enhancing services trade across various sectors. Online platforms, e-commerce portals, and digital marketplaces allow services to be delivered remotely across borders, eliminating geographical barriers. This could involve creating a unified digital payment system or shared logistics networks that streamline cross-border trade. Digital skills training and online job portals enable people to find work, connect with clients or employers, and generate income. Service trade in general is noted to promote greater inclusiveness, particularly for female and young workers and entrepreneurs, as well as micro, small, medium-sized enterprises. A recent report by the World Trade Organization noted that as of 2021, 59% of employed women worked in the service sector, and 9 out of 10 service firms were MSMEs. To empower women entrepreneurs, ESCAP, who I work with, has been carrying out training to enhance women's access to e-commerce, benefiting some 2,600 women from BIMSTEC countries. Here, I'd also like to say that in addition to looking for new sectors or new businesses that could be done cross borders, it's also about how to do business, which is also an opportunity, but also very important, particularly if you think about the Sustainable Development Goals, gender equality, all of that. For instance, the common knowledge, so to speak, from the research around private sector and gender equality in that is across the countries around the world, women get less pay for the same jobs as their equivalents. So again, setting same pay for same jobs or same job descriptions, this is a principle that could be applied through the cooperation across countries as well. Another one is the mixing of gender balance at managerial levels. This is also a deficit all around the world. So through the cooperation and innovations and really, advanced thinking, how that can be promoted across borders, that would help both the gender equality across countries, but also inside the country. So BIMSTEC countries, again, going back to the overall, framework, they need to focus on several reform areas to advance services sector linkages within the region. These are domestic capacity building, entrepreneurship promotion, investment mobilization, and improving digital connectivity between countries. ESCAP has been helping member states in promoting services trade and enhancing the enabling environment for service sector development across the Asia-Pacific region through policy advice and technical assistance to improve policy frameworks related to service trade. This also includes capacity building workshops, seminars, and training programs aimed at enhancing the understanding of trade rules, regulations, and best practices in service sectors. ESCAP also facilitates regional dialogues, cooperation, and networking among member countries to promote service trade. And this can include policymakers, industry representatives, and other stakeholders to discuss challenges, share experience, and explore opportunities to change, to improve. The ongoing negotiation on the BIMSTEC free trade area, which includes progressive liberalization of trade and services, also among its objectives, offers a great opportunity for BIMSTEC countries to strengthen their ties with each other in the service sectors. And now, as ESCAP and BIMSTEC Secretariat prepare to enter into an MOU supporting the FTA negotiations and other capacity building and policy advice are areas of future cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tanaka. Let me now turn to Professor Rohan Samarajiva, Chairperson, Learnage, Asia, Sri Lanka.
Good evening. I was thinking what I would do as the last speaker in the last session. I need to get you awake. So I thought I'll do something different. I'm not going to talk about a particular sector. I'm not going to range across sectors, but I'm going to talk to you about some things that would be of significance and importance, even if you're not in a service industry. Even if you're in the goods sector, this might impact you. And usually at these things, we come and come up with recommendations about what government should do. I thought I'd do the opposite and say what government shouldn't do. So let's get started. I'm going to use tourism as an example, but you can just remove tourism and you can throw anything else in. Today's tourism is radically different from the tourism of the 60s. You have on one side big chains, and some chains that are based here, right here in this region. So for example, the chain that owns or manages this hotel has got properties in Sri Lanka, has got properties in Bhutan, and so on, right? Now, there's the other extreme of things like Airbnb and Booking.com that generate massive amounts of business, right? People rent their homes or parts of their homes to tourists. Now, in both these extreme cases, databases, internet, computer systems are fundamentally different, important. So, for example, if I were to start from the small scale, the novel stuff, if Airbnb doesn't exist or Booking.com doesn't exist, quite a lot of these people would have no business. Quite a lot of these travelers would have nowhere to stay because the entire transaction is mediated by a platform. And where does the platform live? The platform lives in the cloud. We don't even know which data center it's kept in. Or maybe it's kept in multiple countries. So I'll leave that, and then I'll come back to the multinational chains. In those chains, you have, for example, I did, use these cards to identify myself, that I'm a frequent traveler, that I stay in hotels that belong to this chain, and they give me some points. Now, all that data is kept somewhere, again, in the cloud, right? The entire hotel, about the rooms that are available, what rates have been charged, the discounts, did they give free internet or not, free web access or not. All these things live on something called the property management system. Now, if for some unfortunate reason, this property management system would go down, the hotel would basically stop functioning, right? So that is how important this data or IT technology foundation is to the tourist industry. Now the question is, we are coming up with new laws in India, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, approved, enacted, but not yet in force. In Sri Lanka, the Personal Data Protection Act, approved in 2022, coming into force in March of next year. I believe a similar thing also has been done in Thailand. I haven't studied it. I have looked at the whole South Asian region, all the activities that are going on, and it's on the basis of that research that I'm talking to you today. So in these acts, I'm not going to get into the details of data protection. In these acts, there's provisions about something called data localization. Where should data be kept? Because these acts have been made by government people who are thinking about the situation that existed 10 or 20 years ago, when we didn't want too much of the data going abroad because it was very costly or because of national security concerns or whatever, we have rules about what has to be kept in the country and what is permitted to go outside. Now, India has been very progressive. Even though their earlier drafts, they've had like about 8 drafts, I think, of their data protection law were very restrictive. The final draft is very nice, at least with regard to the private sector. So for the hotel industry need not worry about somebody telling them that they have to shut off their property management systems, that they can't keep the personal data. Remember, all these hotels would have my name, my address, my how many times I've stayed in the hotel. All these things would be inside that system. That is personal data that is protected by data protection laws. So this personal data can be stored on the web, right? Now in Sri Lanka, we'd have to have some additional layers because we were not as progressive. We'll have to have some additional layers where we'll have to tell the tourists that there's some additional risk because their data may be transferred out of the country, and get them to sign another tick box when they come into the hotel, which is not the nicest thing when you've been traveling for 15 hours or something, right? You don't really want to burden them with too much of this information. But I'm using only tourism. So what I'm suggesting is, if we want greater integration, we should have a situation where at least within this region, we have relatively simple and sensible data localization and data protection rules that are harmonized. Now just to give you an additional flavor, we have within this region a lot of, as someone mentioned, health tourism. Large numbers of Bhutanese patients come down into India. Large numbers of Bangladeshi patients came down to India and got medical treatment and went. Now in services trade terms, that's mode 2, where the buyer of the service goes to the country where it's sold, right? Now it's possible that we can easily supplement this. Now these people come with files, right? These people come with files, all their test results, etc. They carry this personal data. Now according to our data protection laws, this personal data about healthcare information is extremely sensitive. And by most criteria, they would not allow this to travel outside the country. But these people are carrying their data in files and getting on planes and showing it to doctors in other countries. Now we can make this more efficient. We can make it more cost effective for the patients. We can improve the healthcare by complementing this activity that has happened without the government getting involved, except in Bhutan, where I think they pay, the patient's costs are borne by the government. This is going on, right? Now, if we can move that data from one country to another, if we can have follow-up visits using telemedicine, using the potential of the technologies, where the doctor who treated this person in India would be looking at them without having this patient do this long trip, right? Now, what would the data protection laws do to that? Saying, oh, the data is going from one country to another now, because it's going electronically. Earlier it used to go, but it used to go in this big paper file. So what is interesting is that if the people who are drafting these laws, who are negotiating the trade agreements, think about these things from the perspective of patients, from the perspective of service providers, from the perspective of the fact that cloud has now become the default. Cloud is the default, right? That whole idea that you're going to have some server in your own building and you're going to keep it air conditioned and you're going to keep watch over it and prevent people from going and attacking it, that is all old hat. Now if you want cybersecurity, what you do is you do something called 3-2-1. Keep 3 copies, 2 copies in different media, and 1 copy far away from where you are. So that even if you go underwater or an earthquake happens, 1 copy will survive. In many cases, cloud is an intrinsic element of a cyber security business continuity solution. So my 2 takeaways here are, for everybody who's in business, who's running businesses, think cloud. Understand the way the world is moving. The default programs that are coming are all cloud-based. To the government people, I say, please listen and don't do stupid things. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Samaji, and I think you succeeded in what you wanted to do, which I'm sure is to energize the audience. Let me just, before I actually open the floor to maybe for some questions, and of course each one of you can come in with a couple of minutes if you do want. I think there are 4 issues which in my mind perhaps hold the key to unlocking the potential. The first is data. The services sector by itself, data within and data, if I can say, beyond, both. And I think both within the services sector, there you have a lack of data. You don't really know, for example, bilateral trade which is happening. And the data beyond is something which Professor Rohan mentioned about, which is, do you really want to regulate that data? Do you want free flow of cross-border data, and so on? The second issue is behind the borders. While in the case of goods, the obvious issues are more at the border. In the case of services, it is the issues behind the border. Regulations, and regulations of any form, whether they are foreign direct investment norms, whether they are norms regarding mobility, whether they are norms regarding qualification or harmonization. So one of the challenges in the services sector is to what extent, while maintaining the professional, I would say, independence of either the regulators or the professional bodies that regulate disciplines in these areas, you can bring in some element of either equivalence, if not harmonization. The third challenge is the issue of digitalization. And here there are 2 challenges. One, of course, is digital public infrastructure, which, as we have seen, is of huge significance. We've got, I think, learnt it the hard way in terms of the COVID pandemic, but digital public infrastructure today in this entire region, like in any other region, is something where sharing of best practices, sharing of platforms can do wonders. So that's perhaps the third area where we need to concentrate. And the fourth is the fact that, you know, someone talked about mode 2. We've talked about actually today's business and activity in services is actually agnostic to these modes, and it's actually a combination of what all these modes of services are. So typically any transaction, and if you take the example of health tourism, it actually transgresses all the 4 modes of supply, and the same would be true of IT, the same would be true of education, and so on. So this is what we'll have to do. So fine, I think perhaps we have one more session, so perhaps we'll have to wrap up.
Yes.
So let me then thank all the 5 panelists and of course the audience. This is of course a huge area, and I'm sure there's plenty more to discuss in both the sessions that follow and of course outside as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And may I request you to hand over a token of appreciation to our panelists for each of them. May I request all of you to please step forward for a photo opportunity, please. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the session and we move on to our last and final session, the valedictory session, which we will begin with as soon as we've turned the stage around. Please give me 5 minutes and do remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin with the valedictory session. May I request all of you to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be joined by our speakers for this session now. May I request all of you to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our speakers for the valedictory session. We have with us His Excellency Mr. Indra Pandey, Secretary General, BIMSTEC Secretariat, and Ambassador P. Kumaran, Special Secretary, ER&DPA, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. To begin with this session, I'd like to request Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his welcome remarks.
Very good evening and welcome back for the last time on this summit. And we are indeed very honored and privileged to have had the participation of so many outstanding guests from across the BIMSTEC. And a very, very special welcome to Ambassador Kumaran, our Special Secretary ER, and DPA, Ministry of External Affairs of our government. Welcome back again to the Secretary General of BIMSTEC Secretariat, Mr. Indra Pandey, who has actually participated very enthusiastically throughout the day in various sessions. In fact, Mr. Kumaran also came back and was listening through the other sessions. So thank you very much to you all for so enthusiastically contributing and participating. Mr. Puri is, Mr. Sanjiv Puri again, I say welcome back because he was in the session earlier and have been interfacing with the dignitaries from across the BIMSTEC countries throughout the day. Excellencies, industry colleagues from different parts of the BIMSTEC countries, welcome and thank you both for this phenomenal participation that we have seen since yesterday evening. I indeed want to express my gratitude towards all our esteemed guests, speakers and participants who have been with us throughout the summit. We have had a phenomenal session today morning and also yesterday, today morning with the Minister of Commerce and Industry and yesterday with the Minister of State for External Affairs in the evening. And then many of our policymakers and business leaders have graced this summit. There are many takeaways, and before we really get into preparing the reports and taking forward what's come out of the first business summit of the BIMSTEC, we discussed, which was mooted from the dais some time back during a session, and we had deep down discussions thereafter with our partners from across the BIMSTEC countries to make this not just an annual event, but really looking forward to forming and launching the BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce over a period of time very soon. And we would like the participation of not only the institutions, our counterpart organization in our BIMSTEC countries, but also the participation of companies, the participation of industries from each of our nations. And this, of course, would be completely blessed and helped through by our governments. We'd also like to work on solutions regarding many impediments and issues that came up during the course of the business summit. In one of the sessions which all of you attended was in the morning when we heard about the FTA. FTA got discussed over and over again, and we'd like to have the business communities to understand what have been those areas where the businesses can get together to suggest to our governments on issues which could be addressed with regards to this FTA, which is being discussed over a period of time. So that's one area that we would take forward. Second, during the summit, suggestions on expanding cooperation between the BIMSTEC on areas of technology was very, very critical. Transfer of technology, areas such as biotechnology, nanotechnology, information technology, communication technology, all of it we will have a group which will deliberate further and see the opportunities between our countries. The advances made by certain countries, certain of our countries were also discussed. The third which has come up in bilaterals, which has also come up in our group discussion, have been the importance and the focus and the participation of the medium, small, and the micro enterprises too, which are actually the firms and which lead to livelihood creation in a very, very big way. So how do we get them to collaborate through the use of technology? So fourth, one very important session that took place here, and we found many takeaways, and we would like to, your again participation is on the women-led development, and especially in the services sector, and was very well focused upon. And certain other sectors like the blue economy, even the mountain economy, we also spoke about the digital economy. So all of it, we are trying to see how we can have synergies, collaborations, and even groups laterally. And fifth and the last that I wanted to make was to really focus on one big subject was sustainability, climate adaptation. And we therefore look at how we can, and even renewable energy was in the manufacturing sector. How do we really bring all of that together and see opportunities between us? So net, it was also discussed that while we have trade pluses and minuses between bilaterally, the total trade, how do we grow it, and how do we grow our region's trade with the rest of the world? I'd like to once again thank you, each one of you, and for your participation. This is just a beginning today, and we would like to really look forward to your contribution, especially our institutions, partner institutions who have made this happen to bring in businesses from these countries, along with, of course, the very high-level participation of the ministerial participation and the governmental official publications participation that we have had from each of our member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. I'd now like to invite Mr. Sanjiv Puri, President, Confederation of Indian Industry, to kindly give the context and sum up the session.
Ambassador Kumaran, Special Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, and Mr. Indra Pandey, Secretary General, BIMSTEC Secretariat, and my colleague from CII, Chandrajit. So it's been a very engaging 2 days, and I understand, I could not attend all the sessions, but I understand all the sessions were extremely engaging. A lot of new ideas have come forth, and more importantly, what was visible is the commonality in thinking and the commitment from both the political leadership and the business community to see this grouping take shape in a much more foundational and structural manner. Therefore, let me start by thanking all the business leaders, excellencies, for their participation and their commitment to this very important BIMSTEC grouping. Just to continue from and build on the points that my colleague just spoke about, I think what was evident, and I'm also again going to talk about, is the FTA. What was very clearly evident, that to make significant strides, I think the FTA becomes pivotal, and there's been a fair bit of ideation as far as the FTA is concerned, and a fair bit of appreciation on the importance of the FTA. It is not only required, not only will it provide the trading agreement, but also facilitate a lot of movements of goods. The second, and this is what is fundamental also to integrating with MSMEs. And the second piece I think that emerged very clearly was on the services side also. There is a lot that we can do together, whether it's in the area of logistics, in tourism, on the digital technology. I think these are two areas where we can evolve and together play a greater role in participating in the opportunities in the world at large. to operationalize the FTA, I think what is imperative is a well-established rail, road, sea and air connectivity projects, and that is what will multiply the benefits and actually provide the efficiencies that are required to expand and strengthen economic integration. Digital technologies will play a pivotal role in that. There have been many ideas that have come, but let me just kind of sum up a few important themes that came around in many of these sessions that we witnessed today. I'll start again with the FTA. I think that very clearly came as a very important pillar that needs to be addressed, and the commitment from the business community and the political will, I think, was evident, and this is very important, and we need to progress on this with mutual trust. It's also important that as we, along with this, we also very clearly identify the strengths, the complementarities and areas where the value chains can integrate and work together, and these I think will happen through more and more B2B engagements and networking, so we have sharp focus on areas that can be developed. Another important area that emerged during the discussion was around the India digital stack. Now, the India digital stack, as you know, has been very transformative for the economy, and this is an area where there could be greater collaborations, and the government of India would be can facilitate you know, the collaboration in this area. This can be used for strengthening the digital economy, and like the financial solution of UPI has evolved in some other countries as well. I think this is one platform that can also create movement on the financial resources also, and that will also, I think, strengthen the economic integration. Now, naturally, the private sector is going to be an important player to make all this happen as large economic organs of society. So the private sector needs to definitely come forward and participate in building not only trade but also the logistics infrastructure to make trade a reality. And of course, this will require long-term financing options from governments, and some of these include viability gap funding, tailored models such as build, operate, transfer, hybrid, annuity models, build, operate, own, public-private partnerships, green bonds, and the infrastructure investment trusts, amongst others. So these have to go hand in hand with the opportunities that arise. And finally, I think it's important to enhance the platform of the BIMSTEC grouping and accelerate the implementation of proposed initiatives. Doing so will foster a harmonious environment for business relations to thrive in the region. The CII Business Summit aims to strengthen business networks, and as this platform becomes more established, I believe that intra-regional economic collaboration will increase. This was, as you know, the inaugural CII BIMSTEC Business Summit, which has provided a strong catalyst to business interaction and a lot of guidance and counsel and commitment shown by ministers and excellencies. And we hope forward in the subsequent summits, we will build on this. The next business summit will drive this agenda forward, and I'd like to take this opportunity to, on one hand, thank you for your very active participation in this summit, and at the same time, extend to all of you a personal invitation for this next summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Indra Pandey, Secretary General BIMSTEC Secretariat, to give his special address.
Ambassador Shri P. Kumaran, Special Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Shri Sanjiv Puri, President, CII, Shri Banerjee, Director General of CII, distinguished delegates from BIMSTEC member states, distinguished business persons from India and other member states of BIMSTEC. A very good evening to you all. Let me begin by a story. When the announcement for my appointment as Secretary General was made in October 2023, so I visited Delhi thereafter for consultations. And then I received a message that CII would like to have a meeting with me. So I went to CII office and had a long meeting with Shri Marut Sen and his colleagues. And at that time, I was briefed about the proposal to have a BIMSTEC Business Summit. And also a concept paper was shared with me about BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So my reaction was that after I take over as Secretary General, then only I would be able to comment on your proposals. But now why I'm telling you this story is that 9 months later, as I stand here, it gives me really immense pleasure to see that the proposal to hold the first BIMSTEC Business Summit has materialized. And I'm really grateful to CII for taking this initiative to hold this summit. And not only the summit has been held, but if you look at the number of sessions which were there, the kind of ideas which have been presented, the initiatives which have been offered, I think it's a great beginning for a new phase of business-to-business relationship among the BIMSTEC member states. Also, the idea of chamber, today there was a discussion with the other partner chambers on how to carry forward that idea. So we have made some progress. So again, for me, it's a matter of great satisfaction that the two proposals which I had discussed initially with CII, even before taking over as Secretary General, now we have been able to make some progress. And I would like to thank CII for not only hosting this first business summit, but also making the commitment to hold it annually year after year, and going beyond that to hold intersessional business events, look at various opportunities to bring together business communities of our member states. I think the need to increase intra-regional trade is very obvious. The point was made in various interventions that it's really very low. Various estimates indicate it's about 5 to 6% of our global trade of the member states. So there is huge opportunity to increase intra-regional trade. Now there are different pathways to do so. FTA, of course, has been seen as one of the key ways to have more intra-regional trade. But during the deliberations today, we saw that there are many other ways to do so. In the trade and investment sector within BIMSTEC, we have not focused much on promoting investments within our member states. I think if we focus more on promoting investments, then that could lead to more trade, and we could have more intra-regional trade also. Yesterday, CII released a report about how we can work together in industrial sector. Again, if there is more collaboration in industrial sector, there will be more investments and there will be more trade. Similarly, today morning, there was a suggestion about how we could have our value chains located within BIMSTEC member states. Now, if our business community decides to do so, and they are successful in doing so, it would automatically lead to more investment. More investment means more trade and more prosperity for our member states. So, in my view, this business summit has been successful in terms of not only exploring various pathways to increase intra-regional trade and investment, but also some concrete proposals and ideas have been discussed. I hope that in the coming days and weeks, we'll have these points of action listed out. As I had said in my earlier interventions, the Secretariat stands ready to work with the member states and all the organizations within the member states like CII or their partner chambers in other countries to do whatever we are required to do in terms of conducting studies, preparing reports, or in terms of holding more meetings for the member states. So I'm looking forward to more active collaboration with the member states in trade and investment sector. But as Honorable Minister had pointed out in the morning, I think we have a vast agenda within BIMSTEC framework, and all the sectors are important from the perspective of member states. We need to make progress in all the sectors. And in every sector, there is a role for the business community. Whether we are looking at connectivity sector or we are looking at human resource development, technology transfer, we are looking at energy. There is no sector within the BIMSTEC framework where our business community does not have a role to play. And that is why I would like to appeal to all of you that in your business decisions in future, do look for opportunities within BIMSTEC member state who are our important neighbors, and try to see if you can do more business with them, more trading, your investments, your location of your value chains. Anything that you do with BIMSTEC member states will only strengthen our regional identity, our desire to have collective prosperity together, collective security, and attain development for our people. I would like to conclude by thanking CII again for this huge initiative to hold this summit, and looking forward to working closely with CII and all our BIMSTEC member states and their organization to carry forward the agenda of more trade and more investment and collaboration in all the areas that we have identified collectively together as part of the BIMSTEC's agenda. I thank you all for your kind attention. Have a very good evening.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege to invite the Ambassador P. Kumaran, Special Secretary ER and DPA, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to deliver the valedictory address. So.
My senior colleague, Shri Pandey, Secretary General BIMSTEC, Shri Sanjiv Puri, President CII, Shri Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, distinguished invitees from India and other BIMSTEC member states, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and namaskar. It's a pleasure for me to join you at this valedictory session of the BIMSTEC Business Summit 2024. The multiple sessions held during the course of the day have explored in detail, I'm sure, the possibilities for cooperation within BIMSTEC. I just wanted to highlight a few areas that I see as important. The entry into force of the BIMSTEC Charter in May 2024 will undoubtedly provide fresh momentum to our efforts in BIMSTEC to work with greater purpose and intensity to craft collaborative solutions to our common problems. There are long-standing goals such as capacity building and economic cooperation, which need to be pursued with renewed vigor, and new areas identified and added to the bouquet of potential areas of collaboration. As noted by the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, at the BIMSTEC retreat earlier this year, BIMSTEC represents the intersection of India's Neighborhood First outlook, the Act East policy, and the Sagar vision. Each of these has a segment specifically focused on the Bay of Bengal community where collaboration has remained well below potential, be it in the area of connectivity, institution building, cooperation in trade and business, health, geospace, digital public infrastructure, capacity building, or people-to-people exchanges. We believe that connectivity is a cornerstone for regional economic partnerships and enhanced economic integration. It helps unlock the potential of regional value chains and production networks, thereby creating corridors of prosperity. It is both a driver and an outcome of enhanced links. We are therefore investing substantially in modernizing infrastructure, logistics, and enhancing connectivity. PM Gati Shakti, along with the National Logistics Policy, will help lower the cost of logistics in India to global standards. Our initiatives to enhance international connectivity are expected to telescope into our internal efforts to improve logistics. Connectivity, as we understand it today, has multiple dimensions. This includes transport connectivity, which is what we generally mean when we talk about connectivity. In addition, however, connectivity also includes economic and trade connectivity. This, of course, includes business-to-business connectivity, supply chain links enabled by free trade agreements, links between technological and research ecosystems, talent or skill connectivity, which is manifested in terms of the mobility of professionals, the special economic zones and export processing zones taking advantage of subsidies offered and preferential trade agreements. We also have financial connectivity. We heard about it in the previous session, which includes linking payment systems and shared DPI platforms, and also bringing in platforms such as ONDC, the Open Network Digital Commerce, to expand cross-border e-commerce. It also includes connected financial markets and links between stock exchanges. In terms of digital and data connectivity, we can think of fiber optic links through undersea data cables, cross-border movement of data, regional data centers, and digital partnership agreements, which can be considered the digital equivalent of FTAs, in addition to regulatory convergence and regionalization of startup ecosystems. We also have energy connectivity, which includes cross-border power grids as part of our One Sun, One World, One Grid approach, integration of energy policies, cross-border energy delivery and trade, and regional markets for renewable energy networks. The Bay of Bengal community is united by geography. It is therefore important to enhance connectivity in the region in all its dimensions. Indeed, there is ongoing cooperation in many of these areas with ambitious plans for the coming years. BIMSTEC leaders adopted the Master Plan for Transport Connectivity at the Sri Lanka Summit in 2022. We should continue our efforts to speedily conclude negotiations on the Maritime Transport Agreement and the Motor Vehicle Agreement. These will complement progress on important ongoing initiatives such as the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway and the Kaladan Multimodal Project. On trade, policymakers and business needs to take note of the striking fact that although the BIMSTEC region as a whole has a combined GDP of over $3.8 trillion, intra-BIMSTEC trade still remains a meager $77 billion. I'm happy to see intensified efforts signaling a renewed commitment to the early conclusion of the BIMSTEC Free Trade Area negotiations. This will, of course, need us to close out a number of other related agreements, including the Agreement on Trade in Goods, the Agreement on Customs Cooperation, the Schedule of Tariff Concessions, the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the Agreement on Dispute Settlement Procedures, and the Rules for Determination of Origin of Goods and Operational Certification Procedures. We also have more work to do on the agreement on trade and services and the agreement on investment. Given the importance of agriculture to our economies, we would also need to find ways to collaborate on agricultural value chains and food security related matters. The upcoming RIS report on agricultural value chains in the BIMSTEC region will help identify areas for cooperation. We also need to examine opportunities available in the area of digital public infrastructure. We heard about it in the previous section, and Mr. Puri also spoke about it. Linking payment systems and also e-commerce ecosystems and developing resilient supply chains. Promoting the establishment of regional financial institutions such as a BIMSTEC Development Bank can also provide the necessary financial support for infrastructure and development projects. Overall, the idea is to make trade and investment flows more efficient through an upgraded legal framework, the improved connectivity of value chains, streamlining of logistics, harmonization of customs procedures, promoting digitalization and paperless trade, and of course, easier movement of people. Trade and investment liberalization has created new opportunities for MSMEs. However, to access global value chains, MSMEs need assistance to upgrade business models and technologies so that they can boost their overall competitiveness and marketing abilities. We are currently examining the idea of setting up a regional center of excellence for MSMEs. We need to work together for the creation of a regional energy market by promoting cross-border electricity trade. Our leaders have already envisioned a BIMSTEC power grid and the establishment of a BIMSTEC energy center to share experiences in the reform, restructuring, regulation, and best practices in the energy sector, in line with our Prime Minister's vision of one sun, one world, one grid that I referred to earlier. A BIMSTEC Grid Interconnection Coordination Committee has been established to implement the Power Grid project and develop the requisite policies for grid interconnection, electricity transmission, and trade in the BIMSTEC region. We look forward to the finalization of the BIMSTEC Grid Interconnection Master Plan study and the related policy recommendations for transmission and trade in electricity in the region. We can also look at strengthening cooperation in the area of mining and petroleum exploration, new technologies to develop and exploit the large reserves of natural gas condensates and other mineral nodules in the Bay of Bengal region. Strengthening maritime security is vital for safeguarding trade routes and maintaining regional stability. India will continue to provide leadership in the security sector in the areas of counter-terrorism and transnational crimes, disaster management, and energy. This includes conducting joint naval exercises, sharing intelligence, combating piracy, and coordinated responses to security threats. Establishing a BIMSTEC Center for Counter-Terrorism could streamline these efforts. India's expertise in information and communication technology, ICT, can be leveraged to promote digital connectivity within BIMSTEC. Sharing India's experience with e-governance can help BIMSTEC countries improve their public service delivery. Collaborative projects in areas like digital identification and authentication, online citizen services, payments, direct benefit transfer, and data management can help enhance governance across the region. Collaboration in the area of mountain economy and blue economy offer also interesting possibilities. We look forward to action plans under preparation by the intergovernmental expert groups established in these two areas. The key areas of interest include collaboration in sustainable fishing practices, conservation of marine biodiversity, and combating IUU fishing. BIMSTEC countries can also consider developing joint tourism packages to promote eco-friendly marine and coastal tourism and creating marine heritage sites. We can also consider collaborative research in marine biotechnology through establishing research programs and promoting academic exchanges and developing early warning systems for tsunamis, cyclones, and other marine-related disasters in the region. In the mountain economy, promoting sustainable agricultural practices and agroforestry in mountain regions may be of interest. We can look at sharing techniques for soil conservation, landslide resistance, water management, and crop diversification. Collaboration to develop joint tourism circuits, promoting adventure tourism, preserving cultural heritage sites, conserving mountain biodiversity, and protecting endangered species offers useful possibilities. Sharing knowledge and best practices, as well as establishing joint monitoring and surveillance mechanisms, can help manage marine resources effectively. Joint projects and investment in renewable energy sources in mountain areas and investment in clean energy infrastructure can also be beneficial. We can also look at collaboration in climate research and developing adaptive strategies and sharing best practices for building resilience in mountain communities. Promoting cultural exchange and sharing traditional knowledge among mountain communities can strengthen social ties and foster a sense of regional identity. Friends, we live in one of the most disaster-prone regions of the world. Climate change has only increased the destructiveness of natural phenomena. Disaster management is therefore another key area that calls for enhanced cooperation. On its part, India has taken steps to rapidly activate the BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate, which we believe can contribute positively to the disaster management efforts in the region. The Government of India believes in a promising future for BIMSTEC. To achieve the full potential of growth in the region, the active involvement of the private sector is imperative. In terms of the opportunities that exist, many speakers have highlighted what needs to be done. How we do them will be a test of our creativity, perseverance, and our belief in a shared future. Let me conclude by thanking CII for hosting this business summit. And I'm happy that they have released a detailed study on the various possibilities available. I am sure it will serve as another useful launchpad along with the outcomes of the panel discussions at this summit to boost collaboration among BIMSTEC member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a close of this valedictory session. I'd like to end this with a round of applause for our esteemed guests on the dais and for the lovely audience that you all have been. Thank you very much for being with us for the last 2 days, yesterday and today. And I invite you to join us for dinner and see you again at the next BIMSTEC Summit when we have it, when the dates are announced. Thank you very much once again. Good night. They want a group photograph, please.